In a classroom, the teacher addresses the students. Are you all ready? The gene modification injection is about to begin, so please have confidence in yourselves. 3 years of hard work to improve my physique and cultivate martial arts. It all comes down to today. As for those who never took it seriously, speaking to himself, the young man chuckled, thinking, are you kidding? It's not my fault this body sucked at studying. I transmigrated here, so why should I be ashamed? But now that I'm in the original body, I have to help him make a name for himself. This is Anthon High School, the gene injection room. Inside this box is the Gene Awakening Serum, containing the primal genes of all the magical beasts collected by human martial artists. Once injected, the body will absorb one of them to awaken. Typically, the stronger the physique, the stronger the awakened beast gene. The teacher holding the injection instructed, students, don't worry. After injecting the Gene Awakening Serum, calmly accept this power. Then, students like Tranbang Fai and Myodoan Nak were called up one by one. Each of them screamed in pain after the injection, their bodies undergoing transformations. Seeing this, Yi Huo was confused. After the others took the injection, they all became strange, and even in pain. It seems this power isn't so easily obtained. He decided to put everything aside and inject the drug directly into his neck, determined to risk it all. But as soon as the drug entered his body, Yi Huo's eyes turned blue, and something felt off. The teacher, face to face and scrutinizing, finally spoke. Diho, it seems like nothing's changed for you. He blankly replied, Teacher, was my injection a fake? Just then, a girl in a pink dress stepped out to mock him. Ha 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 ha. Look everyone, it seems Dai Huo hasn't awakened anything. An unawakened martial artist is like a bird without wings. With this level of elemental harmony, he's done for, right? Suddenly, a chill ran through him. His heart pounded, and a strange sensation crept through his body. The system displays a notification. Acquired infinite monster sample, fire-type host, comprehensive physique, B, martial arts, basic lan, sun fist. The pink-clad girl stubbornly steps forward, hands on her hips, questioning him. What are you doing? If you're not awakened, then don't pretend. Yi Huo trembled, his voice changing. He warns, you guys go now. But the girl objects, why should we? Based on what? Yi Huo grits her teeth. If you don't leave, it'll be too late. The moment he finished speaking, he roared violently, unleashing a terrifying power that sent her and her nearby classmates flying. Everyone was in an uproar. The power of the collision was too strong. Who awakened? I can't withstand this aura. What have you done? Some glanced around, wondering, is there someone stronger than me? The system displays A-class monster, legendary demonic lava, bloodline ability, infected earth chi, thermonuclear pulse, nuclear energy absorption, evolved form, crimson demonic lava, only activated at 100% compatibility, current compatibility, 3%. A chill runs through Dai He as he mutters, A-class demonic lava infinite monster model? What is that? Yi Huo stared at his palm, glowing brightly with spiritual power surging from every cell, energy so abundant it was radiant, and exclaimed in surprise, could this be the golden hand the system bestowed upon me? His classmates, who had always looked down on Yi Huo, couldn't believe their eyes as they witnessed this pinnacle of power. Was that loser really him just now? The guy next to him stared in disbelief, as he instantly pushed everyone around him back with his aura. The two glanced at the pink-clad bully, Wang Tongtong, who lay motionless on the floor, eyes wide. They whispered, Wang Tongtong's still out cold, and she awakened the rank 2 fire gecko. And what monster form did Yi Huo awaken, anyway? The murmurs were endless. Having witnessed the terrifying inner power of Dihoa, those who used to mock him now cower on the ground, trembling with fear, while Dihoa innocently scratches his head in confusion. Ahem, sorry about that. It got a little out of hand. I told everyone to move, but they didn't listen. Just then, the school's loudspeaker announced that the awakening injection period was over. All awakened students, please proceed to the testing center to determine your bestial gene and martial arts level. Equipped with state-of-the-art gene awakening detection devices, the facility accurately identifies each student's spirit, beast, and martial arts level, with results displayed on a large screen. Li Xinyuan from Class 12-8 awakened the Wind Devil Insect Bloodline, 3rd level. The crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. What luck, he used to be so average. Now, he's the class ace. The power of strong bloodlines is no joke. Next up, another student, Chu Chao, a level 9 martial artist, awakens the high-level Ice Demon Dragon bloodline. The crowd buzzed with excitement once more. As expected of the top-ranked prefecture, Chuzhou, with yet another 9th-stage martial disciple awakening a top-tier Ice Demon Dragon bloodline. This year's Anthon valedictorian is surely him. Another beautiful girl attracts just as much attention when her results are announced. Liu Yu Tong, a 9th stage martial artist, awakened the rare 4th stage Nether Sparrow bloodline, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Look, the young miss of the Liu family is also a level 9 awakener. Oh my god, the rare 4th grade underworld sparrow, this is the real provincial champion. 4th stage monsters, if they reveal their true forms, could destroy half a city. Ordinary martial artists are like ants before them. Only Grandmaster-level experts can contend with them. Yi Huo, not yet tested, looked up at the results board, hand on his chin, deep in thought. Their monster models are divided into 3rd and 4th tiers. So why is mine ranked A? Unexpectedly, the loudspeaker announced his name with unusual emphasis. Next, Di Hoa, from Class 7-3. Di Hua was startled, his face flushing slightly with embarrassment. Did they really have to announce his name so emphatically? In the blink of an eye, Yi Hua became the center of attention and expectation after his earth-shattering performance, drawing admiration and awe from all around. The crowd parted, whispering admiration as he passed. Such power promised a great future. I have to befriend him now. I must latch onto this rising star. Wow. My god, it's Dai Hoa's turn. With that momentum, his level is definitely not low. The real deal. The more praise he received, the more pressure he felt. Only he knows his talent is rated A, a completely different classification system. He muttered, "This world truly reveres the strong in the most blatant way." Amidst the roaring crowd chanting his name, he calmly strode into the examination room, his expression unreadable while the excited chatter continued outside. This time, Dai He will surely make the whole class look up to him. It's his turn. His abilities can't be ordinary. He's so cool. What level of bloodline allows him to emit such a powerful aura? Ancheng is really about to have a big shot. But in a distant corner, one person watched silently, their eyes cold and devoid of joy at the spectacle. He thought to himself, so his name is Di Hoa, truly promising. Moments later, Yi He's information appeared on the big screen, revealing only basic details, while other key data remained undetermined. The crowd's surprise quickly turned to stunned disbelief, followed by a burst of skeptical and mocking chatter. Martial Disciple Level 3, Unknown Beast Bloodline. Martial Disciple Level 3. Ha ha. Even my middle school brother could beat this guy. What an embarrassment, I had the wrong expectations. The crowd once again quickly changed their attitude, jeering, "Unknown bloodline, it must be nothing special." Yeah, what good bloodline could a 3rd stage martial artist possibly have, so was it just a big fart he let out earlier? Yi Hua was ultimately nothing more than a disappointment. Amidst the jeers, Yi Hua quietly left the examination room, looking dejected. The young man muttered, "The Emperor demonic larva wasn't detected by the scanner, but the infinite monster model system has been activated." A virtual system panel appeared in his mind, guiding him to infinitely upgrade monster models, complete tasks, and increase his reputation to receive more monster model draws. No draws available? The young man pondered, "My models may be different, but what does this mean?" Yi Hua chuckled softly, a smile full of hidden meaning and unpredictability. Then, a flash of fierce determination sparked in his eyes, tinged with utter excitement as he looked at his hands. "As long as I meet the conditions, I can draw monster models infinitely," he muttered. "Wouldn't that make me the king of beasts?" The next morning at Anthon High School No. 1, the sun shines brightly. Inside the teacher's office, a stern-looking teacher takes a large sip of coffee, peering at the student before him. "What? You want to drop out and study at home until the college entrance exams?" Dai stood tall, feet planted, hands clenched, radiating eagerness and determination. "Sir, I truly want to improve. I know I'm lacking in many areas, and without a special training regimen, keeping up with everyone will be nearly impossible. Di Hua, you have to understand that if you want to become a true martial artist, the only path forward is to get into martial arts university. I know you just awakened your bloodline, but your foundation is too weak, almost non-existent. Passing the university entrance exam this year is impossible. My honest advice is to prepare to retake it next year and don't rush things." Faced with his teacher's skepticism and harsh advice, Di Hua couldn't suppress his determination, and with pleading eyes, he unleashed his ultimate technique: sincere begging. "Sir, the harder it is, the faster I need to improve. You probably don't understand my potential. I've awakened an incredibly powerful bloodline, and if you just give me a chance to train hard, I know I can succeed. Look into my sincere eyes, teacher. I'm absolutely not lying." Dai Hoa's over-the-top but sincere reaction softened the teacher's heart. Yes, those eyes were indeed sincere. Well, I can't bring myself to make things harder for you, all right? But remember, you have to come back next year and register for my prep course. The scene shifts to Anthan Martial Arts Center, where Dihoa wanders alone on a wide, bustling city street. Lost in thought, he wandered through the city, calculating his next move. With the house his parents left him mortgaged, he secured $600,000, plus the accident compensation of over $1 million. He now had a considerable sum. To quickly increase his strength, he has two paths: raise his martial arts level or increase the demonic spine's compatibility. Lost in thought, Yi Hua's mind drifted away from the world around him. According to the Infinite Monster model data, each initial model has only 1% base compatibility, but my Berserk Emperor Demonic Llama started at 3%. Where did that extra 2% come from? He wondered. There was only one logical explanation. The Emperor Demon Lotus absorbed residual medicinal power from the Awakening Serum, granting it an additional 2% compatibility. This discovery was an awakening for Yi Hua, proving that common gene enhancers can strengthen his monster model. He thought to himself that paying to increase compatibility was much more suitable for him than practicing martial arts step by step. Discovering a shortcut to quickly increase his strength, Yi Hua couldn't help but feel excited. He needed to buy gene enhancement drugs, and fast. Entering the martial arts center, he swiped his student card at the gate. In that instant, a strange sensation washed over him, and his eyes widened in utter shock. In his enhanced vision, Yi Hua saw that everyone around him was shrouded in a unique aura, reflecting their awakened abilities, and most of them were powerful, a clear sign that they were extraordinary martial artists. He couldn't suppress his surprise. Is this place full of martial artists who have awakened their bloodlines? After awakening the mad tyrant Emperor Demonara, Yi Hua discovered he possessed a special sensory ability. The primal demon emperor's life force amplifies his ability to sense the life signals of nearby creatures. He can clearly feel the boiling blood within them, even hearing the primal roars of the beasts hidden within these warriors' bloodlines. Immediately, a surge of intense excitement welled up within Dai Huo, his eyes gleaming with spiritual energy. Warriors, beasts, I can't contain this burning desire to fight. He chuckled, his voice laced with confidence and arrogance. After all, the rampaging demonic lord is the king of monsters in this world, a sovereign born to conquer all living things on the planet. Unable to contain his emotions, Yi Hua almost screamed. Unfortunately, I'm too weak right now, so the great demon lord will have to be patient for a while. When I grow up, I'll show the whole world what a real monster king is. Lost in ambitious plans for the future, Yi Hua suddenly felt a gentle tap on his shoulder from behind. Hey kid, don't go peeking at people like that. Startled, Yi Hua turned around, realizing the misunderstanding, and awkwardly explained, Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The woman seemed pretty chill, waving her hand and saying, It's okay. You probably just awakened your demon beast bloodline and can't control your powers yet, right? What are you doing at the martial arts center? Yi Hua quickly replied, I came to buy jealousy pills, but this place is too big and I can't find the counter. Could you point me in the right direction, beautiful lady? She seemed enthusiastic. Buying jealousy medicine? Using it already at this stage? Yi Hua asked, puzzled. Oh, is there anything special I should keep in mind? Nothing much. Gene medicine is not only expensive, but also easily leads to drug resistance, with the effect gradually decreasing after each use. To achieve the best results, martial artists usually wait until their bloodline reaches its natural limit before starting to use it. Still a bit dazed, Dai Hua asked, So, how much does a vial of gene medicine cost? The girl held up 4 slender fingers and eagerly replied, Well, at your current stage, you can only use basic strengthening medicine, which costs about 400,000 per vial. Hearing that number, Dai, he almost died on the spot, her face falling. That was terrifyingly expensive. Her entire savings wouldn't even buy 5 bottles. He shyly asks, Do you know anyone who could give me a discount? After a moment's thought, the girl leans in and pulls a business card from her bag, handing it to him. Though subtle, the gesture caused her ample bosom to jiggle. Here, take my card. As a 4th-stage martial artist, an introduction would get him a discount. Yi Huang was overjoyed and immediately accepted the card, his eyes sparkling with delight. He happily waved goodbye. Thank you so much. The woman smiled back. You're welcome. See you again. As soon as the conversation ends, Yi He gets right to work, preparing to spend big at the martial arts stores. At the gene pharmaceutical counter, he pays $150,000, then another $250,000 at the weapons store. Dihoa is on a spending spree. Before he knew it, night had fallen. We find Yihan back in his apartment, focusing all of his energy. Despite the pain and discomfort spreading through him, Yi Hua gritted his teeth, enduring the process as he absorbed power from the expensive gene drugs. The system continuously reported. Berserk Demonic Madara, Monster Model Compatibility. 3% to 4%, 4% to 7%. Physique Synthesis 8 to 10 to 15. Martial Apprentice Realm Breakthrough. After a long period of enduring the torment of drug absorption, Yihua was nearly exhausted. He stretched out his sweat-soaked hand, panting. The feeling of leveling up is amazing, though the first few vials boosted my physique by 2 points, the last only gave me 1. The higher I climb, the harder it will be to increase my strength. But even so, it's worth it. A few dozen minutes with the serum is equal to 3 years of hard training. This is just ordinary physical strength. If I activate my Emperor Bloodline, I might have a chance to win the top spot in the college entrance exam this year. The determined youth shouts and enters the secret realm, which are classified from S, the highest and most dangerous, to E, the lowest and safest. The higher the level, the stronger and more ferocious the monsters within. The monsters in S-class dungeons are beyond humanity's control. Once they invade the real world, it will be a cataclysmic disaster. Cut to Anthan's E-class dungeon. Number 3, where he's fully armed and armored. Yihua stepped into the E-rank dungeon entrance, looked around, and muttered, "There are fewer people than I thought. Maybe because this dungeon has been explored for so long, most of the treasures have been taken, leaving only weak monsters for rookies like me to train on." The young man followed the path and came across a small registration booth. "Hello, I reserved a ticket for Dungeon 3. The disinterested clerk lethargically handed Yihua the documents. "Sign this death waiver. Here's your ticket." Before him, the gate to the dungeon appeared, an unstable vortex of energy radiating an ancient and dangerous aura. Is this the secret realm rift? This is where my journey to become the Monster King begins. Without hesitation, he lunged into the spatial rift, his heart filled with anticipation. Here I come. As he leapt into the secret realm's rift, the familiar three-dimensional world vanished, as if he had passed through a layer of space into a completely new world. Soon, Yihua landed safely on the ground, instinctively bracing himself on one knee with practiced ease. From his position within the secret realm, he could clearly see other planets suspended in the strangely colored sky: Azure Planet, Dark Violet Planet, and Taijin Planet, all creating a scene unlike Earth's sky. Yihua quickly adjusts his gear, looking around in astonishment. Though he'd read about it, nothing could compare to witnessing this spectacle firsthand, and to see the starry sky as well. Oblivious, he doesn't realize something lurks behind him. A Tier 1 devil beast, the burrowing fang rabbit. The moment it bared its fangs and charged, Yihua turned and grabbed it by the neck, punishing its sneakiness. "How foolish, did you really think I wouldn't sense you?" And with that, he crushes it, obliterating it completely. In his hand, Yihua held a small, glittering crystal, the core of a saber-toothed rabbit, of average quality. Worth about 1,000 silver coins, not bad for a first haul. Commoners only make 3,000 to 4,000 a year. Dai's mood was relaxed as he held up the spirit stone, but collecting too many first-stage monster cores wouldn't help. He should focus on hunting second-stage monsters or higher. But just then, an unusual movement beneath the ground behind him startled him, and a giant, soft-bodied monster emerged. It writhes like a mutated earthworm, its slimy body 100 times larger than Yihua, the rank 2 monster, the Worm Guardian. The stronger and stranger the beasts, the more excited Yihua becomes, quickly drawing his sword with a challenging smirk. Talk about getting what you asked for. This is Anthan number 3 E-Class Secret Realm, where Yihua begins his journey. Facing the appearance of the two-headed guardian beetle, he didn't flinch, landing a powerful, precise blow that created a deep wound on the monster's body. The insect shrieked in pain, splattering green pus like rain, as Yihua analyzed the monster from his defensive stance. He recalled what he'd seen in the demon beast library. Compared to its armored back, the beast's soft underbelly was clearly its weak point. Struck hard, the monster curled into a massive wheel, hurtling forward to crush Yihua, who remained calm, raising his hands, channeling his energy, and chanting a martial arts incantation. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from Daihuo's palms, striking the charging two-headed demonic guardian beetle, which opened its hideous maw and unleashed a barrage of large, razor-sharp teeth, spinning like flying saw blades. They hurtled towards Daihuo with dizzying speed, like a mobile guillotine. One hit, and he's sure to be sliced in two. The young man was taken aback. It can launch its teeth as projectiles? After a wild maneuver, the strange fire tore his clothes, and the young man, enraged, cursed the mutated monster. "Do you know how much this shirt cost?" Yihua kept a safe distance, quickly analyzing the situation. Facing the corpse insect horde head-on is no small challenge. After all, without the Bloodline's aid, no matter how strong his inner martial energy is, he can't unleash his full power. Thanks to the original owner's laziness, his martial arts foundation is too weak, so he can only use hacks now. He shouts, "Rage accumulation, demonic bloodline, activate." Immediately, Yihua's right arm transforms, covered in hard scales and the sharp claws of the demonic llama. A second later, Yihua charged forward with incredible speed, delivering a series of terrifying slashes across the monster's body, its green blood spraying everywhere like rain once more. Indeed, Yihua swiftly dealt with the second stage monster, wiping his brow as he turned away. With his physique soaring to 21, he was more than a match for the Tier 2 ghoul. He began to revert from his transformed state, needing to dissipate the nuclear energy building within him. He felt like a jet engine. Looking at his weapon, the azure steel blade was badly damaged. Picking it up, Dai Huo grumbled, "I just bought this short sword, and it's already corroded by the zombie ghoul's poison. This 2.5 million equipment is so bad it can't effectively deal with level 2 monsters. I'm going to report this shop." Yihua's empty stomach rumbled again and again. He rubbed his belly, muttering, "My first time hunting monsters, and I've used up so much energy. I'm starving, and I forgot to bring rations." Suddenly, amidst his hunger pangs, a strange, fragrant aroma wafted into Yihuo's nose. His mouth watered as he sniffed with his big nose, trying to pinpoint the source of the scent. It was then that Yihuo realized the enticing aroma was coming from the magic core that had fallen from the corpse of the two-headed guardian worm. He picked it up, held it in front of him, and muttered that it was a magic core. The demon core of a corpse-eating bug, and it smells so tempting. After a moment's thought, he opens his mouth wide and throws the green core in. "Whatever, let's try it." He gulped it down. The demon core reached his stomach and immediately released a brilliant spiritual energy, spreading throughout his body and taking effect. The system displayed a notification. The Monster Fanatic model accumulated magic. Compatibility 7% to 7.3%. Following that, Daihe's entire body emitted an even more powerful aura. It was like he swallowed a flashlight. Yihua exclaimed in astonishment, "Increase? It even increases compatibility?" A look of delight spread across his face as he gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with excitement. Amazing! Spending hundreds of thousands only gets you a 1% increase with a gene reagent. And now, just eating one of these green magic cores increases it by 0.3%. So, just 3 or 4 would equal a tube of gene serum. That means the white magic core from the saber-toothed rabbit must have had at least a 1% compatibility rating. Thinking this, Yihua almost burst into tears of emotion. 2 streams of tears of regret flowing down his cheeks. More money wasted. Composing himself, he points to his forehead and says, "Turn grief into motivation." Yihua declared, "Tonight, I'm going on a monster hunt." In mere moments, an invisible yet powerful shockwave emanated from him, sweeping across a vast area of the forest like a radar scan. He shouted, activating the life magnetic field. By noon the next day, Yihua left the E-Class dungeon. His system reported the results of the Mad Tussock Emperor Mara sample. Compatibility, 9%. Composite physique, 15.8. Casually stepping out of the spatial gate, Yihua realized that after his compatibility increased to 9%, no amount of white magic cores could increase it further, so he could only sell them for money. A moment later, at the exchange counter in front of the secret realm, Yihua dumped out a pile of glittering magic cores, a total of 20 white ones and 4 green ones. The clerk was stunned by the sheer quantity. Seriously, how can a high school student acquire so many mana cores? The others in line were impressed and a little intimidated by Yihua's haul. Standing at the counter, Yiho said to the clerk, "According to government regulations, hunters must turn in a portion of their earnings. I'll take back 1 green mana stone and turn in 5 white ones." He calculated in his head that he had just earned 200,000 yuan. Cut to Ansheng, Secret Realm Number 4, Level D, a desolate and ruined area. At its center stands a dilapidated building, half collapsed, next to which a spatial rift far larger than a Class E dungeon churns with a terrifying blue vortex of energy. The entrance to the D-rank Secret Realm. The sun shines brightly today near a shiny new convertible sports car. A man in a blue shirt and sunglasses sitting in the driver's seat called out, "Captain Lin, we're definitely completing the Blood Jade Flower Bounty this time, right?" Lin Ha, a second-stage martial artist, replied, "Last time we searched, we pinpointed the flower's location, but unfortunately, old Chen was seriously injured by a magical beast, so he can't join us this time." A woman on the team crossed her arms, looking apprehensive, and asked, "So, that only leaves 5 of us?" At that, another man with a buzz cut spoke up. "That's right. And according to the rules, a team must have at least 6 people to enter a D-level secret realm." Lin Ha turned back and replied confidently, "It's okay. I've already contacted the intermediary. They've introduced us to a new expert." He pointed towards a figure approaching, dressed sloppily and looking nothing like a master. It was none other than Dai Huo. The team looked doubtful, and one person asked, "Are you Dajia, the ninth-degree martial artist?" Di Hoa, looking rather sloppy, picked his nose, grinned, and replied, "That's right. But you thought to yourself, because I'm just a student, not officially qualified to enter the S-Class secret realm, so I had to go to the black market, spend 100,000 to forge an identity and join the team. That was expensive." Well, his bad luck really does follow him everywhere. Lin Xia frowned slightly, looking concerned at the alias that Dai Hoa had chosen. "Dixia, that name doesn't sit right, Lin," he thought to himself, but Yi He just shrugged, looking helpless. "Whatever, just read the name," Yi He said, seemingly unconcerned about it. Clearing his throat, Lin He stated, "All right, never mind, it's just a code name anyway. With your current level 9 martial artist status, you're not qualified to enter this level of secret realm, but our team has decided to give you a chance to follow along and observe, to gain experience. In return, you are absolutely not allowed to get in our way." "Got it?" Yi He replied nonchalantly. "Whatever." He thought to himself that a captain's responsibility is to explain everything clearly before starting a mission. He seems pretty reliable, not like those who panic when things go wrong. Everything was in place as Yem and the other team members quickly boarded the all-terrain vehicle. "All right, let's move out. We absolutely have to find the blood jade flower this time." Moments later, the team passed through the space gate, setting foot on an alien planet, a desolate wasteland devoid of greenery. Captain Lin He checked the locator and announced that the blood jade flower was in the oasis ahead, warning them to be careful as a Tier 2 demonic beast was guarding it. Yihua sat in the car, resting her chin in her hand, gazing dreamily out the window. Last time it was a rainforest, now it's a desert. These secret realms truly connect to different worlds. Just as the vehicle moved deeper, a pack of ravenous, wolf-like beasts with earth-toned fur suddenly emerged from both sides and gave chase. A team member in the back on high alert immediately reports, "Captain, it's a pack of desert rats and they're closing in fast, targeting us." Linjia remains calm, issuing a decisive order. "Hude, take care of them." Hude immediately took action. He raised both hands to his chest, and in a flash, sharp daggers appeared on the back of his hands. Huda swung his hands back with great force. Spirit-infused daggers flew like lightning, piercing the heads of the sand rats, causing them to explode instantly, a gory mess of shattered skulls and spraying blood. Their agonizing screams echoed through the desolate desert, but the team's vehicle sped on. Hoduk retracting his hands with an unchanged expression. A brief report confirms the mission is complete. Yihua glances at his teammate, secretly impressed, as he infuses his throwing knives with martial energy, turning them into mini-bombs upon impact. Quick, clean, and efficient. This skill is truly remarkable. The vehicle continues its journey, and after some distance, signs of a lush green forest begin to appear in the distance, a stark contrast to the desert they just traversed. The sky on this planet is strange. You can clearly see many other planets floating in the air, unlike Earth's sky. Once they were close to their target, the team decided to stop the car. Everyone quickly exited the vehicle, weapons at the ready, prepared to enter the danger zone. Trailing behind, Yihua still looked weary from the journey, and curiously asked the captain, "Why can't we just drive in?" Lin Ha takes the lead, explaining as they walk. "We're still a ways from the oasis. The monsters there are extremely sensitive to sound, so the engine of the off-road vehicle would easily attract their attention. We'll assign specific tasks as we go. Jia, use a stink bomb to lure the monster out of hiding. Xiaowu and Hude, you two set up the traps. Old Liu, you hold them back and I'll take the front. Dea, you just observe from the outside." The task was too easy, Dai Hoa replied mindlessly. "Okay." With the battle plan clearly laid out, Da Hoa's group fired a special signal flare into the sky. Explosions echoed through the area, followed by a rapidly spreading white smoke carrying a special compound. A pheromone bomb derived from a high-level monster, designed to provoke other magical beasts into thinking their territory was being invaded, and to chase after the aggressor. Almost immediately, the ground trembled, and a Tier 2 Earth dragon appeared, a dinosaur-like beast covered in scales capable of storing electricity. It awakens, a massive and powerful beast, its gaping maw dripping with saliva as it roars, threatening to tear apart any creature that dares approach. "It's here. Everyone. Be careful." Shasha warns them, while elsewhere, where the dissidents have just eliminated the Earth demon rats, several throwing knives remain embedded in the sand. From afar, a tall figure in a black cloak, face hidden, silently approaches. Two long scars intersecting on their arm. A fearsome sight. He bends down to pick up a dagger stained with Hude's blood. As the strange figure emerges from the dust, we see a bald old man in sunglasses, looking cool but with an unsettling air. He licked the dagger with a disturbing, long tongue, his eyes filled with murderous intent and a crazed bloodlust, then laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Back in the battle, the newly arrived Earth Dragon sensed the danger, but before the giant beast could unleash its power, Lin Ha struck first. He charged forward like an arrow, his sword a whirlwind of deadly arcs. With a single strike, the beast's head was severed, crashing to the ground. The giant monster's corpse crashed down, green blood spurting out, and immediately, Jia, the only girl on the Haoshan team, rushed over to report. Captain Lin, the rear is secure. We finally succeeded. Before the massive corpse, Lin Haowei slung his sword over his shoulder, a confident smirk on his face. Good, now let's go find the blood jade fruit. But at that moment, Ding Ku suddenly appeared. From behind him, a clawed foot tore through the air like a phantom. A terrified scream echoed as Lin Ha spun around, just as a figure shot forward like lightning. Di He, who appeared out of nowhere, was right above the captain. And before anyone could react, boom. A devastating punch, infused with immense spiritual energy like a thunderous strike, shook the earth and kicked up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Lin Ha stood unharmed, but his face was pale with shock. He turned to look at Yi Hua, unable to believe his eyes. Wasn't he just a first-stage martial disciple? To think he possesses the strength to defeat a level 2 magical beast? Xiaoxia was stunned. That punch was incredibly powerful. Instantly, Yi Hua became the center of attention, his teammates showering him with praise and begrudging admiration. Xiaolan Shan, that punch of yours was incredible. You took down a level 2 beast. Di Hoa simply brushed it off, coolly saying it was nothing, as Captain Lin He approached, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Thank you for saving me. From this moment on, you are officially a member of our team. Moments later, Lin Ha found what they were looking for, a small, dark red fruit, shaped like a heart. He held it up in triumph. Found it, the blood jade fruit. Xiao Wu poked it curiously. They even obtained the Earth Dragon's core this time. The harvest is quite bountiful. Xia looked at the bright red fruit, wondering, is this round red thing really that valuable? Dieng Yihei stepped back, thinking to himself that it seemed to be the esteemed Saintess fruit. Lin Ha explained, of course, this can greatly increase compatibility with the martial arts gene template. Though unexpected, we defeated the Earth Dragon and obtained the blood jade fruit. Just as Lin. He finished speaking, a dry thud echoed. Huda, who had always been silent and followed behind Lin Ha, suddenly drew a knife and stabbed him fatally from behind, a triumphant smile on his face. Heh heh, it's not that simple, Captain Lin. The unexpected scene left the entire team frozen for a few seconds. Team leader Lim, what's going on? Lim Ha immediately turned around and fought back. Hude, what the hell are you doing? Hude, prepared, quickly dodged and took a few steps back. Just then, a strange figure emerged from behind. The bald old man who'd picked up the dagger before. What am I doing? He sneers. Isn't it obvious? Something that makes a lot of money, of course. They were shocked to see the newcomer. Huopeng, what are you doing here? Xiao Yu clenched her fists, her face flushed with anger, her eyes burning with rage at the two traitors. Yi Hua tilted her head and quietly asked, do you guys know this bald guy? Xiao Yu spoke through gritted teeth, her eyes full of hatred. Huopeng was a notorious bandit, known for preying on and stealing the hard-earned spoils of other cultivators within the secret realm. Damn it, so he's been targeting us from the start, and Captain Lin Ha can barely stand, clutching his bleeding wound, gasping as he shouts. There's poison on the blade. Who duck you traitor? How did you know we'd be here? The exact location of the blood jade fruit wasn't confirmed until after we entered the secret realm. As Yi Hua quietly observed, he began piecing together the clues, recalling the moment they entered the secret realm when Hudi dealt with the earth demon rats using throwing knives. Realizing the truth, he muttered to himself that Hoduk had deliberately thrown the dart far away to signal his accomplices. At this point, Hoduk no longer needed to pretend. He dropped the pretense, gripping his knife, his face contorted into a demonic sneer. Ha 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 ha, you're quite clever, I'll give you that. Aren't you just a student? The college entrance exam must be coming up. Instead of studying, you came here to meet your demise? Auntie Huang tilted her head, her voice calm. That's right. The top spot is waiting for me. Hearing this, Hudi roared madly and hurled his dagger at Yi Huo. With a swiftness that defied the eye, Yi Huo pinched the blade between two fingers mid-air, his eyes as sharp as swords. The one barking in front of me is the arrogant one. Seizing the moment, Yi Huo clenched his fist, spiritual energy erupting like a raging fire around his arm, his face turning chillingly cold. How filthy. Time to clean up the trash. Seeing this, bald Huo Peng couldn't sit still either. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging, he roared, "You're quite amusing, Hu Dai. I want his head." Without hesitation, Hu Di obeys, pouring all his spiritual power into his most vicious technique, unleashing countless daggers like a torrential storm of metal, so dense and fast they seem impossible to evade. The space around the strange flower was engulfed by sharp blades, and facing the traitor's storm of daggers, he simply crouched down. Instantly, an invisible protective energy circle appeared, enveloping him, and every blade that struck it was crushed. Dai Hua roars, and as the storm subsides, the protective barrier around him dissipates. Hu Duck vanished, and someone shouted a warning from above. Immediately, Yi Hua raised two fingers to his forehead. A powerful surge of spiritual energy emanates as his eyes glow with an eerie light. He mutters, "Perfect timing to test my newly acquired skill." In a flash, Yi Hua raised his hand, targeting Ho Duk's chest as he charged, activating the Earth Heart 10th power. A fatal blow. Lin he watched, frozen in place. One move was all it took to kill Hu Dai. He's really just a high school martial arts student? Yi Hua blew on his fingertips after the attack like he was firing a gun. Behind him, Ho Duk collapsed onto the sand, face down, lifeless. And in the distance, Hokbang stood frozen, a mask of fear and confusion barely concealing his shock. "Gen Arts, you're a descendant of this great clan." "Family, I'm from the demonic Mara clan, so what?" Behind him, a faint phantom of a giant beast appeared, majestic, then vanished. Hearing that taunt, Huo Peng flew into a rage, roaring and unleashing his full power. "Even with your tricks, you can't overcome the difference in our martial prowess, kid." Instantly, Huo Peng's body began to transform, a thunderous roar erupting as his muscles bulged, fur sprouted, and in the blink of an eye he became a massive, ferocious black bear. Behind him, the true form of the bear beast opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, and without hesitation, the giant bear Huo Peng charged straight at Yi He, activating the skill Mountain Shaking Strike. Yi Hua remains relaxed, attacking his lower body first. Then he unleashes his signature finger strike, firing a burst of spirit energy upwards, aiming directly at his leg. "Ah, my leg." Howling in pain, Huo Peng changed tactics, realizing he couldn't defeat Yi Huo that way. He crouched low, sweeping his massive bear paws across the ground, aiming to seize his opponent, but Yi Huo nimbly leapt into the air, dodging the attack. Not to be outdone, Huo Peng leaps up as well, determined not to let his prey escape. The strength of a second-stage martial artist is undeniable. Despite landing a powerful atomic breath attack, he knew it wasn't enough to completely melt the giant's ankle. And those massive hands were closing in. The killing intent in Huo Peng's eyes surged, a clear sign he intended to crush his opponent without mercy. A massive explosion echoed as the bear's hands slammed together, creating a shockwave that scattered dust and debris. But he missed, and in that instant, Di Hua vanished from his previous position. He didn't just dodge. He used that moment to teleport behind Huo Peng, his hand charged with spiritual energy, ready to strike. "Are you done yet? Now it's my turn." Yi Hua clenched his fist, his entire body radiating power, a blazing aura of spiritual energy engulfing him. With his power at its peak, Yi Hua doesn't hesitate and strikes. Huo Peng, after taking the blow, reverts to his human form, covered in scorched bruises. Steam still emanated from Yi He's hands, as those who once scorned him could only stare in disbelief. No one expected the weak high schooler they knew to possess such terrifying power. But Huo Peng, still unyielding despite his injuries, stubbornly rose, his voice filled with resentment. You dare use poison in your martial arts? You're a despicable coward. A martial artist as evil as you will surely be punished. I curse you." He clearly misunderstood the nature of the strange fire's power, and that curse was the final straw. The strange fire's eyes widened, a crimson light flashing in its pupils. He clenched his fist, his voice low and chilling. "Many have tried to curse me. What makes you so special?" At Anthon Central Stadium, the biggest university recruitment day of the year is underway. To celebrate, the government has deployed a fleet of planes to display banners, flags waving everywhere. From the loudspeaker system, a passionate voice booms out, "Welcome everyone to the annual high-level martial artist selection. I just want to say one thing. Good luck to all of you." That's the handsome MC speaking into the live camera. Behind him, the stands were packed and the atmosphere was electric throughout the stadium. This year, the exam will be a series of direct combat matches in the arena. The students are randomly paired for single elimination matches. Win in advance, lose, and you're out. The exam lasts 3 days, with the first 2 days being preliminary rounds where each student must survive 3 grueling matches. Those who remain will enter the decisive 3rd day, competing for the sole top spot. You carry the future of humanity for yourselves and for all mankind. Show your true strength, and with that, I declare the Anqing entrance exam officially open. As the resounding declaration faded, the entire arena erupted. The sounds of combat roared from all 4 platforms. On the main stages, the female contestants proved to be just as formidable as the males, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. But an unexpected event drew thousands of eyes to stage 6. Huh? Ring number 6? Something seems to have happened? The MC looked at the screen in confusion, quickly checking the information. Let me double-check. The 2 contestants, Wang Tongtong and Yi Hei, are both from Ansheng No. 1 High School, but only Wang Tongtong is on the stage right now. On the stage, Wang Tongtong smirked triumphantly, and when she saw that Yi Hei hadn't appeared, she sneered. How dare she embarrass her at such an important recruitment event? It was utterly disgraceful. Beneath the stage, the murmurs grew louder, speculating that she was too afraid to even show her face. So spineless. What's the point of even going to school? Someone like that doesn't even deserve to go to high school. They should just sweep the streets. The wait dwindled, and finally, the referee blew a long, clear whistle announcing Yihuo Ansheng No. 1 High School. Before the words were even out of his mouth, everyone looked up to the sky. A blinding light tore through the air, followed by swirling black smoke plummeting towards Arena 6 like a meteor. What? What is that? Or rather, was it a person? Only as the light drew closer did they realize it was a mystic fire. With a crash, a massive surge of spiritual energy slammed into Wang Tongtong, staggering her, and she braced herself to avoid being blown away. As the dust from the earth-shattering landing began to settle, Wang Tongtong looked up, her eyes unable to make out what was in front of her. She muttered, her voice trembling, "What kind of cheap trick is this?" But before she could collect herself, a blurry figure hurtled toward her with terrifying speed. In a fraction of a second, Dai He's foot slammed into her face, sending her flying like a broken puppet. He shielded his eyes, squinted at his opponent, and sighed in relief, muttering, "Whew, that was close. I almost had to wait until next year." Meanwhile, Wang Tongtong, who was gloating just moments ago, now lies defeated on the arena floor, her body racked with pain, unable to move a single finger, as the referee's voice echoes through the loudspeaker, hesitant, as if unable to believe the outcome. The heteromorph wins. He clicks his tongue, looking slightly disappointed. Is that all? I didn't even get warmed up. Was it really that easy? The audience erupts, cheering wildly. This Dihua is incredibly strong, defeating his opponent with a single kick. So domineering. That landing was epic. Is that the legendary Skyfall foot technique? Just then, the familiar system appeared in the Pyro's mind, announcing, Pyro host, overall physique, 255, Berserker Demon template, compatibility, 20%. A mischievous look crossed his face, a smirk playing on his lips as he thought, "Consider this my thanks for the blood jade fruit, Captain Lin. Thanks to it, my physique has been greatly enhanced, even if it took some time to absorb. All right, next up is a good show for you all." Moments later, the next match pairings were announced, and Dai Huo's next opponent was named Long Tao. The loudspeaker announces the next match, Enthan High School No. 4. Long Tao faced Yi Huo from Enthan High School No. 1, and as expected, with one powerful kick, Yi Huo made Long Tao, a man several times his size, cough up blood and collapse. The announcer's voice echoed again, declaring Dihua the victor, and the crowd erupted in excitement. The roar of victory echoes throughout the stadium. Dihua, one kick is all it takes, decisive and powerful. This is just one kick Superman, amazing. Daihuo clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within him as the final announcement echoed. Congratulations to Yi Hua from Enthan High School No. 1, who has advanced to the next round after winning all 3 preliminary matches. After 3 lightning-fast rounds, Yi Huo entered the rest area, only to be swarmed by adoring fans, his masterful fighting style attracting attention and a flurry of invitations. "Hey Di Huo, would you be interested in learning more about our Dongshan University? We have a lot to offer. Hey Di Hoa, add me on Facebook. We may be a private university, but our grants and scholarships are extremely generous. Take a look at this. We need talented people like you at our university. Yi Hua, have you decided on a university yet? Despite the many tempting offers, Yi Hua seems to have made up his mind. He glanced around, his gaze settling firmly on the crowd. His voice rang out clearly, "This has to be reversed. My dream school? Sorry, but my goal is to get into Huatuo University." The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere shifted, and those who had been so friendly now turned cold. They began to hurl insults and taunts, saying, "Oh, so you made it to the regional finals and you're already this proud? You'll be begging us for help when you're eliminated. Yihua, if you fail the Huato entrance exam, remember to contact me. There's always a place for you here." This sudden change in attitude leaves Yihua bewildered, even a little startled. He mutters, "Seriously? So you don't believe in me?" But Yihua can't blame them. Hua University, the most prestigious martial arts school in Jia, is indeed a mecca for all young martial artists, but a strange smile creeps across Yi He's face. He thought to himself that in a Tier 2 city like Anthan, only the top students were qualified to dream of entering a Wadu. But in this world of martial artists, strength is the only truth. Just you wait, once I win, we'll see what you have to say. Just as Yihua escaped the recruitment crowd, he was stopped by two serious men in black suits. One of them presented an official card, their tone both solemn and imposing. "Student Yi Ho, please cooperate with us. See, we need to re-examine your martial arts level." Yihua shrugged, nonchalantly handing his student card to the bald man for inspection. The man looked at the information on the card and exclaimed in shock, "Martial Disciple Level 9. How is that possible? Student Yi Hoa, the record shows you were still Martial Disciple Level 3 half a month ago." Di Huo leaned on the bald man's shoulder, squinting with a displeased look. "Oh, so I couldn't possibly improve that much in just a few short months? Are you suggesting I cheated?" The balding man unflinchingly continued. "After checking your schedule, we found you frequently visited E-rank dungeons. Why go to such a dangerous place before the important exam?" Faced with the difficult question, Di Hoa suddenly channels his inner Hollywood A-lister. He wore a pained expression, his eyes distant, his voice low but resolute. "Forgive me, gentlemen. Please allow me a moment to collect myself. Before my father passed, he told me that to transcend humanity, one must cease being human. So I've been fighting and training in the harshest secret realms. In a life-or-death battle, I unexpectedly broke the seal of jealousy hidden within me. Hard to believe, but it's true." Hearing Yi He's explanation, the two inspectors froze. Their faces paled, and cold sweat poured down as they stammered in disbelief. "What? You broke the gene seal?" The two men immediately dropped their serious demeanor, turned, and hurried away, muttering, "Impossible. This is too absurd. We must report this to our superiors immediately." Dihe stood there. Damiao's eyes followed their retreating figures, and he bit his lip, a sense of unease rising within him. He never expected to become a target of everyone's attention. How troublesome. He pulled out his phone, scrolling aimlessly, but every newsfeed was filled with clips of families sending their best wishes to their children taking the exam. "Good luck, son. Daughter, just do your best. Lao Wang, when you get back with first-class honors, we'll throw a huge party." Dihua leaned back in his lounge chair, feeling a pang of envy. He muttered to himself, "They even have live interviews with the contestants' parents, relatives, and friends." His eyes lingered for a moment, a hint of loneliness on his face. He bit his lip, feeling like no one was cheering him on. He felt like a poor orphan adrift in a turbulent world. Little did he know, someone was watching him from afar, their eyes filled with expectation and silent encouragement. "Go for it, Daihe. Go for it." It's his homeroom teacher, the one who agreed to let Daihe study from home. After a short break, the loudspeaker announces it's Daihe's turn to continue his journey. The first round of the knockout tournament begins, and Anthan High School's Dai Huo is called to the stage, where he'll face the renowned La Xuan from High School Number 3. As Luo Xuan appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention and whispers from the audience. "It's Luo Xuan. I heard he's the top student from 3rd High. Luo Xuan is at the peak of level 8 martial arts, no joke. Rumor has it he awakened a rare level 2 demonic beast bloodline. His parents are famous martial artists. His opponent is definitely in trouble." Amidst the crowd's cheers and his opponent's arrogance, the anomaly remained indifferent. He nonchalantly scratched his neck and said something that stunned Luo Xuan. "You go first." This dismissive challenge was like a slap in the face, a deep humiliation for Luo Xuan, who gritted his teeth, his voice low, a palpable bloodlust emanating from him. "Ha, you don't know who I am?" Facing that furious aura, Yihua simply shrugged, responding in a tone so nonchalant it was almost provocative. "Whether I know or not won't affect the outcome of the competition. Losing all control, Luo Xuan roared in anger, his spiritual energy erupting as if about to explode, shaking the arena under the terrifying pressure. Ha ha, you're not wrong, but in the end, I'll be the victor. With that, he channeled all his power into his right arm, his fist clenched, emitting a fierce light of energy like a raging beast. Luo Xuan roared and charged forward. Hope your luck is good enough that you don't die here. In that instant, he activated his rare bloodline ability, transforming his right arm into a massive black demonic claw covered in steel-like scales and razor-sharp talons. In an instant, that monstrous arm lunged towards Yi He's face, a decisive blow meant to end the fight, but Yi He remained calm, unfazed. He simply raised his hand, his bare hand gripping the incoming demonic claw. Loud enough for you two to hear, not bad, but still far from that old Huo Peng, Yiwa growled. With a simple squeeze, you've turned Luo Xuan pale with pain. Cold sweat poured as he trembled before what felt like a true monster. My hand! He barely managed to stammer in horror as Yi Hua seized the moment, raising his free arm high and bringing it down like a hammer blow. A terrifying force and blinding spiritual energy crashed down, slamming Luo Xuan into the arena floor, shattering the ground around him. Yi Hua stood there with a cold, cruel, and arrogant smile, looking nothing like a contestant. And with that, the referee announced Anthon's number 1, Di Huo, as the victor. The crowd buzzes and the spotlight is now entirely on Yi Huo, who defeated seeded player La Huyen with a single move. Unbelievable. Luo Xuan's aura was strong, yet he's already on the ground. The difference in skill is vast. Dai Ho nonchalantly picks his ear as the girls go wild. So handsome, my love. I want to have your babies. The entire stadium erupts, and even though he used his hand this time, it only took one move. So strong, as expected of his superior kick. Yi Hua, I'm starting to like you. Diho will definitely make it to the finals. Again. The injured contestants were carried off the arena, crippled or unconscious. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, a student watched intently, as if realizing something. Is that Yi Hua? He muttered, a mix of doubt and respect in his voice. As expected of someone I have my eye on, I'll definitely defeat him in the finals. In the Dewado Admissions Board's special monitoring room, Yi Hua's explosion of power immediately caught the attention of many important figures. Within half an hour, I want his entire file. Immediately, his subordinates complied without hesitation, while in another arena, the atmosphere was heating up by the minute. The MC excitedly shouts into the microphone that the second match of the promotion round is about to begin. The focus of the arena was two beautiful and outstanding girls, causing a stir. A battle between two genius beauties. We have to watch closely. One of them is Ya Kuei-ling, the queen of Second High, with her wavy hair and fashionable miniskirt. Her red lips curled into a sneer as she pointed at her opponent. Miss Liu, I absolutely hate that robotic look on your face. Across from her stood the aloof beauty, Liu Qingzhu from First High School, who remained coldly silent, her eyes like a frozen lake. Below the stage, the crowd roars to life. I love watching beautiful women fight. It's so hot. The perverts fall silent as the referee's whistle blows, signaling the start of the match. Qingzhu's silence only fueled Xiaoling's rage, and without hesitation, she unleashed a furious storm of kicks. Very well. Let's see if you can keep that look on your face when I pin you to the ground. Thantruc wouldn't be cornered. She calmly raised her hand, transforming energy into a shimmering circle of spirit energy before her. She shouts the secret technique, Fu Bishuan! The swirling spiritual energy lashes out at Xiaoling's attacking legs, its blinding light completely suppressing her power. Despite Xiaoling's relentless aerial assault, Thantruc calmly countered each blow. During their intense mid-air battle, Xiaoling's eyes flashed with murderous intent as she roared in anger, demanding seriousness. But Xiaoling's attacks were clearly not as effective as usual. The moment her hand touched Qingzhu's chest, her entire arm was immediately caught in a vortex of spirit energy. Suddenly restrained, Xiaoling paled in horror, screaming internally. She'd fallen into a trap and couldn't pull her hand free, losing all initiative. This was the perfect chance to finish her. Qingzhu said nothing, focusing all her spiritual power into a dazzling punch. The battle between the two girls left the audience breathless and the MC unable to contain his excitement. A high school examinee who has mastered Zhuanwang martial arts. Such talent doesn't need to be proven by exams. She can be admitted to Huadu University immediately. But Xiaoling refused to be overwhelmed, immediately summoning her beast form, revealing a ferocious tiger roaring madly behind her. Her body transforms, claws sharpen, and she exudes the aura of a predator, ready to strike. This girl has tamed the third stage king-level bloodline, the Shadow Howl Tiger King. Before he could finish, a stir went through the crowd. Royal bloodlines were hard enough to control, let alone a savage beast like the Shadow Howl Tiger. This immediately made her a force to be reckoned with, and on the stage, still in the lead, Xiaoling didn't hesitate to provoke her opponent. "Show me your dark nether sparrow bloodline." But instead of a fiery response, Qingju simply said, "That was enough." That response was the last straw, and Xiaoling exploded in anger. "Is that all? How dare you speak to me like that? You think anyone below a martial artist can stand against me?" The arena is suddenly a fierce battlefield. Xiaoling throws a punch at his opponent's face, but Qingju easily dodges it. Not stopping there, Xiaoling uses both hind legs to lunge forward, his sharp claws, enhanced with spirit energy, sweeping straight at his opponent's lower body. But just then, Qingju chanted an incantation, raised his hand to his forehead, his eyes blazing, and shouted. The primordial jade finger locked onto Xiaoling's sharp claws with a circle of spirit energy. The MC shouts into the microphone, his voice a mix of excitement and tension, as the fighters' auras collide, engulfing the arena in dust. Who will be the last one standing? The audience is on edge, eyes glued to the dissipating smoke. As the dust settles, the first figure to emerge is Sa Tiu Lin. She stands there, hair billowing, her expression firm but weary. The MC excitedly shouts, "It's Xiaoling Sa! She's still standing in the arena!" But then his voice drops. "Wait, Xiaoling doesn't look good." Her eyes rolled back, her face pale, and she collapsed like a broken doll. The only one left standing tall was Liu Qingju. The MC is stunned as Xiaoling collapses, exhausted. Liu Qingju stands tall, having defeated Xiaoling with her martial skills alone, despite them both being 9th-level martial disciples with awakened royal bloodlines. She's truly powerful, worthy of being called a once-in-a-millennium genius, the loudspeaker blared. Liu Qingju wins, and the online forum erupts with comments. "Wow, Goddess Willow is too strong. She's my idol. I declare her the Nthan champion." Anyone who objects to her being the champion, do you know what her bloodline is? It's a 4th-stage nether sparrow. A 4th-stage bloodline? What kind of monster is that? Even ordinary martial artists couldn't defeat her. Next, the draw for the quarterfinals will begin. The loudspeaker blares, announcing Yi Hua, a representative of Chang'an, as the next contestant. He steps forward, calm and unhurried, reaching into the box and drawing a ball with a letter on it. Holding it up, he raises an eyebrow and says, "Oh, ah." As soon as he finished speaking, another student approached with a friendly smile. "I also got A, looks like we'll be facing off." The tall boy smiled, introducing himself as if they were old friends. I'm Shen Guan. Truong Thanfeng Private," Dihua replied curtly. "Dihua Anthan won." Shen Guan pointed to the arena, speaking with excitement. "We're in the second match. Let's watch them fight first." The loudspeaker blares, signaling the start of the quarterfinal. Luo Shi of Qingfeng Private School faces off against Chuzhou of Ansheng No. 1 High. Luo Shi is strong. He repeated a year to focus on the Huadu exam. He's mastered his awakened bloodline, but he's still helpless against that Chuzhou, Shen Guan said, watching. Yi Huang couldn't hide his surprise. "Chuzhou, huh?" His eyes turned to the screen, studying the familiar face, as the official glanced over with a smile. "Yeah, don't you know him? He's from the Zhang family?" Just then, the loudspeaker announced the winner. Chuzhou from Ansheng No. 1 High School. In the coaches' area, the principal of Thanfeng Academy gritted his teeth in anger, his grip tightening as if he wanted to crush the armrest. Damn it. A loss right from the start. Dihua turned to ask his new acquaintance. "How does Luo Tzi compare to you?" Quan smiled slightly, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment but full of confidence. "Compared to me, haha, I'm the president of Thanfeng's 12th grade martial arts club. Even those two teammates together couldn't beat me." He glanced at Dai Hoa. "I think you're the strongest opponent in this exam." Since I was young, I've had a keen sense. I can feel that Dai He is like a dormant volcano, with a giant beast hidden within him. Immediately after, Shen Guan smiled comfortably again. "Let's go, it's our turn." The loudspeaker announces, the second promotion round's top 8, Shen Guan from Qingfeng Private vs. Yi He from Ansheng No. 1. At that moment, the arena's speakers blared, announcing that the Anthan University entrance exam quarterfinals were entering a thrilling stage. The battle between the outstanding candidates, Than Quan and Di Hoa. Each clash between them unleashes a terrifying energy field, forcing the audience to shield themselves from the overflowing aura as the MC can barely contain his excitement. This is clearly a battle between evenly matched opponents. At the heart of the energy storm, Shen Guan clenched his fist, his eyes coldly following his opponent's every move. A fleeting glance at the blood droplets in the air, and he immediately recognizes it. A nosebleed? A telltale sign of bloodline abilities. He's activating something dangerous. Then Quan hissed, his face dark with murderous intent, staring at Dihua and saying, "How strange. You can directly attack the cells." Meanwhile, Yihua remained on guard, calmly observing, and thought about his opponent's ability to create barriers that could even block radiation. This martial art is truly something. Even against overwhelming power, Yihua smiles with interest, eyes gleaming. Not giving him time to think, Shin Quan unleashes explosive energy, shaking the very ground. From his hardened hands, a torrent of power erupts in the form of a massive fire serpent, spewing forth a cloud of deadly poison. Then let me show you the martial arts passed down in the Shin family. With that, he unleashed the Xingyi fist, 2 punches as bright as shooting stars, and charged at Yihua with all his might. Diho couldn't hide his surprise. It was too fast, far beyond what he'd calculated. In that instant, he couldn't dodge and took the hit head-on. Amidst the chaos, the announcer's voice boomed. How powerful! Superhuman Yihua has been hit for the first time, and now a direct punch sends him reeling, spitting blood, his face ashen. He's coughing up blood, a testament to the power of Shenguan's Xingyi fist. Despite taking a heavy blow, Yihua hasn't fallen yet. He braces himself, struggling to stand, his feet sliding against the ground as he tries to regain his balance. Shenchuan has no intention of stopping. He continues to charge like a wild beast, his eyes shining brightly as he throws a punch filled with spiritual energy. "Where do you think you're going?" the shout echoed through the arena. Behind Shin Guan, the image of a massive black bear radiated a terrifying aura. His body was more powerfully enhanced than ever, and with each step, the floor cracked. Yihan is once again forced into a defensive position, desperately trying to buy time for an opening. Not only is he physically strong, but he also merges martial energy, inflicting double the damage. My previous opponents were nothing special. None were this strong, and he can even absorb my attacks. The moment that thought crossed his mind, the bodyguard closed in from behind. "You were half right. I not only injected martial energy into my body, but I also locked yours, preventing you from using your martial arts." With that, a devastating blow to Yihua's chest sends him flying into the rafters. This battle is becoming a nightmare for him. Each of Shinguan's blows carried a devastating power, as if a pack of savage beasts were tearing into him at once. Like a tiger hunting its prey, the captain lunged forward with a knockout blow, seeking to end it all. Blood splattered in the air as the devastating attack caused Yihua to vomit blood on the spot. But Shinguan wasn't finished, a look of crazed satisfaction burning in his eyes as he spread his arms like an eagle taking flight, his entire being radiating a dangerous aura. "Dihua, you can't beat me." He barely managed to raise his hands to block the blow. The space trembles as a massive pillar of spiritual energy crashes down like thunder. As the dust settles, the figure of the executive appears, arms crossed, a smile on his face as if victory is already in his grasp. Heh, too easy. The stadium speakers blare as Shenguan's relentless attacks leave Yi He defenseless. Medical staff were ready to enter the arena, but a deep sound emerged from the dissipating smoke. The executive's eyes widened as he noticed something was moving. And then he recoiled, gasping as dark energy surged, a massive power erupting from where Yihua lay, ominous and threatening. From within the haze, a bestial foot emerged, sharp and hard as metal. The dissimulated one had fully transformed, scales covering his body, eyes glowing like a true beast. He stared at Shin Quan, his gaze calm, yet intensely oppressive. "You are strong. Take my body as your reward. You're the first to witness this form of mine." The loudspeaker continued to blare. "A high schooler transforming into a demon beast earns a special exemption from the painting test. I didn't expect Tan to have another bloodline genius besides Liu Xingzhu." The entire hall was stunned as Yiho approached the trembling Tan Quan. The pressure radiating from him crashes like a tidal wave, and the examiner breaks out in a cold sweat. Is that his true beast form? His awakened bloodline could actually reach such a high standard. An urgent announcement blares as each judge monitors with their headset. A teacher, annoyed by the strange sound, suddenly leaps up, eyes wide with shock as he stares at the screen. What's going on? Is the radiation off the charts? The readings hit 9. As soon as Yihua unleashed his true beast form, the judges detected the danger and immediately erected a martial aura barrier around the arena to contain the extremely hazardous nuclear energy emanating from his body. In the stands, the atmosphere explodes with excitement and murmurs. Is this Yiho's awakened bloodline? That's so cool. Does anyone know what bloodline he awakened? I go to First High and I heard it's a nameless bloodline. How can something this strong be nameless? Seeing that, Yiha glanced over with arrogant eyes, smirking to himself, thinking that it seemed Blue Star didn't have any Dimarala creatures. No wonder they didn't know. On the other side of the battle lines, the official was in a panic, staring at the blood flowing from his nose, panting and muttering in fear. His nose is bleeding again. My martial aura can't block his energy. It seems I can't prolong the fight. Cornered, Shen Guan holds nothing back, unleashing his full power and professional instincts. Behind him appears the true form of a baboon with a ferocious red nose, its wide-open mouth roaring, creating a terrifying pressure. Shen Guan's body tenses up, maximizing his power to resist Yi Hua's attack. The loudspeaker echoes across the arena, heralding an earth-shattering battle, another Tier 3 royal bloodline. Backed into a corner, Shen Guan unleashes his full power, combining the strength of the baboon and the fiery punch of the mamba, aiming directly at Yi Huo with his most powerful blow yet. But Yi Huo remains chillingly calm in the face of this frenzy. Instead of dodging, he amplifies his own power, surging his spiritual energy to meet the oncoming attack. As they're about to collide, Yi Huo shouts, "Martial skill!" Shen Guan continues to charge, hoping to end the match with a decisive blow. As the attack subsides, Shen Guan freezes. If I hadn't diffused the force in time, my entire arm would have been shattered. So much for the boasting. At that moment, Yi He advanced slowly but with great momentum. You're impressive, but unfortunately, you can't change the outcome. The loudspeaker boomed across the arena, drawing everyone's attention. Since this university entrance exam, we've seen a king-level bloodline and an unidentifiably powerful demonic beast bloodline. A truly rare sight. On the arena, Shen Hua frowned, intently observing his opponent, calculating his next move. After awakening his bloodline, Dihua's power is immeasurable. I can no longer suppress his martial energy. My only option is to retreat for now. But as he pondered, Yihua moved, each step like thunder, his aura pressing in. He lunged forward, claws raised, his eyes cold, a chilling smile on his face. "Hey, big guy, wake up!" Before his opponent could react, the anomaly unleashed a flurry of attacks with explosive power. Blow after blow rained down on the giant's body, but the Guardian wasn't so easily defeated. In a flash, he seized the opening, unleashing a twisting, powerful punch laced with spiritual energy. The blow's flexibility caught Yi Hua off guard, locking his arm, and in an instant he leapt into the air, bringing a massive foot down with such force that the arena floor cracked. But before him, Yi Hua stood unscathed, eyes blazing, arms crossed with regal bearing, then calmly lifted his foot from the shattered ground and coldly said, "Now it's my turn." Immediately after, spirit energy gathered like a storm. But just as he was about to strike, his opponent knelt, surrendering on the spot. This unexpected action leaves Yi Hua stunned and confused as the official kowtows repeatedly, begging for mercy. "Big brother, I surrender. Boss, I'm ready to submit." Yi Hua was filled with question marks, completely unable to understand what had just happened, and vented loudly like a child who had their toy taken away. "Do you know how much I hate sneak attacks? I didn't even get to fight. This is infuriating." Despite his anger, Yi Hua refrains from attacking, seeing his opponent's surrender. He sighs in frustration as his power dissipates. Never mind. He then spat out a mass of compressed nuclear energy, muttering about how uncomfortable it was to contain. His body gradually returned to normal as he clutched his head, muttering to himself as if reminding himself of something. According to the rules, once one side surrenders, the other is not allowed to continue attacking. The loudspeaker announced the results of the match. The match is over, and Enthan High School's number 1, Yihei, has won. The stands erupt, the crowd goes wild, and cheers echo through the arena. D is so cool, Dai is so domineering, Dai is invincible. On the online forums, livestream viewers are constantly chattering. Snide comments about Shen Guan flooded the internet. He had said he would win. It seems Shen Guan wasn't even worth Diwa's full power after 6 matches. How disappointing. Highlights of Yi Hua began flooding social media, compiling his best moves with explosive effects and captions. "Here's a highlight reel of my matches. Don't forget to follow me." Dihua's fan club was immediately established, and the first QQ group quickly filled up. The second and third groups also filled up within hours, and in the eyes of netizens, he was the top scorer of this year's exam. Some even boldly claimed that Liu Qingzhu of Chuzhou was no match for him. Meanwhile, in the leadership area of Qingfeng Private Academy, the principal was livid. He slammed the table, grinding his teeth. Luoji lost, and I bet everything on you. How could Shen Guan lose like that? As Shen Guan quietly returned backstage, the headmaster unleashed his fury. You dared to surrender. Do you know how much we invested in you? You ungrateful wretch, you won't get into college until you pay us back. Shen Guan said nothing, simply placing a large, calloused hand on the teacher's shoulder. The principal stumbled back, stammering, What do you want? Shen Guan looked down calmly and replied, I couldn't take that punch, so I surrendered to avoid damaging my foundation. If you don't yield, then take the punch. As for the school's kindness, I'll repay it bit by bit later. But remember this, you can't threaten a martial artist stronger than you. Those icy words sent shivers down the teacher's spine, his lips pursed, his voice trembling. Good, you make a valid point. Meanwhile, the bracket is updated. Amidst the charged atmosphere, the loudspeaker announced the 4 strongest contenders after the intense battles. Enthan High School No. 1 became the big winner, taking 3 of the 4 spots in the semifinals, and in the leadership area of Sochao High School No. 1, the principal was overjoyed. He waved his hand with a smile. It seems old Liu has been at the school long enough. It's time for a promotion. Back at home, Daihe's homeroom teacher was ecstatic, as if he'd won the lottery. Daihe was amazing. The loudspeaker crackles to life once more, announcing the semifinal draw. With an indifferent expression, Yihua stepped up to draw, muttering with a raised eyebrow. Again, Group A. Another contestant chuckled in response. Me too, Group A. Before him now is a familiar face. The Ice Queen, Liu Qingzhu, and social media explodes once again. Online forums erupted with comments. Damn, I've been waiting for this match. The most classic battle in Enthan University entrance exam history. Go, Willow Goddess. The most anticipated match since the beginning of the exam. My bet's on Daija. Some are analyzing quite thoroughly. I think the Willow Goddess has the advantage. She has now mastered 2 profound Xuan Huang martial arts, which is completely overwhelming. But the Tier 4 Underworld Sparrow bloodline hasn't even shown itself yet. Shen Guan has a Tier 3 Royal bloodline, while Yi He was forced to awaken his bloodline. Though he may be 4th tier, it's hard to say if he can stand against Liu, who has profound martial arts and controls a high-level bloodline. The arena is at its peak, the audience roaring, the atmosphere about to explode. The referee steps forward, his voice ringing out. Liu Qingzhu, Ancheng High School No. 1. Yihe, Ancheng No. 1 High School. Let the match begin. The moment the referee finished speaking, Yihe's body exploded with power, as if releasing all limits, emitting a fierce aura that shook the surrounding space and stirred up dust. Qingzhe had to shield her eyes, squinting at the dark figure wreathed in a fiery aura, 2 glowing embers flickering above his head. As soon as the match began, Yihe asserted his dominance, causing Qingzhu to step back with a hint of apprehension. Under this immense pressure, Than Truk stared intently, whispering, Dihua, I hope you're strong enough. As the match began, Dihua unleashed a massive amount of steam, engulfing the arena, an intimidating opening that shocked and thrilled the crowd. What's going on? I can't see anything. The MC is hyped, clapping his hands on the table as he speaks into the mic. How will Liu Qingzhu, the Liu family's genius, deal with this year's dark horse, Yi He? Let's see what happens. Back in the arena, the tension is palpable. Yihua gazed at her opponent, a girl with a perfect figure emerging from the dust. Liu Qingzhu possessed superior martial arts with mysterious skills, making it difficult to inflict damage no matter how strong you were. But he couldn't underestimate this opponent. He pursed his lips, analyzing her in his mind. She's not just a martial arts genius, but her combat stats are extremely high. The longer this goes on, the worse it will be for me. I have to give it my all from the start. Without hesitation, Yihua leaps into the air, gathering a massive amount of energy in his palm and attacking his opponent head-on. He laughs, the light from his strike flashing with resolve. But Qingzhu wasn't to be trifled with. She immediately raised her hand to defend, twisting her hands together to create a solid barrier. Her eyes sharpened as she thought, an aggressive attack? Then, I'll defend and counterattack. Suddenly, he changed tactics, moving with incredible speed instead of throwing a punch as expected. His figure blurred, then reappeared as his tail lashed out at Liu Qingzhu's waist with the force of a surging wave. Annoyed, Qingzhu cursed inwardly. He's so cunning, daring to trick me. She immediately retreated, dodging and angrily saying, using fists, yet swinging her steel tail. Yihe shows no humility, opening his massive maw to unleash a torrent of toxic nuclear energy. Gathering his strength, he leaps, body coiled like a mantis shrimp, ready to strike Qingzhu. The battle is being live-streamed on the forum, and many viewers are commenting, "Oh, poor goddess, all's fair in war and death. This is bad, that blow will throw her off." Yiho's relentless pressure leaves Liu Qingzhu no escape, forcing her to fight back against his overbearing attacks. The two are evenly matched, but Yi He lands a powerful blow. Qingzhu dodges, landing below the platform. Viewers note that Yiho's weapon is pushing Liu Qingzhu back. Can she escape this time? But immediately, Yihoa aimed for her stomach, landing a punch that made her recoil. Yihoa didn't stop, continuing to create a shockwave of energy. Liu Qingzhu is sent flying, but even against a woman, Yi He shows no mercy. Commenters below say there's no escaping his weaponized claws as Yihoa's relentless attacks continue to target her. He raises his sharp claws, his eyes gleaming with dangerous light, and taunts his opponent. It won't be that easy. The young man spins and unleashes a powerful blow, a vortex of energy aimed at Than Truk, forcing her to retreat to avoid the damage. The strange fire's hand clenches as it smirks, Than Truk already enduring a barrage of attacks. Her eyes widened in terror. Were those claws imbued with martial energy? No sooner had she thought it than a fierce blow from the oddfire rushed towards her like a storm. Qingzhu had no time to react. She had to brace herself and arch backward to avoid the powerful blow that whizzed through the air. But as soon as she looked up, Dai Hua was already in front of her, grinning grotesquely, his dark face and clenched fists forming two bright orbs of energy. He said, "Don't run, classmate Liu." Without hesitation, Yihuo, like a heartless monster, relentlessly pounded Qingzhu's chest, his hands wide, only the blinding light of his powerful blows visible. Qingzhu had no chance to counterattack, desperately defending as she eyed Dai Huo's relentless assault, inwardly shocked. How could he not tire from such a high-intensity barrage? His stamina is incredible. She thought to herself, I possess two profound martial arts techniques. If I could just execute one of them, I could escape this overwhelming pressure. But unfortunately, Yi Huo isn't giving me any openings. If I don't hold my ground, I'll be forced off the stage. Thang Truk struggles to withstand Di Hua's relentless attacks when suddenly a feather appears on his fist. This feather carries a strange, demonic aura, and though Yi Huo tries to clench his fist to resist its influence, he can't help but feel a sense of unease. Looking at her, he didn't understand what was happening. Qingzhu, unable to be suppressed any longer, decided to use the power from his eyes. Her eyes slowly transformed into the dark gaze of a wild beast. It was time to play her final card, she thought to herself as feathers suddenly began to appear. One, then two feathers appear, carrying a powerful spiritual energy that Di Huang can sense. Clearly these are not to be trifled with. Then, Qingzhu appeared before him, no longer the weak girl she once was. She transformed into a beastly form, two great wings sprouting from her back, soaring high like a colossal bird. Yiwang looks up, stunned by this transformation. Qingzhu, with her Netherbird bloodline, spreads her wings wide, her body radiating a powerful energy. The announcement blares, declaring that Liu Qingzhu has awakened the Dark Sparrow bloodline for the first time. She's been holding back, but now she can truly show her strength. Qingzhu looks up, her eyes fixed on the strange fire, her fists clenched, power surging. She whispers, her face serious, "Yihuo, be careful. In this state I can't control my strength." Despite her overwhelming aura, the strange fire remained unfazed, a contemptuous smile spreading across his face as he retorted, "How fortunate of you to say, as I've only been using 50% of my power until now." Before he could finish, Qingzhu immediately used her netherworld breath to surround him, weakening his energy, forcing him to pause. Seizing the opportunity, Qingzhu circled behind him, gathering a massive amount of energy for a decisive blow, but it was all according to Yi Huo's plan. Without hesitation, he spins around, clenches his fist, and retaliates with all his might, a horrifying grin spreading across his face. The battle between the two contestants intensifies as they clash in a life-or-death struggle, their fists and powers colliding head-on. The force of their punches is immense, shaking the entire arena as they both fight to win. The aftershock of their collision reverberates through the audience, triggering screams. This is too much. The shockwave was so strong I couldn't even open my eyes. As things settled, Qingzhu dared to open her eyes, only to witness the horrifying transformation he had undergone after that clash. He stood there, his body transforming, limbs becoming monstrous, radiating a powerful nuclear energy with lightning erupting everywhere, his skin morphing into iron armor. Yihua stared at Than Truk, eyes gleaming, a radiant energy emanating from his lips like a monster devoid of feeling. A colossal surge of power suddenly erupted from Yihua's position, as fierce as lightning, causing the loudspeakers to blare incessantly. This is a dramatic semi-final match where all eyes are on the beautiful opponent before him. The energy radiating from Yi, he makes the surrounding air suffocating, and a dangerous surge of power is building. The announcer blares, "What's going on?" It looks like Yihua's true demonic form is gathering power. Yihua suddenly transforms, shifting into an impressive new form. Hard scales erupt from his back, unleashing a powerful energy that shatters the arena floor beneath him. The MC can't look away from his back, where massive scales are storing nuclear energy, and his spine protrudes, drawing in a huge amount of power gathering in his mouth. He crouches, mouth agape, unleashing a spiraling torrent of power towards Qingju, shockwaves of light erupting around him. The energy blast was too fast for Qingju to evade, forcing her to use her wings as a shield, bracing for impact. Her eyes, brimming with spiritual energy, betrayed her mounting tension as the immense energy column relentlessly advanced. And just as it touched her wings, a violent explosion erupted, sending radiation scattering everywhere. Qingju used her bloodline awakening, Feather Shadow, to counterattack, but many of her feathers fell under the pressure. The scene descends into chaos as the announcer blares, "This is bad. Yihua's aura is disrupting Qingju's feathers." The aberrant made no concessions, but neither was Qingju an easy opponent. The audience below paled, affected by the whirlwind of the battle. Suddenly, brilliant golden lights appeared before them like glowing honeycombs, shields that stood firm, effectively blocking the alien energy. His power clashes against the barrier, causing terrifying explosions, a barrier created by Anthan's mayor, Hoang Qin. He stands tall and elegant, using his inner strength to protect the match, calmly saying, "Behold, the strongest champion in Anthan's history will be born today." From the stands above, cheers and applause thunder like crashing waves, as the host, hair slicked back, shouts into the mic, thankful for Mayor Hoang's protection. Back on the arena floor, droplets of crimson blood were scattered across the ground. Blood that belonged to Qingju, who had suffered the terrifying power of the strange fire. The girl is battered, her wings torn, with only a scrap of clothing left. Exhausted, Thon Truk struggles to speak. "With a single blow, he shattered my Dark Phoenix defense. Can I even win?" Whispers echoed in her mind. From a young age, Liu Qingju bore the heavy burden of her family's generations. She was the hope of the Liu clan's revival, and she couldn't afford to lose. "The ancestors of the Liu clan are watching you. Don't disappoint us." Always appear strong, but inside, Qingju is just a fragile girl. Her mother's words echoed in her heart. "Thon Truk, I've poured my heart into you so that you can revive our family." She was never allowed to be willful, never allowed to decide for herself. She always felt so weak. "Mother, I can't breathe anymore." Her helpless gaze turned to her opponent as she whispered, "I'm so tired." Dihua stood before her, powerful and confident, his eyes those of a victor. Looking at him, she thought, Yihua is just too strong. Losing to an opponent like that is nothing to be ashamed of. She resolves to fight to the end, pouring her remaining strength into the battle, even though her body is covered in wounds. "I'll deliberately leave an opening, and he will notice and finish me. If I lose, I can never face my family again. Maybe it's better to die here." Startled, Qingju asked, "Why didn't you dodge?" Yihuo stared at her coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. "Fellow student Qingju, why has your fighting spirit vanished?" Having been seen through, Qingju was shocked, her eyes widened, and his eyes became tense and extremely angry, his face darkened. "Do you really see me as an opponent? I don't want to win this top spot with such underhanded tactics." Thon Truk was stunned by Dihua's strength, her eyes filled with mixed emotions and fear of what was happening before her. Without hesitation, He lunges forward, landing a solid punch on Qingju's face, who can only raise her hands in defense. Di doesn't stop, continuing to kick Thon Truk, who falls and can't bear it anymore. She cries out, "You monster! No one has ever dared hit me like this." Despite the brutal beating, Qingju desperately cries out, "I was going to let you win, so why do you insist on chasing me?" At this point, Qingju's endurance reached its limit, unleashing her hidden power, and the energy field around her erupted violently as she screamed, "Don't hit a girl in the face, you bastard!" Finally, the fusion subsided, and with a grin, he looked at her, his eyes gleaming. "That's right. If you don't want to be hit in the face, wake up." It seems the strange fire has helped Thon Truk unlock her ultimate power, and her current form is stronger than ever. Her wings fully recovered, even larger than before, radiating a powerful and deadly aura. She sighed, her eyes sharp, determined to defeat him. "As you wish. I will use my strongest form to defeat you." Thon Truk has reached her ultimate form, wings spread wide, radiating brilliant and formidable power, leaving Dihua in awe. A smirk crept across his face, his eyes gleaming with excitement. So the true form of the demon beast has finally emerged? Now this is getting interesting. Yihua quickly activates his demonic form. His body tenses, each cell transforming into tough scales, and blue flames erupt around him, creating an intense surge of power. The youth grinned, feeling like he was about to have the most exciting fight ever. He opened his mouth wide like a beast, took a deep breath, and shouted, "In that case, I can't hold back either." Daihua leaps forward, the force from his feet creating an explosion that shakes the ground beneath him, while Liu Qingju anticipates the impending attack. Her eyes sharpened. She couldn't just wait to be attacked without fighting back. Immediately, a fierce vortex of energy appeared around Qingju. It quickly sucked in, forming a giant tornado, its aura shining brilliantly as Daihua charged forward with unstoppable force, kicking up a cloud of dust. Without hesitation, she inhaled deeply, opened her mouth, and unleashed a powerful energy field. Shockwaves erupted, matching his strength. Qingju poured everything into this battle, and when their powers collided, the entire area trembled. At that moment, Qingju's sonic wave swept toward him, and Yi reacted swiftly. He glared at her, his voice stern. "You think you're the only one who can shout?" But Qingju was used to this tactic and didn't panic. She raises her hands ready to meet the blow and says, "Same old trick. I won't back down this time. I'll face you head on." Atomic Earth Breath is activated, and at the same time, Qingju focuses all her power into her hands, forming an energy sphere. The sphere ignited, instantly transforming into countless arrows aimed directly at the strange fire. The battle between the two intensifies, the outcome uncertain. In the stands, everyone was on their feet as an announcement blared over the loudspeakers. The earth spirit energy of the mystic fire and Liu Qingju's nether bloodthorns collide, creating violent shockwaves as the audience anxiously rises to their feet. This level of impact is beyond what these two fighters can control. To protect the audience, Anthan's mayor, Huang Qin, uses his power to erect 3 massive barrier walls. This protective wall shattered in an instant against their combined power, and after the clash, the arena fell silent in shock. Was that wall created by the mayor? Everyone stared at the remaining rubble, astonished by the power they had just witnessed. Seeing his barrier shattered in an instant, Mayor Huang Jing couldn't help but feel anxious. Had he not intervened, everyone might have been caught in the blast. He thought to himself that the 3 layers of earth vein walls were prepared too hastily this time, not as secure as usual, allowing the attacks of Yi and Liu Qingju to collide directly. Who would have thought that this year's exam would produce 2 candidates far beyond all expectations? Back in the arena, Qingju was battered and broken, her slender hand dripping with blood. Her breath came in ragged gasps, and little Kui's right arm was completely destroyed. She's returned to her human form, body battered and weak, but her eyes remain resolute. With difficulty, Qingju utters, "Ha, the power of my true beast form is also exhausted." She looks up, her eyes filled with determination as she stares at Yi, refusing to give up despite the hopeless situation. "I can still fight." Yi stomps his foot, appearing before her. He had returned to normal, without a trace of injury. As for Qingju, her clothes barely cover her, and her right arm is useless. She looks at Yi with questioning eyes. "My attack clearly hit you, so how are you unharmed?" Yihua asked calmly, emotionlessly. "If you don't get rid of the radiation on you, you'll be crippled later." These words proved that Dai He attacked, but still left her a way out. Than Truc bit her lip tightly, twitched, then turned her face up. Her eyes widened, and tears streamed down like a spring. "I didn't want to fight this much. Why are you forcing me?" He sat down, gently looking her up and down, saying nothing for a moment. After a moment, he spoke slowly, his playful demeanor gone, replaced by seriousness. "Do you truly not want to fight, or are you stubbornly refusing to acknowledge your desire to win? In your desperation, I sensed your hunger for victory." Than Truc stared blankly, unable to speak, her lips moving slightly as she thought, "Yes, I really wanted to defeat him just now, so I abandoned my defense and used all my strength. But why would I do that? I hate fighting and I wanted to lose quickly." But in that moment of combat, she truly felt it. The exhilaration of fighting for herself and no one else. Just then, Yihe's warm hand gently rested on her shoulder. Qingju blushed and looked up, strange thoughts swirling in her mind. "You beat me to a pulp? Is this what a gentleman does? You beat me to a pulp and then heal me." As he transferred energy into her arm, Dihua said, "You carry too many distractions into battle." Unlike the others, Dai He wasn't arrogant. He looked at her with recognition and said softly, "But you are still the strongest opponent I've ever faced." Then he turned back with a slight smile. If there's a chance next time, I'd love to have a pure battle with you. Liu Qingzhu's heart suddenly fluttered. Her face flushed crimson as she gazed at Yi He, unable to tear her eyes away. Yi He stood in the arena, his flawless victory earning everyone's sincere admiration. As the dust settles, the loudspeaker announces the end of the first semi-final. Yi Huo from Anthanyi, High School Number 1, is the victor. On the big screen, Di's next opponent is revealed, as the announcer speaks with anticipation. After Yi Hua defeated Liu Qingzhu, Chuzhou predictably won his match as well. The stadium is heating up and now the high school finals are fast approaching. This showdown between Yi Hua and So Chao, two students from the same Truong Nat Truong, has begun to attract a massive audience. The live viewership has skyrocketed to over 496 million, creating a huge wave of excitement and anticipation. After careful preparation, Chuzhou stood tall, his hands gripping his energy-emitting sword, his sharp gaze sweeping over Yi He without hesitation. "Show me what you've got," Yi He replied with a dangerous smile. His face lit up, eyes full of excitement and energy. "Bring it on." Not letting Yi Hua wait, Chuzhou launches the first attack, wielding his sword in a series of energy-gathering strikes, leaping high and unleashing a powerful, devastating blow. But Yi Hua remained unfazed, arms crossed, sensing no power from Chu Chao's attack. He shouts, "Adam!" and instantly, a powerful beam of energy erupts, shattering Chuzhou's attack. The powerful shockwave sends everything flying, easily overwhelming his opponent. Unable to withstand the force, Chuzhou shields his eyes to maintain his vision. Holding his shining blade, he cryptically says, "Too lazy to find my clones, are you?" So, he's just going to brute force his way through all the clones? Realizing the disparity in their strength, Chuzhou immediately felt the difference in power. My defense is useless against his strange fire. Among those my age, who could possibly fight him head-on? What a monster! Undeterred, Chuzhou focuses his mind and resolves to change tactics, his eyes shifting color, revealing his determination and a new strategy. "If I can't fight you up close, then I'll fight you from afar." He roared, his bloodline awakened, and in an instant, his body transformed into a massive, ferocious dragon. His body contorted, his hands and head transforming, creating an awe-inspiring sight as he focused his energy and unleashed a devastating attack. Crying out, "Frost Demon Dragon!" This astonishing sight leaves the audience in awe, and the livestream chat explodes with comments. "No way! Chuzhou can create a giant ice mountain. He's the Ice Demon Dragon incarnate." Soaring in the air, facing the strange fire, Chuzhou emanates a powerful aura of icy energy as the crowd cheers him on to defeat the great devil of strange fire. The massive ice mountain created by Chuzhou covers the entire arena, completely sealing off the strange fire, and the crowd in the stands is shaken by Chuzhou's power. But just as Soju felt his body being heavily affected by the power of the ice, he could only think to himself, "Suddenly, the eruption of ice is having quite the impact on my body." Meanwhile, the announcement blares, heightening the tension as the ice mountain begins to melt. As expected, the anomaly with its terrifying power began to melt the ice mountain, unleashing a powerful atomic energy beam from its mouth, completely destroying Chuzhou's ice mountain. Chuzhou was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could it be so easily shattered? He reacted quickly, creating another ice mountain to defend himself, but the storm of energy continued to surge toward him. A massive explosion erupts, engulfing everything in energy and smoke. As it clears, Yi Hua slams a foot down and coldly states, "Han Ma Long, your power is useless against me. It seems I completely overpower you." Sighing, Chu realizes the difference in their strength is too vast. "Di, face my ultimate move, a technique I was saving for Liu Qingzhu, but now I'll use to defeat you." Chuzhou tenses, his great sword glowing as energy surges into it. He cries out, bringing the sword down in a devastating strike. A massive sound erupts, shaking the entire arena, and soon drops of red blood begin to fall, signaling that the tension is far from over. Yi Hua raised his rough, calloused hand, blood dripping from it, but his voice was unwavering. "If you get a better sword, you might stand a chance." But the biggest shock wasn't his words, but the purplish pallor on Chuzhou's face, unable to believe his sword had been completely destroyed. My sword is broken. What chance did I have?" Dihoa, with his usual mocking grin, responded to his despairing opponent, "Well, slightly better than those begging for scraps." He knew his own strength, and when Chuzhou realized the situation, with a slight change, he raised his hand and declared, "I forfeit." The battle ended unexpectedly and easily. The loudspeaker announced, "Anthong entrance exam, Dihoa wins." He stood there, scratching his head sheepishly amidst the dust and wreckage of the arena, as the live-stream audience erupted in excitement. Wow, I knew I wasn't wrong about him. He's amazing. Chuzhou is strong, but he's nothing compared to Yihua. Praise flooded social media as Yihua's victory spread like wildfire, and the likes kept pouring in. Yihua, this dark horse, is truly dark to the end. Everyone joyfully shares this victory, especially the students of Anthan, who witnessed this historic moment. With this victory, Yihei becomes the strongest valedictorian in Ancheng's history, his name etched on every billboard in the city. And now, as the forums erupt, congratulations pour in and the crowd roars, unable to contain their excitement. And now, the MC and Huang Qing take to the stage, pointing proudly at Yihuo, saying, "After 3 days of intense competition, the Ancheng Class 24 exam has found its champion, Yihuo from Ancheng High School." With an embarrassed smile, Yihuo scratched his head. The MC continued, "Yihuo, I hear your strength comes from a long period of growth and accumulation. So, student Daihei, do you have anything you'd like to share?" He's a little nervous, thinking to himself, "What a cultured person. Even a simpleton like me can speak so eloquently." A moment later, Daihua calmly smiled and said, "Ahem. First, I must thank my teacher, who never gave up on me even in my darkest hours. It was you who helped me regain my will." The scene shifts to the homeroom teacher, hugging the TV and sobbing. "I'm not worthy of your praise. Yaihua, as your teacher, I failed to notice your potential. I'm so sorry." Before he could finish, Yaihua heard the principal beckoning him over. The principal? He thought in a panic. The principal signaled and whispered, 2 million. "Dihei, make a statement about our Ancheng #1 high school. I'm awarding you a 2 million scholarship." Yihua's eyes lit up at the sight of the money, and he immediately responded into the microphone, "Oh, thank you, my beloved school. Thank you, dear headmaster. Without your brilliant leadership, how could I be here today?" Then raising his hand high, Yihua continued with fiery spirit, "Finally, I want to thank myself. Without my own effort and intelligence, I, Yihua, wouldn't have achieved this glory." Just then, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations, host, for achieving the title of top scorer. You've been awarded 1 random ability draw." Yihua was surprised. His eyes lit up and he exclaimed in his heart, "Top scorer? So there's an achievement system?" In the stadium hallway, after winning the top spot in the exam, Daihua ran like he was being chased by dogs. Behind him, reporters swarmed like bees to honey, pelting him with questions. "Daiho, do you feel pressured being at the top? How were you able to improve so much in just half a year? Are you planning to go to Huadu University?" The reporters wouldn't let up, relentlessly pressing him. Even as Yihua tried his best to escape the crowd, he couldn't avoid their pointed questions. "Stop chasing me. I need to pee," he muttered, nearly wetting himself, but stubbornly kept running as the relentless reporters pursued him. One caught up, shoving a mic in his face, asking, "Yi Hei, who's prettier, Lu Qingzhu or Tai Shaoling? Do you prefer the brothel or Chuzhou?" Despite his desperate escape, Yihua betrayed no reaction, his face darkening. His weariness was evident, but he muttered that he had no time to waste on these reporters. He sped up, leaving the reporters in the dust, their cries of regret echoing behind him. Wait, one last question. Entering the basketball arena, Ahe finally escaped the reporters. He stood there panting, clenching his fists, and smirked to himself. Ha! He'd finally escaped them. Lost in his victory, a dark shadow suddenly appears before his. "Congratulations on topping the charts, Yihua." Yihua turned around in a panic, wondering if there were more reporters. But no, this wasn't a reporter as he thought. The man politely removed his hat, carrying a mysterious briefcase, and greeted him with a friendly smile. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not a reporter. I'm from Huadu." His serious gaze fixed on Yihua as he continued. "Now, let's talk about your gene lock." Yihua was a little confused and didn't rush to answer. "Gene lock?" He thought to himself, "I haven't unlocked any gene keys. My abilities all come from the monster template?" He knows my abilities. Who is he? He began to suspect this mysterious man. The man calmly adjusted his hat and continued. "The gene key. You heard that from your father, didn't you?" The man pulled out a file from his briefcase and said, "Yihuo, aren't you curious? How could your ordinary taxi driver father know words that have nothing to do with his profession?" The question made Yihuo wonder. Was his father a hidden master? The man then presented another sealed document to Yihuo. "Because of your unique case, Huadu was able to declassify a document." Yihuo quickly opened it, skimming through before double-checking. He sees information about Prometheus, a research institute that once led the field of genetics on Blue Star, but was shut down after a major incident. Gene-locking technology was their key project. Yi Hua now understands why this man sought him out. So you think my father was a senior researcher at Prometheus and I'm their secret product? The man approached Di Hua and added, "Don't worry, the nation won't make things difficult for you. I'm just here to explain the situation. You're involved, so I had to let you know." Di He calmly replied. "You're even calmer than I thought, kid," the man continued. "You're a person of national interest, and we'll protect you." Di Hua smiled, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Then, if you'll excuse me, he smugly thought to himself that he was becoming more famous, but also more troubled. "Ha ha, this society is so pragmatic." He laughed loudly in the sports field, looked at the man from Hoado, and said softly, "Then, if you'll excuse me." Di Hua clasped his hands. "You won first place in this exam, and not only that, you also received a 2 million scholarship and an 800,000 bonus. But what excites him the most is the chance to draw new templates, a feeling he can't contain. So excited he feels like he's about to explode, a pleasure that makes him numb." Thinking he couldn't wait any longer, Yi Hua quickly summoned the system, and a swirling circle of energy appeared before him, like a mysterious door opening. He stood there, eyes glued to the swirling, strange light before him, mesmerized. He opened his mouth and blurted out, "I can't wait any longer." Before Dai He, the swirling circle of energy emitted an ethereal light, engulfing the entire space. He stood there, eyes wide, overwhelmed by the appearance of a supergiant, a bizarre, skeletal figure shrouded in mist. The system displays stats: D-level ability, supergiant transformation, 60-meter gigantification, high heat, evolved form, primal persona, 1% compatibility. Yeho stares intently, lost in thought. Supergiant transformation? He wondered, then it hit him. If combined with the Rampage Emperor Damara model, the abilities could stack. What would happen if the Colossal Titan merged with the Mad War King Damara? Instantly, He envisioned a colossal titan merged with Dimala, a powerful muscular figure with a long tail sweeping through space. He realized he was facing a true monster king. Cut to a dark room where a large man sat talking on the phone. "Brother Huolong, do you mean we won't be taking any more missions from now on?" the voice on the phone asked, to which the man calmly replied, "That's right. Cancel all schedules." The voice on the other end responded respectfully, "Yes, I understand." The table shows signs of impact, as if someone caused an accident. And the man slams his thick index finger down, his rough face contorted with rage, barely containing his fury. A voice from beyond reports, "We regret to inform you that we didn't find your brother's body in the mystic realm, but at his last known location, we detected traces of radiation." The man pauses, then whispers, "Little brother, I told you to stay away from the underworld. Why didn't you listen? Mother told me to take care of you." On the TV screen, the results of the competition were announced. In the Anthon finals, Di Huo emerges victorious, and the man watches the screen with clear interest. He approached the TV as if to pat Dai Huo's head, acknowledging him as a rare genius of Anthon. The capital will surely fight for him, but he admits his regret. But alas, they won't wait for him to enroll. Back at Yi Huo's residence, a package has arrived. He was training when he was interrupted by a package. Who would send me something when I'm about to enter the new trial dungeon? Di Hua pulls out the letter addressed to him, which reads, "According to Hua Du Zhonghua's investigation, a new secret realm rift will open this afternoon in Hong Goi Oan Mat Village. Estimated level C. I'm planning an expedition. Want to join? Signed, Chuzhou." After reading the letter, Dai He made a chilling gesture, his face wrinkling in disbelief. Seriously? Handwritten letters in this day and age? Is he perhaps also a transmigrator? Cut to Mount Hongshu Ancheng, a place of unique beauty and majesty, where a massive crowd has gathered. A truly massive crowd. Everyone is preparing for battle, and Yihua pales at the sight of the massive crowd, at least 1,000 strong. The allure of the new secret realm is undeniable. The moment he appeared, Chuzhou noticed Yihei and approached him. Yihua politely responded, "Oh, it's you, Chu Chao." Chu Chao saw Yihua flash a bright smile. "You've gotten stronger again, haven't you?" Yahi thought, forcing a friendly smile. I didn't expect him to be so perceptive. Low-grade templates have their advantages, like quick results. After looking around, Yihi casually asked, "Which school are you planning to apply to?" Chuzhou, eyes closed, curtly replied, "Hua Tu." This answer brought a smile to Yihi's face as he continued, "Then we'll be classmates." But he quickly noticed something was off with Chuzhou's mood. Just as He was lost in thought, a rift suddenly appeared in the sky. A strange spatial gate opens, drawing the attention of everyone around. The secret realm is about to open, shouts echo, and a shockwave suddenly hits as a monster emerges from the spatial rift. It's a three-headed vulture with massive wings, diving to attack the crowd below as a martial artist points excitedly, shouting, "The secret realm has opened!" Brothers, let's take down this magical beast and merge with the mystic realm. The martial artists immediately gather, converging their energy, ready to fight. Their attacks are unleashed in unison, a display of overwhelming force. The three-headed vulture, though powerful, couldn't withstand the martial artists' combined strength and was quickly torn apart, leaving only feathers amidst the fierce onslaught. Meanwhile, Yi Hua entered the secret realm, stepping into a strange and wild forest. The trees were different here, and the smell of blood in the air made him mutter, "The smell of blood is so strong." Suddenly he realized it was a beast-tide. This monster had been waiting for them all along. He quickly ordered all martial artists under the nation's law to prioritize killing the magical beast and fight against the tide. In an instant, mutated monsters with skulls for heads and bodies of flesh began to attack. The martial artists, fresh to the mystic realm, were unafraid, ready to fight, and summoning all their energy to face the fierce onslaught. Not one to be left out, Chu slashes his sword and cries, "Bloodline power, atomic blast fist." His powerful attack, combined with the sword's might, slams into two approaching monsters, creating a massive ice wall. Just then, a monster tried to attack Chuzhou from behind, but Yihi quickly unleashed a powerful beam of energy, piercing right through it. It exploded in midair, so Chao quickly turned to express his gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much." With Yihua's help, the monsters are quickly annihilated, leaving only bones and crimson blood scattered across the ground. Turning to Chuzhou, Yihuo calmly stated, "None of the magical beasts in this secret realm know how to fight." Chuzhou looked at the monsters Yihuo had destroyed and couldn't help but feel terrified. "Yi Hei, you've eliminated so many magical beasts without losing?" he marveled, feeling like he was a destructive storm, repelling all creatures and destroying everything. He continued to move forward, the nuclear energy radiating from him, cleansing the space around him, leaving everyone astonished by his overwhelming power. Good heavens, how could they be defeated so quickly? Could there be a high-level martial artist helping them? Another martial artist said, "That's not right. They have the top scorer from Ancheng University, a top university scorer with such demon-killing power." They realized with astonishment that this unusual fire was no ordinary beginner martial artist. Those around him quickly gathered, cheering him on to lead the monsters toward the top student. Soon shouts rang out, "The leader of the monster horde has been defeated. We've won." The beast tide finally begins to recede, and Chuzhou breathes a sigh of relief, sweat dripping from his brow. At least the first wave of the beast tide has been overcome. Of the 1,000 martial artists who gathered, only about 800 remain, not counting the casualties. With that, Yi Huo struggled to carry the massive sacks of stones left behind by the monsters, wearily approaching Chuzhou. "Chuzhou, tell me, how am I supposed to collect all of this?" Surprised by Yi Huo's greed, Chuzhou asked, "Why did you collect so many magic cores?" Then Chuzhou produced a ring. "This is my spatial ring. Just put everything in here." Seeing the ring, Dihua grinned. "A space ring? Worth 10,000 gold. Turns out you're secretly rich, So Chao." Just then, someone announced that Master Wu Shen had arrived, and they both looked towards the voice. The others told the newcomer about Yi Huo. Luckily, he eliminated the demon leaders, or we would have died of exhaustion in the beast tide. Everyone looked at the newcomer with admiration. He was tall and heavily tattooed and spoke as soon as he arrived. "Hello, you're the top scorer from Anthan University, right?" "I'm the leader of the Silver Wolf martial arts team in Anthan." He approached Dihuo, offering a handshake. "I've heard tales of your heroic deeds from our members. Would you be interested in joining our martial arts team? If you join, it won't affect your university studies and you'll receive many other benefits. Vo Sam, I'm willing to make you an S-rank member of the team." Everyone was stunned. This is an incredible opportunity, as a martial artist's career is difficult to sustain without the support of a powerful guild, especially in Xia, where wandering groups are also very strong. Moreover, a Silver Wolf Team S rank is not easily obtained, even by Huadu University students. Just then, a girl riding a black tiger approached, her alluring attire and powerful presence stunning everyone. She spoke up, "Wusen, why are you so fast? Coming to steal people already?" Then, turning to Yi Huo, she said seriously, "Join our established martial hall, Yi Huo. Though smaller than Silver Wolf, I guarantee you 15% of our monthly cultivation resources." Her offer caused an uproar among the crowd, but despite the enthusiastic invitations from both her and Wu Sen, Yi Huo remained indifferent. He turned away and said softly, "Sorry, but I have no intention of joining a guild right now." The young man shook hands with Vo Sam. Though disappointed, Woosin politely replied, "No worries, Yi Huo. We're just looking to make friends. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to contact the Silverwing Squad. We of the Thandat Guild are also ready to lend a hand," the girl added. Dihua replied frankly, "Though I won't join, it's good to have friends." However, Vo Sam couldn't help but wonder, "Didn't you just use that hand to pick your earwax?" Dihua simply laughed and replied, "Don't worry about it." At that moment, Chuzhou approached the strange fire and confidently said, "The beast tide has been pushed back. Now we can explore on our own. This is a giant forest. Let's get to the treetops first to get a lay of the land, then we can make a plan." Yi Huo simply replied with those words. Okay. With that, they shot up, moving as fast as the wind. Chuzhou was amazed by Dihi's speed, unable to keep up. He was too fast. Moments later, they stopped atop the red-leaved trees, and Gio's eyes widened in alarm at the sight before him. What is that? Giant trees appear in the distance, but what terrifies Chuzhou are the monstrous figures, dozens of times larger than the trees, emerging from the mist. But contrary to Chuzhou's worries, Yi Huo looked delighted, his face excited. The more difficult things are, the more he enjoys them, grinning as he says, "It's not hard to imagine. We're young. In a few years, we might conquer the Mystic Realm's monsters and uncover its secrets." Looking at Di Huo's confident expression, Chuzhou couldn't help but admit, "That's Di Huo for you." While he felt fear towards the unknown, Di Huo was confident he could overcome it. Comparing himself to Yi Huo, Chuzhou could only think to himself, "It seems I'm inferior to him not only in martial arts, but also in willpower. He is the true warrior." Now serious, He uses sonic waves to scan the area, his expression shifting into one of battle lust. Their magic cores will be mine sooner or later. Then he turns serious, using his abilities to scan the secret realm for life. Something strange. To the southeast, there's amber, like a vacuum. All white. There's definitely a monster there. The bigger the waves, the rarer the fish. He pointed ahead, ever vigilant. "Let's go, Chuzhou. There's a lake to the southeast. Let's check it out." Di and Chuzhou wandered through the dense forest when a familiar voice suddenly echoed. Before them stood the girl who had helped Di in his early days when he was buying jealousy medicine. Seeing Yi Huo, she smiled brightly and greeted him warmly. "If it isn't our Yi Huo, the champion, I didn't realize you were so strong." A teammate of Yule chimed in with a friendly expression. "Oh, Yule, you know the Anqing champion?" Another girl looked up from below, smiling. "Yeah, hurry and introduce him. Dihua was so impressive when he scattered the herd of beasts earlier." Dihua quickly approached Vuli's team and asked her, "How long have you guys been here?" Vulu smiled brightly and approached, answering enthusiastically, "We just arrived. We have 2 teammates who are excellent swimmers exploring the lake." Near the lake, a man emerged from the water, gasping for air as he clung to the grass, exclaiming, "We're rich! We're rich!" Vulo, hearing this, asked, "How so?" This man, a teammate of Vu Li, excitedly announced, "There are ruins under the lake. We're rich." Vu Li, overjoyed, immediately asked, "Really? Fantastic, we're rich." Yihai turned to Chuzhou, curious about what these relics were. "Why are they so excited?" So Chao, with some knowledge, replied, "In the secret realm there are ancient structures, perhaps remnants of a past civilization. It's said that modern martial arts and genetic technology both originated from them." Suddenly, Wu Lei's teammate widened his eyes, turned around warily, and asked, "Is there someone else?" Thinking they were a threat, he drew his sword, ready to attack, but before he could, Wu Lei stopped him. Wait, Vu Duong, Di Hua, and So Chao were the champion and runner-up of the Anthan competition. Their strength far surpasses ordinary martial artists. Let them join us. Yi Hua coolly draped an arm over So Chao's shoulder, saying, "That's right, don't get worked up. We can help explore the ruins." Vu Duong quickly asked about the money. "So, how will we split the spoils?" Yi Hua waves dismissively, "We're just outsiders. We'll take what we earn." Fu Yang swallows his anger and turns back. "All right, you can join us for now, but don't try anything funny." He reassured himself that the future prodigies would become important figures, and he shouldn't make enemies. A moment later, the team dove into the river, led by Yu Yang, who knew the location of the ruins. They ventured deeper into a dark cave. Vu Yang said, "The ruins are just beyond this cave." As they surfaced, Vu Duong scanned the area, wondering, "That's strange. Where's Li Wei? Wasn't he supposed to be here?" One of Wu Lei's crew, a bald young man, speculates that he probably went ahead after discovering some treasure. Li Wei was supposed to be guarding the cave, but he's nowhere to be found, so Yu Yang tries to contact him. "Hello, Li Wei, can you hear me? Everyone be quiet so we can listen for any sign of him." Wu Lei anxiously looked toward the cave entrance, asking, "Did you guys see any traces of magical beasts in the cave?" Wu Duang replied, "Not at all. They found no beasts in the traps they'd laid." Then one of Wu Lei's teammates, growing fearful, asked, "This is too dangerous. Li Wei is missing. Should we continue?" Faced with his teammates' anxiety, Wu Duang was excited, determined to find the ruins, get rich or die trying. Faced with this, his three teammates fell silent, torn between desire and fear, until Wu Duang declared, "If no one's backing out, let's go." Wu Yang's group ventured deeper into the cave, followed by Yi He and Chuzhou. After a while, Wu Yang shone his flashlight on the ground, discovering human footprints. Yi He, suspicious, turned and mouthed to Chuzhou, "Something's not right." Chuzhou returned the gesture. "That's right. The timing doesn't add up." Huang Wulei said her team had just approached the lake, which means it's only been a dozen minutes, yet they were able to enter the cave under the lake, pass through the underground cave, and find a secret path leading to the ruins. It's like turning on the map in a game. There are definitely traps. Should we warn your acquaintances and get out of here? But seconds later, Yi He gives a knowing smile and whispers, "I have a trump card." Soon after, Yu Yang leads the group to an area filled with seaweed. Long, sharp seaweed hung down from above, and they noticed that these tendrils were binding ancient statues. This is a magic core. It's lost its light, meaning it's been drained for a long time. No wonder we didn't see many aquatic beasts down here. It turns out they've all been devoured. Just behind them, Wu Lei glanced over and whispered, "Wu Yang, where are the ruins?" Before Wu Yang could answer, the other girl in the group gaped, pointing silently. The group followed her gaze, and a horrifying sight unfolded. Their teammate's corpse, bound by seaweed, withered and drained of life. The two girls in the group screamed in terror. Li Wei was dead. Wu Lo's face contorted in disbelief that this could happen to her team. Her eyes were glued to the corpse, her hands trembling, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Yu Yang fixated on the relic, crouching down and clutching his head, screaming, "Where's the relic? Why can't I see the relic?" Suddenly bumps appeared on his head and he trembled like he was having a seizure, his face turning purple as he stammered. "How did Li Wei die? Vines? Vines?" Before I could finish, Wu Yang's head exploded and long, sea-like tentacles emerged from his neck, reaching upwards. Wu Lu quickly assessed the situation and shouted, "Everyone, run!" At that moment, a dazzling light appeared, emitting a powerful atomic energy that pierced through Wu Duang's head, now covered in tentacles. Wu Yang has completely transformed into a monster, but before the transformation is complete, the strange fire acts quickly, suppressing the situation while its mouth is still warm. The strange fire said, "I didn't expect the magical beast to be so intelligent. Capturing two martial artists, controlling one as bait, we've been led into its lair." Just then, long tentacles reached towards the strange fire, and as they blocked the path back, a mountain of rocks suddenly collapsed, sealing off the exit. Panic sets in as the demon beast blocks their escape, determined to keep them trapped. Chuzhou stares at the monster, his voice cutting through the crowd. "It's a devil vine, a rank 2 king-level demon beast." Wu Li is panicked, drenched in cold sweat, and stammers, "King-level 2nd stage? A king-class beast can't be judged by normal standards. It's not an opponent for us first-level martial artists." Still confident, Dai He smiled. "Whatever level it is, watch me crush it." A deafening explosion sends rocks and dust flying as a massive man emerges, the same one who'd been watching Yi Huo. He arrives just as Yi Huo faces the rank 2 king beast, striding forward with fiery intensity, declaring, "Yi Huo, I'm here to take your life." Everyone was shocked by this man's sudden appearance, exclaiming that he was an 8th stage martial artist with raging blood energy. Yi Huo turned around in surprise, asking with an indifferent expression, "So, there are others who seek me?" The large man then began to recount how he had tracked Yi Huo. "I heard someone used radiation to fight the beast tide at Gongshu Mountain and knew it was you. I just followed the radiation trail to find you. I held my breath and followed you all the way to this cave, but I didn't expect to be discovered, and you even used a large rock to block my entrance. I stopped my heart and breathing to play dead, yet you still saw through it. No wonder you drove the entire Huo family into a corner." Seeing the man go to such lengths to find him, Yihua glanced at him quizzically and spoke up. "Huh? Who are you, mister?" He suddenly barges in and says all these strange things. "Do we know each other?" The unexpected question only fueled the man's rage. "Attack now, stop playing dumb, and die." His fist, brimming with immense energy, hurtled towards the strange fire's head. But before he could act, the monster's tentacles suddenly blocked him. leaving him helpless and furious. "This is the demon vine's nest. You lured me here to use the monster against me?" He was consumed by rage, losing all sense of reason. "Damn you, was this your plan all along?" Yihua watched him struggle, arms crossed as the man fought the beast, taking blow after blow, gasping for air. "You dare deceive me!" he roared in fury. Yihua remained unmoved, watching calmly, thinking, "You're so creative. This is only our first meeting." As the demonic vines ensnared him, Yihua thought, the man grew increasingly frustrated, unleashing his power to shatter the annoying restraints. "Annoying. My target is you, not these vines." The scene around them descends into chaos as the man fights with such ferocity that the cave shakes, threatening to collapse at any moment. From behind, Yulei cries out in alarm, "This isn't good. The cave is about to collapse." She turned back to see Dai Huo standing there, continuing to activate his transformation to Mara. He began to gather nuclear energy, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. As he channels his power, a radiant sphere forms, shattering stone and causing water to rush in. Yiho points, saying quickly, "Sister Wu Lei, you all go on ahead." The team quickly retreats, but the troublemaker persists, attacking Di Huo. Just then, Chuzhou arrives, sword drawn, blocking his path, declaring, "Not while I'm here. You won't touch Di Huo." Unafraid, the man sneered, "Haha, kid. I'm an 8th stage martial artist. These ice shards can't hurt me." But before he could act, Dai Ho unleashed a powerful punch straight to his face. "Hey, busybody, what are you looking at?" He looked up just in time to see Dai Ho's fist coming right for his face, with no time to react. As a result, just one blow from Yi Hua crushed him into the ground, the light from the punch illuminating the cave. Not wanting Chuzhou to get hurt because of him, Yi Hua turned to Chuzhou and said, "You go first. He's too strong for you to handle." Then the young man turned back, his eyes now completely serious. "Let me handle him. He's already weakened from my attack." The group followed the direction Yi Huo pointed and swam back to shore. With Wu Lei's group safe, the demon vine went berserk, shaking the lake bed. A moment later, as Suzhou surfaced, Wu Lei anxiously asked, "Where's Yi Huo?" Sorrowfully, Zhou didn't answer, only turning his head towards the underwater cave, implying it was there. Back in the cave, the strange fire's shockwaves were wreaking havoc, emitting an incredibly powerful nuclear energy. He strains to activate a new form, and with everyone gone, the flames dares to use the newly updated Titan persona in the system. Activating it, he quickly crushed the strange man with a massive Titan hand, leaving the large figure floating on the surface, bruised and battered. The shockwave from Yi Huo staggers everyone above, and Chuzhou stares in disbelief at Yi Huo's massive form. Soon after, Di Hua returned to normal and swam to shore, his naked body emerging onto the grassy bank. Seeing him, Chuzhou ran over and called out to Yi Huo, who was too afraid to climb ashore. "Chuzhou, lend me some clothes." Later, the young man dressed and sat down, enduring everyone's questioning. Chuzhou immediately asked, "What was that explosion just now?" Exhausted, Yi Huo sat down to rest and revealed that the culprit was a mysterious martial artist who detonated a plasma bomb, sacrificing himself along with the demon vine. So Chao was shocked. Isn't a plasma bomb a restricted military item? How did he get his hands on one? I saw an explosion even bigger than a plasma bomb. Still, Chu felt doubtful. He spoke again, resolute, saying he saw a giant figure in the smoke. Fearing discovery, Yi Hua paled, broke into a sweat, and quickly denied it. No, it was just an illusion. Yi Hua breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "I'm glad I got away with that." It wouldn't do for them to know about his monster template ability. He went a bit overboard, crushing that martial artist to get the Devil Vine's magic core. Everything's settled, and it's time to part ways with Wu Li's group. She waves goodbye. "Dihua, we'll be going now. Sorry for making you come all this way just to save us. We'll compensate you when we leave the secret realm." Yihua waved back politely and enthusiastically. "Don't mention it, Miss Wu Li. Consider it repayment for your help last time. If you compensate me, I'll be the one in your debt." Now, only Yi He and Chuzhou remain. They exchange serious looks, then whisper in unison, "Time for some monster hunting fun." 3 days later, at the entrance to the Gongshu Mountain secret realm, Yi He and Chuzhou finally clear the dungeon. They jumped out, and the moment their feet touched the ground, they looked up. No way, the Pig Mountain from 3 days ago is now a small town. Above them, large aircraft soared through the sky. They were stunned, A small town built in days, complete with transport planes. The construction capabilities of Sia are truly frightening. He rushed to the exchange counter and slammed a bag of spirit stones onto the table. The clerk cautioned, "Please be careful. You won't benefit if anything gets damaged." Yeehaw scratched his head sheepishly. "Sorry, but I'm carrying so much stuff. If I don't hurry, I won't be able to finish checking everything in time." The woman at the counter replied enthusiastically, "Rest assured, we're professionals." Relieved, Yeehaw took out the spatial ring on his hand and softly uttered, "Okay." At this point, many large spirit stone bags like the one before were taken out, and he counted each one until the last bag was out, breathing a sigh of relief. The last bag. But looking around, even the exchange employee paled, shocked by the sheer amount of spirit stones. The girl asked with a trembling voice, "Is that all, sir?" Daihuo stared directly at her and flashed a dangerous smile, his eyes sharp as if forcing her to hurry. "All done. But you'll have to hurry. We have more spirit herbs." The trading hall buzzed with activity and lively chatter. Gathered around a table, Tram Chow praised the spirit stones that Daihuo had brought back. "Oh my, this is a 300-year-old 7-star leaf at the very least. These spiritual herbs are incredibly rare, undetectable even to seasoned foragers. What luck does this kid have? He even found the 6 Harmonies fire, a key ingredient for refining chi-si pills. Even if these spiritual herbs are low quality, they're worth 30 million, and the rare ones are even more expensive. This martial artist is so lucky. He's rich overnight." Looking around, Old Shu suddenly spoke up. "Are you crazy? Finding so many spiritual herbs isn't just luck. We definitely shouldn't offend someone like him." From a distance, Yi-He watched their reactions, muttering, "These white and blue cores are useless to me now. I might as well exchange them for money." He smiled, his voice dark and dangerous. But the 5 blue cores from Tier 3 beasts in the Horde and the Tier 2 Demon Vine King core with golden veins, those are the real treasures. A moment later, a notification came from the bank. Beep, beep, bank card credited with 27.57 million. Yeehuo casually puts his hands in his pockets, walks out of the exchange and mutters, calculating his next move. Now that the magic cores are taken care of, all that's left is to find a buyer for the spiritual herbs. Suddenly, an expensive car pulls up right in front of him. Dai Wang looked around, wondering whose car it was, as an older man stepped out, approached him with a hearty smile, and said, "Hello, Di-Huo, I'm Li Youtian, owner of Binhua Pharmacy. I hear you have a lot of spirit herbs from Gongshu Mountain. I'll buy them at 1% above market price." Daihuo glared, unimpressed by the offer. But in his mind, he was already calculating. Those old geezers at the center dared to leak my information, but whatever. I needed to sell, and someone came to me, so how convenient. He agreed to sell them immediately. After the purchase, Mr. Li turned back to instruct, "Remember to look for me next time you have spirit herbs." Yi-He watched him leave, still holding the beeping phone and bank card with an additional 7,500, 640. Looking at the money added to the account, he muttered, "This much money isn't even worth a 10% increase in strength. Personal combat strength is the only truth. The gene wings and white or blue magic cores on the market are useless now." Daiwa then sighed wearily, lamenting, My template is even pickier than its master. Even if I could afford high-end items like blood jade fruit or advanced gene drugs." A thought strikes him, and he looks up, eyes gleaming. There is another way. He recalls how he completely crushed Lu Qingzhu in the exam with the power of the Mad Emperor template. But when it comes to martial arts, I'm far behind those who specialize in it, so what I need to do now is acquire some powerful martial arts techniques. With that, Yi Hua ran at full speed like a mad horse, shouting, "Old man, I'm here to ask for some gold." Cut to the principal's office at Anthon High School. A steaming cup of tea is poured as Yi Hua arrives at the headmaster's desk. The headmaster dotes on him, massaging Yi Hua's shoulders as he says, "Yi Hua, I'm surprised you still remember your old school." Yi Hua turns away with a chuckle. "Headmaster, you're too kind." The principal nodded, acknowledging Dia's status as valedictorian and a role model for Anthon, but this champion was here for a scheme to make more money. Dia then produced a large bottle of ginseng wine, presenting it to the principal and saying softly, "Teacher, this medicinal wine from Bin Hoa is not a bribe, but a token of respect for my elder." The principal's eyes lit up at the sight of the wine, and he smiled. "Yi Hua, you're a good student, respecting your teachers." After offering the wine, Yi Hua added, "Principal, I want to learn some powerful martial arts. Do you have any connections?" The principal hugged the bottle and replied, "Since you haven't entered university yet, we'll have to rely on the martial clans. You've already been accepted into Wadu, why the rush?" Yihe looked at the headmaster with a passionate expression. "Headmaster, I want to improve faster." The principal nodded in agreement. "All right, I can help you with an introduction. After all, you're a special talent, and we educators should teach students according to their abilities, not just stick to the same old path." Yihua whispered a few words into the principal's ear, making him grin. The principal is right. Rules are fixed, but people must live. It's a blessing for the education sector to have people like you who understand change. You flatter me, you flatter me. Ha, ha, ha. The next day, Yihua was showering in his room, his muscular body soaking wet as he answered the phone. "Dihei, it's done. You can go right away. The principal has announced it." Yihua responds, thanking the teacher, and asks, "Which martial clan is it?" Dihua's eyes widen as she exclaims in surprise, "What? The Liuancheng family agreed to transfer their secret technique to her?" Cut to the outside of Oenthan, where a man awaits a blonde girl speeding by on a motorcycle. The girl in the back, her hair flying like a ponytail, said with a hint of fear, "Keet, you're driving too fast, it's scary." The man smirked, trying to look cool. It'll get even scarier. Enjoying a moment of leisure, a familiar voice suddenly calls out from behind, "Hey, slow down and focus. Reckless driving hurts people." Her reminder startled the young couple, who turned back with puzzled expressions, and the man, annoyed at the interruption, angrily cursed. "What the hell? Are you crazy? You scared me. You think you can race me with that old bike?" With that, he jerked his hand free and sped off like a rocket, leaving Yo-hee and the taunts behind. The couple raced down the highway, their excited shouts echoing in the air. "Big brother, that's so cool." He looked at them with disdain, feeling annoyed. He glared after them, unable to stand their attitude. Suddenly, an intense burst of energy startled the couple ahead, their hearts pounding. Who says bikes are ordinary? He uses nuclear energy with a single hard push, sending the bike zooming, easily overtaking those two. He even added, "Get lost, you losers." Dihua sped off like a rocket, leaving a trail of dust and smoke, disappearing in seconds. The couple was drenched in a cold sweat, unable to believe their eyes. "Are bikes really that fast now?" The girl behind him stammered, "He's as fast as a plane." In less than 5 minutes, Yihua arrived, stopped his bike, and looked up at the gate of a vast, opulent estate. He stood alone before the grand estate, his eyes thoughtful. "Indeed, a martial arts clan," he muttered, using his power to scan the energy around him, sensing several terrifying auras, even in the force field. Just then, the main hall gates opened, and Liu Qingzhu stepped out, waving to Yihua. She offered a friendly but slightly shy smile. You've arrived?" Yihua looked at her, smiled slightly, and teased, "Aren't you happy to see me?" Qingzhu blushed and quickly denied it. No, not this Dihua attacking again. "So you're very happy to see me, aren't you?" She quickly lowered her head, ready to lead the way. "Mother told me to come and get you. Now, let's go meet her." Yihua followed Qingzhu inside, and just the entrance to the main hall alone was enough to show the incredible wealth. Qingzhu looked up and announced, "Mother, Yihua is here." On the high staircase, a woman in high heels descended gracefully. It was Qin Lan, the head of the Liu family. With platinum blonde hair, full lips, and captivating beauty, she spoke. "Welcome, fire spirit." The moment Yihua saw her, his face flushed, and he began to pant like a boiling kettle. He was holding back with all his might, a hungry voice echoing in his mind. "Prime Minister, I've realized something." After her defeat, Liu Qingzhu returns home to face her ever-expectant mother. The space between them was eerily silent, and no one spoke for a long time, until Qingzhu finally broke the silence, her eyes sad and on the verge of tears. "Mother." But contrary to Than Truk's fears, her mother simply wrung her hands gently, not showing too much concern, and said, "Than Truk, don't worry." On the TV screen, she continued to speak frankly. "I watched your live duel with the child named Dihua. You performed admirably. Even in the Hoadu competition, Dihua's abilities would make him a dark horse, so don't blame yourself." Qingzhu was surprised that her mother acknowledged her, free from any pressure. She stood there, hands trembling, blaming herself for being too weak when her mother stood up, her eyes serious as she spoke of the Liu family's future. "Your brother's abilities are limited. He can't take over the Liu family. In your generation, only you can shoulder this responsibility." She approached Qingzhu, caressing her beautiful face as she continued. "But you are a daughter, and born as you are." She continued to lay bare the harsh realities of the Liu family. With her father gone, they no longer had a grandmaster to support them. "The family's power has waned to the point where we're stuck in this small town of Anthan. and we can't refuse a marriage alliance with a major family. This means the Liu family will be devoured, and our century-old legacy will be handed to another. So, what do you think about you two being together? Qingju is caught off guard, never having considered this. Her cheeks flush and her heart pounds. Liu Qingzu's mother seriously reveals her vision of Yi Hua, saying he's not bad at all, with outstanding talent, a simple background, and unlimited potential. In her eyes, he doesn't seem like a bad person. You don't have to answer right away, just see how things go. Back in the present, Yi Hua finds himself at Liu Qingzu's home, standing before her queenly, beautiful mother. Upon seeing him, Madame Lian Nian greeted Yi Hua and welcomed him to the Liu family, to which Yi Hua responded with a respectful bow. Hello, I brought a small gift. It seems everything has been well arranged. Yi Hua even brought gifts to Liu Qingzu's house, probably trying to curry favor. Without wasting time, Liu Qingzu's mother cut straight to the chase. I heard from the principal of First High School that you wanted to learn some advanced martial arts, right? Dihua obediently replied, Yes, I do. She then told her daughter to take Yi Huo, a statement that surprised him. He glanced up, wondering, why did she agree so quickly? Then Qingju's mother acted naturally, creating space for the two of them. Qingju will take you to the Liu family's martial arts library, which contains forbidden techniques that cannot be taken outside, so you only have one day to learn. Deep within the martial repository are 3 profound techniques. Whether you master them is up to you. With her permission, Yi Huo respectfully thanks her, bowing before the mistress of the Liu family. Yes, thank you, House Liu. She glanced at Yi He with a mysterious look, lost in thought. Thanking the Liu family, not Qinlan herself? It seems he's made a promise to them. Very well, Yi He. The Liu family will see to it that you fulfill your promise. The mother of Liu Qingzhu smiled, her dragon eyes looking at Yi He, a very intelligent child, more pleasing to the eye the more she looked. While Yi He didn't understand why she looked at him so strangely, he just felt there was something special in her eyes. Qingzhu also noticed her mother's attitude but didn't dare say anything. A while later, she led Yi Huo to the martial repository, a path leading to a dark tunnel, with Qingzhu leading the way and Yi Huo following her small figure. Suddenly, Yi Hua stopped and curiously asked Thon Truc why she kept avoiding his gaze. Startled, Thon Truc stammered without turning around. I'm not. But Yi Hua, with a mischievous grin, moved closer, teasing, Is that so? She cries out, Why are you getting so close? Yi Huo just laughs, swaying back and forth. A moment later, Qingzhu led Yi Huo to a large, sturdy stone door, and they both looked up at it. Qingzhu turned and explained, This is a stone gate made from petrified power stone, a special stone mined from the mystic realm. It can withstand attacks from Xuanwu masters without breaking. Yi Hua hesitated. Can I punch it? Qingzhu narrowed her eyes. Go ahead and hit it. You say one thing, but you're full of doubts. Yi He's thoughts are strange. Shouldn't he be marveling at the magic of this stone? With Qingzhu's consent, Yi He begins to gather atomic energy in his palm, emitting a familiar blue light as he clenches his fist and strikes with full force. She couldn't help but recall the terrifying blows he'd displayed in the arena. The blue light of his fist reigniting her fear and bringing back those awful memories. Unable to watch, she turned away and closed her eyes, fearing the sight would terrify her once more. By now, the energy was fully gathered, and Dihua punched the sturdy gate before him with all his might. A surge of power from his punch shook the entire tunnel. He thought it would shatter everything, causing an earth-shattering explosion, but as it hit the door, the energy vanished, the air stilled, and everything went eerily silent. Suddenly, Liu Qingzhu couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth as she giggled, while Yi He stood there, dumbfounded as to why the door hadn't reacted. It felt like his punch was just a tap on a stone wall, like punching into the ocean, the force almost completely absorbed, leaving no impact. Qingzhu couldn't help but laugh. Let's go. I'll take you inside. There will definitely be some interesting martial arts for you tonight. Smiling inwardly, she thought, Yi He, so you finally admit defeat. Qingzhu began the introduction. The martial arts here include movement techniques, defense, body refinement, and swordsmanship. Then she gently asked, Which one do you want to learn? It's simple, just use this personal card to unlock the permissions. Without hesitation, Dai He asked, Where are the Zhuanhuang martial arts? She led him to an area with modern card scanning equipment and said, The Zhuanhuang martial arts are in the deepest part of the small stone chamber, and you have to scan your card to enter. But you won't be able to grasp it right away. You'll only learn a little bit. I don't even think your mother unlocking your authority is a good thing. I can help you choose some martial arts techniques that suit your abilities. Yi He wouldn't stop, jumping closer to Qingzhu, teasing with a smile. Are you worried about me? Annoyed, Qingzhu blushed and thought, I don't want to talk to this guy anymore. Yi continued. You don't need to worry about me. I know what I'm doing. If I'm going to learn, I'm learning the best. These are Zhuanwang martial arts. I'm not about to pass that up, or I might as well go home. He curiously asks, Is this door made of black power stone? Qingzhu slowly enters the password and replies, It must be strictly guarded for the Zhuanhuang martial arts chamber. This black energy stone is incredibly rare, something not easily obtained. Thuntruk continued, reminding him that the Liu family had been collecting this stone since his great-grandfather's time. Inside are many extremely secure safes, heavily guarded, sturdy, and each bears the inscription, Flesh Imprisoning Demon. She explained proactively before Yi could ask. Learning mystic martial arts isn't just about watching, it's about feeling the author's intent within the technique. If you can't sense it, or if your attributes clash with its meaning, you can't cultivate it. The Zhuanhuang martial arts are living things. It's not the student who chooses the technique, but the technique that chooses the student. The more Yihua heard, the more excited he became, a wide grin spreading across his face. Then, for corporeal prison demon arts, I am the chosen one. And then, a safe containing corporeal prison demon arts was opened. Now, Yihua's presence is even more terrifying than what's in the safe. He stands firm, hands in his pockets, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Suddenly, his expression changes, worry etched on his face. So the mystic martial art isn't a book, but a statue? Before him was a statue of a mutated demon monster, sitting on corpses, trampling the heads of those it had slain. Yahi warily turned his head, wondering, this is the so-called martial arts resonance? So, I've entered the world of martial prowess? He recalls the past, when Yihua exclaimed in surprise, the profound martial art isn't a book, but a statue. Liu Qingzhu explains, it's not just statues, it could be paintings or tools, anything can become a vessel for martial intent. That is the wonder of a grandmaster. She sternly explains, only grandmasters can condense martial prowess into objects to pass on to future generations. Then, Liu Qingzhu coldly turns and leaves. It's up to you from here. Confused, Daihe turned back and asked, Up to me? Hey, sis, you haven't told me how to learn this thing yet. Her eyes full of meaning, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, she says, Feel the martial intent. If you have the affinity, you'll naturally sense it. He was clueless, a blank stare on his face. Dejected, Yihe flopped down, nonchalantly saying, So it's all about fate, right? Guess I'll take a nap. In the monitoring room, Liu Qingzhu witnessed his every move, her fists clenched in anger as she cursed. Dihei, only you could do this. Back in reality, Daihua sighs and talks to himself. So this martial arts world is like a spiritual world. Without any martial arts and unable to even perform Demora's nuclear reaction, it seems I've reverted to my weak human form. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoes, and the system displays a notification. Host's consciousness detected in a special space. To prevent the host from suddenly dying, the control panel will maintain the host's spiritual body. He sighed, relieved that the monster template was still intact. Suddenly, a man appeared on the statue's broken arm, laughing and saying, Only a true man can inherit my martial arts, otherwise I'd rather let it rot in the ground. Yihua turned back in surprise. Liu Chenghu looked down, a fierce grin on his face, challenging him. Kid, prove to me you're a real man. As lightning flashed, the man remained high above, saying, When the storm comes, 100 demons will prowl. Guard this dilapidated temple, and don't let those devils defile the Bodhisattva. Succeed, and I might just teach you a thing or two. Fail, and you'll be driven mad by 100 demons, forever unable to master the martial arts. If you're a weakling, run now. From the ceiling, droplets began to fall, landing on Yihua's nose as he wondered, Is it raining? It seems the test has begun. Liu Chenghu has disappeared, and the rain begins to fall harder. He slowly tightened his grip on his sword and was immediately swarmed by demons. He fearlessly glared back at them, eyes wide with defiance, as the demons swarmed in like ravenous beasts. Yihua took a fighting stance, swinging his sword to decisively eliminate the demons, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as he struck. He suddenly grins, realizing that the trial wouldn't pit unarmed martial artists against 100 demons. There must be hidden tools. With that, he charges into the fray, thunder and lightning erupting around him. Yihua swung his sword wildly, as if dancing among the demons, as Ryu Xiangho, who had been watching from the rooftop, chuckled derisively. These demons carry the killing intent of the old man. A mere martial disciple dares to leave the protection of the ruined temple, seeking death. It seems this trial has attracted another fool. Warriors these days just aren't what they used to be. Every time I have to clean up their messes. These demons relentlessly attack the strange fire, and one seizes an opening to strike from behind. But what is this level he speaks of? Regardless, he avoided the surprise attack. Even he was stunned by Yihua's skill, marveling that the demons couldn't even get close. While the demon was stunned, Yihua looked at his hand, confused, and muttered to himself, "It seems that in the spirit world, the system protects its master, making me invulnerable. Isn't this invincibility?" Liu Chenghu watches Yihua decimate the demons with just a few moves. His eye twitched. How could this kid be unaffected by martial prowess? How did he do it? Yihua pouted, mocking him, saying it was nothing more than hard work and dedication. The demons, now somewhat fearful, began to retreat. Liu Chenghu declared, "Well said, hard worker. If you can subdue 100 demons, I will naturally keep my word and pass on this legacy to you, but let's see if you can handle it." He stood motionless in the pouring rain as the statue shattered, revealing a well filled with mysterious glowing lights. Yihua put one foot on the well's edge and peered down as he continued to explain. "This well contains the essence of the killing intent I condensed in life, and the flesh imprisonment technique is also down there. If you can refine it—" Before Liu Chenghu could finish, Yihua jumped into the well without hesitation. Speechless at his bizarre attitude, he awkwardly complimented him. "Well, well, this is the first time I've seen such a unique junior." In Chenghu's memories, he was once the top player in his prime, a hero who braved S-class secret realms. The demonic power came from the flesh imprisonment technique, and he died because of it as his body weakened with age. The vengeful energy he suppressed began to backfire, causing him to go berserk and even kill those around him. To prevent further mistakes, he had to end his own life. Before his death, Liu Chenghu infused his vengeful aura and martial prowess into this statue. Though a century has passed and the killing intent has dissipated, it's still too much for a mere martial disciple to bear. If Yihe can subdue this killing intent, he'll surely surpass himself on the path of the demonic body. In the monitoring room, Liu Qingzhu and Qin Lan are also present. Her eyes widened in shock as she turned to Qin Lan, asking, "Mom, what's happening?" In the monitoring room, Liu Qingzhu and Qin Lan kept a close watch on Yi Hu through the screen, her eyes fixed with worry and confusion. Just moments ago, Yi Ho was sleeping soundly, a blissful smile on his face, but now he's convulsing, covered in blood. Qin Lan calmly takes a drag of her cigarette and explains, "This third Zhuan Huang martial technique is something your grandfather stumbled upon in his old age. He once tried to cultivate it, but even with his grandmaster cultivation, he was directly rejected by the martial intent within the statue and suffered internal injuries. Since then, no one in the Liu family has been able to successfully cultivate this martial art. If it's a power beyond compare, then acquiring it must be something extraordinary to endure. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight." Having chosen to accept the martial arts power, Yi He awakens in the chamber, stretching and yawning, unaware that his every move is being watched. Liu Qingzhu chuckled. "Mom, Yi Ho's training doesn't seem as intense as you said." Qin Lan was left speechless. In the secret chamber, Yi Huo bows respectfully before the statue, saying, "Thank you, Senior, for imparting your skills." The true form within the statue replies telepathically, "Young man, you are the most talented I have ever encountered. Perhaps you can uncover the truth of this secret realm, something none of my predecessors could achieve. Now it's entrusted to successors like you." Little did they know he'd turn around and say, "Senior, you've misjudged me. I'm just a cheater." Di Huo smiled triumphantly, surrounded by boundless power, and cracked his knuckles, saying, "Flesh and blood imprisoned demon, body like a sura. Even though my stats haven't increased at all, mastering this Xuan Huang martial skill has at least doubled my combat power." Outside, Liu Qingzhu and her mother rushed in. Qin Lan asked anxiously, "Diewo, you've mastered it?" He struck a pose, waved, and grinned. "That's right. I've mastered it." She couldn't believe her eyes, exclaiming, "How is that possible?" Even with Qingzhu's talent, it would take a week of sleepless nights in the martial arts space to grasp a Xuan Huang martial art. "Yihei, how long did it take you?" "Only an hour? Can you really learn it in your sleep?" Liu Qingzhu watched Yihei's calm demeanor and thought to herself, "Everyone calls me a genius. But the real genius is right here." He boasts confidently, "You two don't believe me, do you? Then let me show you." With a flex, Yihoa unleashed a powerful force that engulfed the entire space. The killing intent he mastered in the world of martial fortune. To explain it is like a buff in a game, enhancing my martial arts and increasing their lethality. With that, Diwa threw a punch, his powerful arm carrying destructive force, even crackling with lightning. Liu Qingzhu was mesmerized, standing in a daze, thinking, the shock waves are too strong. I think I can hear a demonic screech within them. Perhaps this is the killing intent that Daiwo spoke of, to witness such terrifying power. Qinlan felt rejuvenated, pressing her hand to her cheek seductively, saying, Dihua, you really are Dihua. Seeing her antics, he twitched, thinking, Madam, your daughter is still standing here. Can you restrain yourself a little? I don't want to be labeled as the Prime Minister. Liu Qingzhu asked, Dihua, now that you've mastered one profound skill, would you like to learn the other two? You still have one day to learn, she said, blushing and smiling shyly. Qinlan, standing to the side, covered her face in disappointment, thinking, My good daughter, are you pretending to be dumb or are you really dumb? You say you don't want to be with Yi He, but then you turn around and hand over the family fortune to him? Although she was prepared to take him in as her son-in-law, she couldn't just hand over the entire family fortune at once, so he flatly refused. No need, Thun Truck. One Xuanwang martial art is enough for me to digest for a long time. I won't learn anymore. Auntie, I'm a little tired and I have some things to take care of at home. Oda stroked his chin in agreement, then called his daughter over. Tantruk, why don't you take Daihe home? The housekeeper told me you took a public bicycle to get here. Do you even know how to drive? Zagara, pick one out. It'll be more convenient for you anyway. Hearing this, he remembered being mocked by a street punk on a motorcycle when he first arrived, called him poor. He thought bitterly. A motorcycle, huh? Remembering that, he recalls a cool motorcyclist he saw earlier, stylish and suave. He asks naturally, Andy, do you have a motorcycle? Qinlan replies, Dihua likes motorcycles just like my son, who's always causing trouble. Auntie will give you her most prized possession. Outside the Qin manor, Jai wandered around, muttering to himself. I heard from Hongdi that my mother has invited another live-in son-in-law. Let's see who this is. My sister is a rare beauty and genius in Anthan. Not just anyone is worthy of her. He suddenly thought of Dihua and angrily cursed, That kid on the public bike is so annoying. He scared away the girl I was hitting on. Don't let me see him again. As he spoke, a motorcycle sped past Ji, his face contorting in disbelief. Wasn't that the guy on the public bike just now? And what he's riding is my motorcycle. That night, Yihuo returned home, parking his motorcycle outside. Yihuo quickly prepares dinner with only a bowl of magic cores and a dipping sauce on the table. Last time, swallowing the magic core raw was tasteless. Diye, eagerly grabbing his chopsticks, says, This time, a touch of soul-enhancing dipping sauce will do the trick. He picks up a mana stone, drenches it in sauce, and pops a green one into his mouth first. The mechanical voice echoes again. The system appears. Host Yi He, Comprehensive Physique 23.8, Mad Tyrant Emperor Mara Monster Template Compatibility 21%, Supergiant Monster Template Compatibility 85%, points available for distribution. His body is now overflowing with energy. Yihua reads the system screen, muttering, Stat boosts, time to allocate points. Last time in the Sacred Tree Mountain realm, I used the supergiant monster form, about 50 meters tall. While that's huge compared to normal magic beasts, it's still tiny compared to the Sacred Tree in the realm, which was the size of a mountain range. Still unsatisfied, he allocates all his points to the giant monster, saying, Bigger. I need to be bigger, before grabbing a glistening magic core. And add a level 2 Demon Vine's golden magic core. Yihua's body is submerged in immense power, which even radiates outwards, as the system displays the primal Emperor Malak monster absorbing the genetic code of a special plant creature, undergoing a unique mutation. Do you wish to stop the mutation process? He asked, eyes wide with surprise. Mutation? Yihua returned to normal, stroking his chin and muttering, Mutation means it will become a monster with different attributes. If it's a beneficial attribute, great, but if it's detrimental, it's a step backward. After some thought, he decides, too much is too much, let's risk it, turn this bike into a motorcycle, and presses the Y button. The system displays, Congratulations, host. Unlocking an S-rank monster template, a massive demon suddenly appears, leaving him stunned and wide-eyed. The system displays that when the Berserk Demonic Malak reaches 100%, there's a 2% chance of evolving into a Star Pillar Demonic Malak, a truly fearsome demon. Reading the system's info, he grinned with delight, clenching his fist as he muttered to himself, A Star Core Demonic Mara. Just hearing it sounds powerful, but I need to get the current form to 100% first. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed outside, and Yihua curiously peered out the window, furrowing his brow. What the hell is going on? He wondered. A terrorist attack? Outside, police and special vehicles blared sirens, sealing off all entrances and exits to the area, preventing their escape. Find him for me. Leave no stone unturned. Inside, Yihuo could hear the commotion outside. He glanced warily behind him, saying, The original owner was eccentric and had no close friends who would visit. I haven't ordered any food or packages, so who could be out there? A woman appears and leaps through the window of the house. It's Yao Yimei. He glanced sharply and asked, Do you know who that is, sis? Yao Yimei dismissively replied, Looks like this young man isn't just an ordinary martial artist. Through her mask, she eyes Daihua with hidden intent. Yao Yimei says, Originally, I only intended to hide something here and conveniently alter your memories, but since you've discovered it, bear with it and try not to run away. Dihua didn't even bother to look back at the rambling shadow. Whatever, with this much savings I can just buy another house. Not understanding what he's saying, she asks, What are you talking about? Yi He, channeling Bruce Lee, points his finger at her and declares, I said you're already dead. Outside, a man is fighting with the police, who are trying to subdue him. He leaves an opening and they seize him. With a sinister grin, Zhou Yi says, Yao Yimei, you must get the golden embryo out of here. I'll draw the fire for you. Suddenly he roared, Bring it on! My life is worth taking you down. Blood burning. Forbidden art. As he finished speaking, a strange power surged from Chu Yi's body, just as a beam of green light descended upon him. His cool act didn't last long, as Chu Yi was startled by the green light and quickly dodged. More enemies? As the dust settles, it's revealed to be Yao Yimei. She scrambled to her feet. Chu Yi asked Yao Yimei in surprise, Your nano armor was white, so why is it as black as coal now? Sis, I risked everything to regroup and you're telling me something went wrong? She quickly signaled to him, I've hidden the goods, let's retreat. The two created a smokescreen to evade the police and vanished. A nearby manhole cover trembled as the pair escaped into an abandoned building. Yao Yimei, exhausted, finally escaped the police. Zhu Yi marveled at the nano armor, recovering so quickly from the heavy impact. A pair of feet approached them and a voice taunted, Pretty lady, you still haven't explained why you broke into my house? It was Daihei, like a ghost. He'd followed them here. They must have realized something serious. I was going to pick a random lucky neighbor, but it seems I picked myself. Breaking into someone's home deserves a reward. Let's have some fun. Zhu Yi, enraged, demanded, How did you find us? His eyes bloodshot, Yihua could sense traces of nuclear radiation on Yao Yimei. He looked down at them, a challenge in his eyes, saying actions speak louder than words, and channeled his power into his arm, ready to strike. Provocatively, Dihua says, Just the man I need to test the durability of my flesh prison. Chungia, terrified, raises his hands in defense, a sense of dread washing over him. Yihua lunges forward, attacking him directly with the Lan Mountain fist, and with just one move, Zhu Yi coughs up blood, eyes wide. Yihua aims precisely, landing a punch straight into his stomach, and with a single flick of the wrist, Zhu Yi is sent flying. Yao Yimei was astonished, stammering, Such powerful martial arts. Young man, who taught you? Chu Yi fainted on the spot, while he, unscathed, replied with a mischievous smile, I learned from Emperor Mara. Yao Yimei found the name strange, thinking, Emperor Mara? I've never heard of him. I didn't expect a small city like Anthan to hide so many masters. Chu Yi awakens, still arrogant, saying, Don't get cocky, kid. Yihu glares at Chu Yi with cold eyes as he suddenly transforms into his true beast form. So, Zhu Yi also possessed a demonic entity. A massive rhinoceros roared furiously behind him. Zhu Yi smugly declared, I am a dignified level 6 martial artist, not someone a kid like you can control. His true form is a rhinoceros, and with one stomp he shatters the earth. Now completely mutated, spikes erupt all over Zhu Yi's body as he charges at Yi Huo, unleashing the 5-step skill. Yihua was thrilled by his transformation, grinning from ear to ear as he said, That's more like it. Meanwhile, behind him, Yao Yimei used her stealth ability, planning to ambush Yihua. She smugly thinks, This kid doesn't realize my nano armor can turn invisible? I'm the real attacker here. Just as she thought she was about to succeed, Yihua simply raised his hand, unleashing a blast of power that knocked Yao Yimei out cold, and said, Stop getting in the way. Yihua slams her into the wall, eliminating one opponent, and upon seeing Yihua defeat Yao Yimei with a single arm, Zhu Yi is furious, ranting that useless Yao Yimei couldn't even land a sneak attack. Regaining his confidence, Chu Yi lunges forward, fist clenched. I'll have to do it myself. But Yihua smirks. Come on, his eyes gleaming as if he's found his prey. He blocks the attack with one arm, a surge of power emanating from him. Yihua stares in disbelief, realizing the defense has increased so much. Kid, my Ironhide Rhino Demon Beast's true form can withstand tank fire. What do you think you can use to break through it? Not only his defense, but his attack power has increased dramatically. He thrusts his rhino horn, threatening to pierce the strange fire, forcing him to dodge. With a deafening roar, Chu Yi cried out, "I'm done for!" Their battle leaving craters in the abandoned district. Chu Yi said proudly, "Little devil, no matter how arrogant you are, you can't withstand a single blow from me." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked around, but couldn't find the silhouette of the strange fire, and panicked, wondering, where is he? Chu Yi turned back to continue searching, refusing to believe he could still escape after that punch. But then Yu He's true form appeared, dwarfing Chu Yi and shaking the earth with every movement. "What in the world is this?" Chu Yi exclaimed in a panic, his mouth agape. Is this a demonic beast? Where did he come from? Did that little devil conjure him up? A giant hand hurtles towards Chu Yi like a missile, smashing into the ground and shattering it. But Chu Yi managed to jump away just in time, only to realize he was but an ant. He prepared to strike again with his other hand. His brutal attack instantly sends dust and debris flying, as Yi He raises a hand, gathering energy for a devastating blow. He relentlessly pounded towards Chu Yi, when suddenly the system announced that Yi Hua was in supergiant personification mode, with a combined constitution of 23.8 to 294. Just then, Yao Yimei awoke, clutching her wounded body. Witnessing the transformed Dai Hua, she trembled and stammered, "I'm such an idiot. Why did I ever provoke this monster?" Yao Yimei surveyed the surroundings, calculating the best solution, and said, "At this rate, Ju Yai will be beaten to death. There's no escape. I have to risk it all." She leaps onto a nearby rooftop, a glowing red string held in her mouth, then dives down, using the string to bind the pyrokinetic. Yao Yimei shouts, "This is a molecular thread from the nano battle armor. Its strength is enough to cut high-grade composite metals." She flies around him, wrapping the thread around him, and shouts again. Even though he became a giant through some kind of genetic manipulation, his physical weaknesses couldn't have changed. Yet that string was able to sever the pyro's head from its neck. She lands gracefully. The head fell before Yao Yimei, who quickly retracted the wire, thinking she'd defeated the hetero fire, and breathed a sigh of relief. Had she succeeded? Life isn't a fairy tale. The head is still active. Is the fire spirit about to attack with a power orb? Terrified, Yao Yimei stammered, "Monster." A massive force tears through the building. The last thing Yao Yimei sees is an endless blue light. The smoke and dust finally cleared, revealing Yi Hua in his normal form, still smoking. He slowly approached the dying Chu Yi, his eyes filled with disdain. He looked at him and said, "You're next." Chu Yi, covered in blood, struggled to speak. "You monster." Yi Hua stared at him with glowing, demonic eyes. "You killed to be killed. It's only fair." Chu Yi lowered his head, then hearing the sirens outside, knowing he couldn't escape, said, "If I must die so young, I'll take you down with me." Yao Yimei, the woman he just killed, hid something in his room called the Golden Gene, and his face contorts into a grotesque mask as he screams. "Now it belongs to you. You'll face endless pursuit, living like a rat. I'll be waiting for you in hell." Disgusted, Yi Hua didn't bother listening to his nonsense. He kicks Chu Yi so hard he might as well be dead, adding, "You talk too much." He noticed the police nearby and muttered, "The cops are here. I need to deal with the body quickly." Looking at the wreckage he'd caused, Yi Hua said, "I may have gone a bit too far this time." Back in his apartment complex, it was already midnight. Sitting on his bed, he dialed a number. "Aunt Chin, how did the police questioning go?" The person on the phone replied, "It's nothing, but Yi Hua, things haven't been peaceful lately. You should behave and wait to go to Huadu University." He immediately replied, "Don't worry, Aunt Chin, you know me." "I'm very well behaved," the person replied. "That's good." He stood up, tossed the phone aside, and sighed in relief. "Good thing I warned Aunt Chin, otherwise the police would definitely trace me with my obvious nuclear energy blast." Just as Chu Yi said, Yao Yimei really did hide the gene tube in his room. Yi Hua examines it in his hand. Is this the golden gene those two were talking about? The gene tube bears the symbol of a large creature, one he recognizes from the Prometheus files given to him by the man from Huadu. This is the symbol of the lightning shooter, a major player in biotechnology. Yeho thought about the two men from before and began to understand why. It seems those two stole this from Thunder Radiance Bird and were being chased while trying to escape. Judging by his despicable face, he probably dumped it on me. Looking out, Yeho saw the large hole he'd made in the window. He put his hands in his pockets and thought, Looks like I'll have to move. I'll find a hotel for tonight. In the depths of the Swan Lake B-rank secret realm, a girl atop a wolf asks, "How was your harvest?" The man replies, "I managed to get a little." Suddenly, a loud noise draws everyone's attention, and the girl cries out in alarm, "Captain, look!" Hearing her call out, they looked into the distance and saw a massive beast appear, followed by a terrifying stampede of wild animals. Wave after wave of beasts charge in like a storm, and among them is a colossal monster. A fifth-stage Overlord-level blood-eyed black ape. People scattered in terror, urging each other to alert the army. A Lord-class beast was leading a massive horde. Ancheng can't hold out. The nation must send Grandmaster or Master-level martial artists to assist. Damn it, high-level magical beasts rarely leave their territories to venture into low-level areas. Why is this happening? The beast with the terrifying face stared ahead, its eyes suddenly turning bloodshot, unleashing an immense surge of energy. Boulders rained down as people fled in terror, desperately calling for help. An emergency. A Lord-class beast-tide is emerging from Swan Lake secret realm. A man cries out in terror, "We need backup, now!" But then, a massive boulder crushes him, as a mechanical voice confirms the Overlord's intrusion. "Respond! Respond!" The beast stretched, looking enormous. He roared, pushing his power to the limit, and a massive black hole appeared in the sky. As the announcement blared, fear gripped the city. A large-scale beast tide from the Swan Lake B-rank secret realm was about to strike Anthan, and the people trembled in fear. The military mobilized rapidly, according to the broadcast. The beast tide is expected to reach Anthan in 20 minutes, and the army has been deployed to the front lines. A booming voice calls out, urging all martial artists in Anthan to provide support. "All martial artists, please provide support." Inside the train station, the shouts of the crowd grew louder. "Please, no pushing, maintain order." A child is lifted high, crying as the horde attacks. Now only children and students are allowed on the trains. Children are the hope of the future. If Anthan falls, we must ensure its future survives. In the mayor's office, two people sit in front of a computer, talking. "I told you to ask other cities for support." "Which cities have agreed to send troops?" the woman replied. "Mr. Mayor, and city isn't the only place experiencing a large-scale monster wave. Monster wave warnings are popping up all over the country, and everyone is struggling to survive." The woman pointed to her iPad and said, "The cities that haven't been attacked are all saying they need to build defenses in case of a monster wave." The worried mayor asked, "What about Huadu? Can any of the Grandmaster-level martial artists we requested come to help, even just one?" He leaned back in his chair and continued, "A Class S dungeon has appeared in Guangshan City, near the magic metropolis. All the martial artists from the capital must go to Guangshan City to stop the expansion of the S-rank dungeon." The mayor frowned, saying, "We have no time to waste. The battle to protect Ancheng has already begun, and we'll have to rely on ourselves." Cut to the Sioux Manor, where two men are training in the courtyard. Yi Hua lands a punch on his opponent, sending him staggering backward. Yi He praises him, saying, "Not bad, you blocked one of my attacks." Chu wipes away sweat and asks, "Since when did you learn Zhuanhuang martial arts?" Yi He stretches and replies, "I've been learning for a month, it's so-so, but what about you? Why do I feel like you've regressed so much in the past month?" So Chow explains, "It's not that I've regressed, but that you've become monstrously strong." Suddenly, a noise echoes from afar, and So Chow shouts, "Something's happened in Anthan. This is a beast tide warning." A voice announced from the phone that Ancheng's Reserve University students had priority to leave. Students, head to Ancheng Airport for flights B5A21 and B753, or to Ancheng High-Speed Rail for train A423-7 to evacuate immediately. That's the evacuation message, So Chu says. Yiho asks if he's planning to leave, but So Chow, eyes downcast, replies, "Do you want to stay too? With your talent, it's best to leave." Yi quickly massages his hands, smiles brightly, and walks away saying, "You talk too much. Why didn't I realize you were such a nag? If you don't want to go, just say so. Otherwise, kill." Back inside the mansion, Liu Qingju excitedly tells her mother, "Mom, I want to help defend against the beast tide." Qin Lian asks her daughter, "What are your odds of survival?" She added, "There are about 30,000 martial artists in the city, plus some retired martial artists and martial apprentices who volunteer to fight, so we can gather about 50,000 people. This many people facing the beast tide is like a small boat facing a tsunami. Once it hits, they will be buried in the sea of beasts." Qin Lan raised an eyebrow, watching Liu Qingju continue. "And the Overlord-level magical beasts are not monsters, and City can currently deal with. They are beings that only Grandmasters can barely contend with." Qingju, your life belongs not only to you, but to the entire family. Liu Qingju remained silent, turned, and answered her mother as she walked away. A martial arts family that can't fight magical beasts may no longer be worth existing. With that, Liu Qingju left, the door slamming shut. Xinlan lights a cigarette and says to the person behind her, Di Hong, we're leaving Anthan. Aunt Hong asks, what about that strange boy? Xinlan raised his eyes and sent him a message in an even tone, leaving the choice up to him. Cut to Swan Lake Secret Realm, where people gathered in droves, the sound of chatter rising. Old Chen, what's a 60-year-old like you doing here? Shouldn't you be taking your granddaughter home? If tumor-ridden Zhang can make it, there's no reason I can't. Zhang Lu, leaning heavily on his cane, followed behind, saying, who knew that after 30 years we'd be standing on the same front line, fighting against the invading beast tide? Old Chen stood tall, his sword at the ready, and replied, that's right, 30 years. You lost that leg in the beast tide back then. Old Zhang, once we've weathered this tide, are you still planning on retiring to your sons? Your son lives in the bustling city of Kimdo, and you're just a country bumpkin. Won't you be laughed at? He replied, I'm not going. I'll stay in Anthan and keep playing chess with you, even though you're terrible at it. I was born in this city, and I'll die here. With that, they all charged forward. At the Swan Lake Secret Realm entrance, hundreds of cannons lined up, everything meticulously prepared, urgent commands echoing. We are Anthan's last line of defense. We must stand guard and not let a single demonic beast into the city. A resounding echo answers him as the mayor declares that 60% of Anthan's forces, along with all martial artists of master level or higher, have entered the secret realm. They're called the Vanguard, and their sole mission is to investigate the basics of the monster wave, probe the strength of the Lord and Overlord-class beasts, and then survive long enough to bring the information back. Suddenly, he's startled as he sees a wounded man struggling towards him. The mayor rushed over, shouting, medical staff, emergency assistance. The man collapses, desperately calling out, Mayor, Mayor. With his last ounce of strength, he shakily held up a USB drive, saying, this USB contains all the achievements of the Vanguard team. The mayor anxiously shouted, where are the others? He looked up and uttered 2 words that left the mayor frozen. They're dead. The man cried out in anguish, sobbing as he said, they're all dead. Trampled by the beast tide, not even their bodies could be recovered. Dong Ziying, his eyes bloodshot, shouted, be careful of that blood-eyed black ape. It plotted against us. Otherwise, at least a few thousand of us could have made it out alive. From the Black Lake, sharp rocks rained down relentlessly, and something pierced the building with a deafening shriek. Something strange appears on the ground, and the mayor realizes their target is the defensive landmine beneath the building. Explosions erupt one after another, along with his screams. Its goal is to detonate the landmines and destroy the defensive structure being built. Cannons fire, and the mayor's shout is lost in the din. Damn it, it's an attack from the dungeon break. Tank battalion, open fire on the dungeon rift without hesitation. Before him, a terrifying explosion erupted, and the mayor frowned, clenching his fist. Instead of unleashing monsters, they're using ranged attacks to wear us down. How could beasts know human tactics? He cursed in frustration. Damn it, you wretched beasts! Another volley of stones rained down from the dark pit. A loud cry signals the second wave of attacks. This time, the number of stone beaks suddenly increases. A machine rushes forward, some soldiers cautiously advance, and a wild beast appears, prompting a soldier to shout, be careful! The enemy attacks, and before he can finish his sentence, his head is taken. Then, one after another, more appeared, and everyone tried to attack and stop them. The mayor reached out, trying to shout as the stone pillars were used as launch bays for the magical beasts. They emerge from the dungeon rift through those pillars, then are released directly into the rear lines of the battlefield to wreak havoc. Damn it, we can't let those stone spikes fall. Block those stone wedges. The beast rears back. Another one speaks up, almost there. The humans no longer had the strength to resist. It roared and charged forward. Warriors, crush that land for me. A horde of monsters charges towards the cannons. Explosions erupt in rapid succession, creating a scene of utter chaos as a foot stomps down on the ground. Di Hoa, with his hands in his pockets, said calmly that he didn't know what Anthan would become after today, then looked down and continued. Even though I've only been here for a few months, I've grown fond of Anthan. I can't let these beasts destroy the peaceful days I've worked so hard for, so I must. He rushes down, armor appearing around him, and excitedly shouts, let the slaughter begin. As smoke billowed in the city, a young man praised the person next to him. As expected of you, brother-law, you've already taken down 5 magical beasts. The praised one grows arrogant. You flatter me, Tai Tiu Lin said, stepping on a monster. So, you've only killed a few low-level monsters and you're already bragging? Is that all you've got, Luo Xuan? An Shanghai's #1 title seems a bit overblown. He clenches his fist in anger. Tai Xiaoling exclaims in surprise as footsteps echo nearby. Chuzhou appears, holding a spirit stone. Someone asks, Chuzhou, that blue magic core in your hand, did you take down a Tier 3 magic beast yourself? Without stopping, Chuzhou casually replied, I didn't expect to find you all here. None of you chose to retreat. Our parents are all martial artists fighting against the beast tide here. As their children, how could we run away alone? Suddenly, Luo Xuan pointed upwards and shouted, Watch out! Behind them, a tank hurtled towards them at breakneck speed. Chaos erupts as a tank is hurled through the air, followed by shouts of, Who the hell threw a tank? A hand pulls out a sword, and with a few swings from Chuzhou, the tank is sliced in two. Tai Xiaoling is stunned, realizing this is the first Lord-level monster to emerge from the mystic realm. How did it get so far behind the lines? Facing the massive monster, they reassured each other, Stay calm. It's not a Lord class. Its form and aura are different. As the beast's hand descended, Chuzhou gritted his teeth, sensing the danger. A great light descends, obliterating everything in its path. Attacked by an unseen force, the monster collapses, reaching out to grab something. Standing tall in the beast's maw, Yihua reached out, leaned down, and pried its mouth open with a sinister grin. Time for a dental cleaning. The beast roars in protest. Dihua held its fangs, pried its mouth open, and peered inside with a sigh. This is so dirty. Just how many people has it eaten? Yihua conjures a ball of water. He said, I'm going to have to clean you up real good. Yihua then sent the water orb through the beast's mouth. Luo Xuan, behind Chuzhou, said, Let's retreat while the magical beasts are fighting amongst themselves. Chuzhou reassured him, Don't panic. That's a mystic fire. He stammered, Otherworldly fire? That little demonic beast just now was otherworldly fire? Chu looked at him and said, That's right, with him here. Maybe Anthang can survive this disaster. Yihua grinned and turned back. Chu, I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to help elsewhere. With that, he leaped away. Surveying the scene from above, he closed his eyes, focusing his senses to find where the demonic beasts gathered most. Suddenly, he knew where to go. Below, a massive elephant rampaged, and a soldier threw down his gun, shouting that it was useless against the beast, and they needed to reload quickly. The others quickly dropped their guns and donned armor, a group charging forward with swords, only to be impaled by the beast's sharp tusks. Its every step crushes countless soldiers. The worried troops cry out, Captain, we have to retreat. We can't hold this line. We're just ordinary soldiers, no match for these demonic beasts. Some still refused to give up, desperately holding their ground. He swung his sword, cutting down the small beast before him, his eyes filled with determination as he shouted, We are soldiers, and even if we die, we will hold out until the martial artists arrive. Suddenly, crimson flames danced around them. Someone wondered, What in the world is this? Could it be that the martial artists have arrived? In the distance, an elephant approaches, surrounded by a fiery red aura. Suddenly, something blue pierced its head, instantly killing it. With a crash, it fell lifelessly to the ground. Seeing this, the other wild beasts raised their heads and roared as the enraged martial artists descended from above. A light shines down, piercing through the clouds as the other 9 districts teeter on the brink of destruction. The man watched the fleeing monsters in confusion. The monsters are running away? No, it feels like they're trying to run somewhere else, the woman behind him said. The prodigy of Anthan has entered the battlefield, and the monsters are converging on him. The man turned, his face set with determination. We can't let the divergent like Liu Wuxi's group be killed by the beasts. We have to help him. He's still just a child, the hope of Ancheng. And with a mighty roar, he charged, Let's ambush those beasts and protect our top scorer. Monsters barely bared their fangs before their skulls were blown apart. The battlefield is a brutal wasteland littered with monster corpses, as a powerful light pierces through, devastating the surrounding land. Seeing this, the slick-haired man immediately shouted a warning, saying that a Lord-class monster had its eyes on the strange fire, and everyone must fight to protect it. They want to kill Ancheng City's top scorer? They'll have to get through my dead body first. Someone shouts to kill, saying we've been saved. As the city erupts and cheers echo, they shout of human triumph, vowing to send the beasts to hell, promising their top scorer will arrive soon, and ordering the defense of their base at all costs. Are you old geezers worse than a high school student? Don't let the younger generation laugh at us. At that moment, a dinosaur-like monster emerged, its eyes glowing with an eerie light, and began ramming the barrier before it. That wall is the Divine Vein Barrier, erected in the heart of the city. The mayor floats in the air, chanting as he raises his hand. This barrier can only contain a portion of the monsters. To truly solve this monster wave, they must defeat the Overlord. However, the divine vein wall couldn't stop every monster from slipping through the cracks. A hideous, shaggy beast took to the skies with savage intent. Without a word, the mayor clasped his hands together, forming a seal that emitted a dazzling golden light. Here, we see the monster's reach, a battle of unequal sizes. His eyes look back, out of the frying pan and into the fire, as an even more terrifying monster appears. The mayor's face was cold as he muttered to himself, unfazed. A level 4 Tomb Lord class. A colossal mountain crocodile. Suddenly, he understood. The blood-eyed black ape's mount, the Overlord's steed, had made its move. It seemed that Ape was growing restless. With that thought, the mayor gently landed on the divine circuit wall. He channeled his energy, creating the earth-shattering mountain stone sea howl. The vibrations distorted space, twisting all of creation. The monster, a centipede-like creature with countless glowing eyes, looked up at the dazzling vortex the mayor had created. As he slowly ascended, he asked, "Do you know why I had to use the earth-based attack you're most familiar with?" The monster, terrified, seemed to understand its fate. Luminous streams flowed around the mayor as he advanced, declaring his intent to get closer. Profound, yellow martial art. The centipede monster, with no escape from the mountain quake technique, cried out in agony as the massive blow landed. The building's windows shatter from the immense sound, sending shards of glass flying, and the ground below trembles. The monster's fury makes the earth itself scream. The monster wailed in agony as the city was utterly transformed. The mayor breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the early intelligence on the colossal alligator of Shenshan. Thankfully, he was far from the martial artists, or countless lives would have been lost. As he charged, he revealed, "If all of your bodies had entered in city, I might have been 3 parts weaker than you. Oh, but you only revealed 1 head. That's just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered." Dozens of arms sprout from the mayor's back as the monster looms, its many eyes watching his every move. Using his arms, he navigated the monster's thorns to climb, its back like a towering mountain. The mayor, now drained of strength, flies up to observe. Truly a king of the earth element, still able to sprout stone beaks on his own body, while a fierce gaze watches him from behind. The mayor immediately sensed the ambush as the blood-eyed black ape reached out, seizing him like a toy. He emanates a murderous aura, questioning, "Insignificant human, what are you doing to my mount?" In that moment, the mayor felt regret and shock. It was the blood-eyed black ape hiding within the stone pestle. The bloodied black ape's eyes glowed ominously, and he declared he would crush the mayor's head to show him just how insignificant humans were. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the mayor to the ground, creating a loud crash. Throughout the city, buildings were scarred by the sharp thorns. The bloodied black ape roared, smoke rising from its hand. "Though I dodged the blast, I see there's no warrior strong enough to stop me in this city, so I can kill with impunity." The mayor emerged from the rubble, looking pathetic. The mayor remained silent, then raised a hand to the sky, instantly regaining his composure as light coursed through his body. His power manifested a dragon-shaped spirit beast, a night shield against the blast, facing the blood-eyed black ape's ferocious face and sharp teeth. He scoffs, believing humanity's resistance is meaningless, merely delaying their demise. In the blood demon, black ape's twisted vision, humans cower in fear. This battlefield, devoid of predators, has become a game that fills humanity with fear and despair. I eagerly await the look of terror on this strongest human's face. The more psychological warfare the enemy throws at him, the more physical attacks the mayor returns. But the bloodied black ape is unfazed by the shards of light hitting him. He bluntly critiques that the speed isn't bad, but the power is too weak, as the mayor relentlessly continues his assault. This time, Blood-Eye Black Ape smugly admits the power is decent, but the speed is too slow. He quickly crosses the ruined buildings, heading towards the mayor. The Blood Fiend. Black Gibbon shoved his face close, snarling, "I don't like lesser creatures looking me in the eye." The mayor only flinched, and the gibbon, enraged by this, threw a punch. At this moment, he was incredibly confused. The ground was imprinted with the brawl, yet the mayor was unscathed, his gaze even sharper. The Blood-Eye Black Ape was momentarily intimidated by his power, wondering why he showed no fear. Now it's the mayor's turn, and he places his hand on the ground, saying, "Monster, you think you're so clever, but you miscalculated. In the end, you're just a proud beast." The mayor's light transformed into ropes, binding the blood-eyed black ape with a blood curse technique. He realized too late, you lured me into your trap? The formation is called Earth Vein Seal. The once clear sky is replaced by an endless vortex, a scene of doomsday. As the blood-eyed black ape is drawn into the vortex, he wonders, is this your trump card? You think you can seal me underground? How naive. Humans. Bloodied black ape resorts to threats. You cannot imprison me forever. The moment your sands falter, I will break free and tear apart every human in this place. Unfortunately, the mayor unleashes his final trump card, or rather, his battle hymn. He revealed a 5-pointed star scar on his chest, and the mayor's voice rang out. It's a hymn to humanity, an epic of courage. And with that, he struck the mark on his chest. Bloodshot Black Ape is bewildered, a tremor in his voice. What do you want to do? Though battered and broken, the mayor explained, from the start of the war, I buried Enthan's only tactical nuclear bomb under Swan Lake. The detonator is implanted in my heart. Once it stops, the nuke will be activated. Hearing this, the blood-eyed black ape was in despair. Damn it, are you trying to scare me? Who would bet their life like that? You think you can scare me with that? With blood trickling from his lips, the mayor confessed, I never intended to return from the start. After all, I am the mayor of Ancheng. My name is Hoang Kin. In a public address, he declared, I am Hoang Kin. I will dedicate everything to Enthan and its people, even my life. The mayor began to breathe his last. I guess I did it, right? A blinding light mixed with the screams of the blood-eyed black ape. He's been sealed away, and that light consumes the mayor's body as well. The light of hope engulfs the city, triggering a nuclear-level explosion as the soldier reads the mayor's message and tearfully issues an urgent warning. All soldiers and martial artists immediately retreated from the Swan Lake dungeon entrance as the nuclear tactic was about to be triggered. An emergency retreat was ordered. The soldier couldn't contain his emotions, likely filled with gratitude, as the troops saluted in a final farewell to the mayor. Chu and Xiaoling take a moment of silence as everyone watches the grand spectacle from afar. A massive mushroom cloud, like a tombstone, suddenly rises into the air as the martial artists who were warned and evacuated from the blast zone offer their solemn respects. This could be considered a grand funeral. The explosion shook the entire region, burning away the flesh of the blood-pupil black ape, leaving behind a colossal skeleton. From nothing, a ball of fire appears, somehow transferring its energy to him. The blood-eyed black ape's cells began to regenerate from scratch, with muscle and flesh enveloping its skeleton. And just like that, the mayor's efforts were all for naught as the blood-eyed black ape stared into the very depths of humanity. He slowly stood up, muttering that he almost lost to that lowly human. Ignoring his incomplete recovery, the bloodied black ape roared, I want to kill every human in this city. I want them to die the most brutal death imaginable. Dragging his crippled body, he decides to return to the Sin domain. And after he recovers his blood energy, he will flatten this place. The Sin domain is known to be the mystic realm of magical beasts. A voice cuts through the bloodied black ape's delusion. Where do you think you're going? As humanity teetered on the brink, the Dai Hoa appeared like a god, leaving the blood-eyed black ape speechless. This human, I recall, is one of the biggest obstacles to our beast-tide invasion. A terrifying human genius. Dai Hoa only regrets not arriving sooner. At last, I've found you. Unfortunately, he's a step too late. He lunges forward, reaching out with a nuclear strike fist. Little did he know, the blood-eyed black ape dodged it and awakened some power within him. Dai Hoa looked at him, a hint of confusion and panic in her eyes. The blood-eyed black ape has the upper hand, calling the human genius foolish for facing him in such a crucial battle instead of hiding. The perfect opportunity to eliminate him. But there was one thing he didn't expect. Dai Hoa smiled and replied, If you were trying to run, my giant nuclear particle might not have hit you. Now have another one. Trapped, the blood-eyed black ape could only lament, You humans are really something. The shockwaves rolled in, and blue electricity trapped him with no escape, as a sphere appeared in the blood demon black ape's chest, about to explode from within. Another massive explosion is witnessed by the entire city, and everyone is horrified by the sight. Look, why is another core exploding? What's going on there? Could this be a contingency plan left by Mayor Huang Yun? They mistakenly believe he's living up to his name. The smoke clears, revealing the blood-eyed black ape's pathetic state. Even he is in despair. Groaning, the blood-eyed black ape laments that the mutated flower monster has become a beast, wielding the Emperor Giant armor. Blood Demon Black Ape indignantly asks, Hey, how are you more like a demon beast than I am? Even a Lord-class demon beast doesn't have your aura. Having completed his transformation, Dai Hoa scoffed, I'm nothing like a mangy monkey like you. At this point, Yihua's size was 1,000 times that of the blood-eye black ape, and he could easily crush him with a flick of his hand. Blood demon. Black ape was battered and bruised. Yihua mocked, "Don't run, little monkey." He unleashed the Azure Mountain Black Flash Fist, and the blood demon black ape mustered his last strength to retaliate. Don't underestimate a dominator. The two fists were clearly mismatched, and electricity crackled between them, creating an explosion that shook the heavens. Yihua was impressed. After all, it was an overlord-class demon beast, even if it was severely injured and as skinny as a monkey. Which it was. Though you're my opponent, I still respect you. Even with my giant titan demon physique, my combined stats exceeding 30, I still couldn't overwhelm you with power. And you even injured my arm, but it's still not enough for me to take you seriously. The blood-eyed black ape lay on the ground, seemingly ready to give up. My full-force attack injured you, yet you recover so quickly? Suddenly, he seemed to awaken, muttering, "No, I can't beat this genius." He tucked his tail and ran, chanting, "Can't win, can't win, can't win. How do I escape?" With no mercy, the heteromorph right behind him decided to end it, transforming back into his human form, thinking, "How could a beast like you be worthy of Lord Mayor's life?" Without another word, he unleashed his attack, the blood-eyed black ape's core energy exploding as its body dissolved amidst curses of, "Damn human genius." Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland, Demo Luo stood and declared, "That ape has burrowed underground, playing dead." Inside the Emperor Demonic Lama's body, Yihua speaks seriously, saying that faking death means it's afraid of being discovered and more injured than ever before. This is the best chance to kill it. It seems even Overlord-class magical beasts can hide their presence, making them undetectable. Then, the parasite's gaze suddenly shifts. He worried that if they'd found it sooner, the chief wouldn't have. Suddenly, Di Maria's foot glowed, the ground cracked, and the parasite continued. But now it's heavily injured. Even its ability to hide will be affected. After all, I can sense even the faintest life signal. The situation is tense, and within the body of the Demon Emperor, Yihua quickly speaks up, spotting something. "Found you, you damn monkey." Dimala immediately unleashed a beam of light. The beam of light moved in a straight line, blasting the monkey into the air, its eyes burning with resentment. I was so close to sensing the entrance to the Sin domain, if it weren't for that damned human mayor setting a trap for me. Immediately after, he receives another punch from Demo Luo, who unleashes a blinding light, striking the monkey directly. Yihua coldly said, "This is the price you pay for insulting the mayor. I'll make you wish you were dead." Even though Blood-Eye Black Ape was beaten to the point of collapse, it still tried to resist. In his hand, he wields a mace, ranting about the lowly insects they are. As he spoke, the mace in his hand was continuously enveloped in power. "I'll drain the last of my magic core's energy to drag you down to hell." Immediately, the blood demon ape's right arm swelled, crackling with purple energy as he leaped high, furiously charging towards the demonic emperor. Yiho wouldn't just stand there and take it, so he controlled the demon emperor to retaliate. Lanshan Fist of Black Flesh. The two attacks collided, creating shockwaves in the space between them. But unexpectedly, the arm of the demon emperor cracked wide open, and blood gushed from the wound. The blood demon black ape wasn't in much better shape, as he was blasted backward. That attack injured Yiho as well, but he was thrilled after the desperate blow. He immediately commanded the demonic llama to deliver the final blow, sealing his opponent's fate. But suddenly, a sonic wave strikes, causing him to clutch his head in pain, his thoughts in utter chaos. "This is a mental attack," Yuang muses. Are there still experts? At this moment, countless arms reach up from beneath the demon god's feet. The blood demon. Black Ape wasn't quite dead and still managed to rasp, "Don't think about running." Yiwa sees the massive white blocks at the joints of the demon statue, hands sprouting from the joints of the giant, and realizes he can no longer control it. "These arms have locked my joints, and I can't move, but madness gleams in my eyes as I become engulfed in blue flames. Don't think you can hold me down with just that." Soon after, the flames spread throughout the demon lord. The arms were incinerated to ash. Now, the demon lord was a raging inferno. Feel the scorching flames. While the arms held off the demon emperor, the blood demon black ape struggled toward the gate, crying, "Almost there! I'm at the gate!" But he suddenly stops as the demon lord menacingly closes in. The blood-eyed black ape panics and shouts, "Hurry! That giant's catching up! He's on fire! Hurry, run!" The arms obeyed, reaching higher, lifting a head accompanied by eerie cries. Yihua paused, stunned by the sight. What is that ungodly thing? Is it also a demonic beast? A bizarre monster appears before him, shocking him with its terrifying power. Could it be a ruler as well? If his true form were to descend, I fear I'd be forced to kneel in an instant. The city is shrouded in black smoke, everything destroyed, devoid of life. Seeing this, the monster advances. The monster's eyes and mouth burst open, unleashing its full power. Arms surround and support him as the monster's sound leaves Yi Hua reeling, his head pounding. Even though he blocked the anthropomorphic supergiant's hearing, that strange sound still went straight into his brain. It was at this moment that he unleashed his full power, becoming tall and muscular, stirring up white smoke all around him. Enraged, Di Hoa shouts, "I will avenge this. After all the lives you've taken, you think you can just leave Anthan?" Fueled by hatred, he roared, "Daydream believer!" unleashing power from his hands in a blinding surge of light. Suddenly, the smoky light monster lunged toward Yi Hua, consumed by rage and unleashing its full power. Yi Hua quickly placed the core and was thrown back, smugly sticking his tongue out at his own move. "This is a special core from our homeland. Hope you like it." The monster's body began to glow from within, as if about to explode. The monster roared in agony, caught completely off guard. The monster explodes, and a powerful ray of light pierces the thick clouds above. Everyone was confused, and then they noticed the secret realm rift. It looked like it was exploding. Was this a bad thing? Why are these magical beasts suddenly rioting? Could it be that Mayor Hoang Kin has succeeded? Everyone, regain your spirits. Let us not waste Mayor Hoang Kin's sacrifice. Anthan has been saved. Good has finally triumphed over evil. Peace returns to Anthan, free from the threat of the beasts. Perhaps it was because the remnants of the blood-eye black ape were finally destroyed by the giant's core. The horde of magical beasts that had been constantly pouring into Anthan through the secret realm rift began to dwindle. It seems the other world has stopped invading Anthan. The warriors of Anthan began hunting down the remaining magical beasts within the city. The cleanup lasted a full day and night until every last monster was exterminated and the exhausted warriors finally stopped. Though wounded and weary, Chuzhou gripped his sword, head bowed. The defense of An City was finally victorious. Though the cost was nearly 80% of the warriors and soldiers dead or severely wounded, Swan Lake was now black, desolate, and heavily damaged. Yi Hua lay motionless on the ground, fortunate to eventually awaken. With great effort, Yi Hua sat up, his body numb and exhausted. How long had he been asleep? Though he poured all his nuclear energy into the supergiant avatar to trigger the explosion, the area was already saturated with nuclear radiation and residual atomic fission energy, allowing him to recharge on the spot after running out of power. He gazed into the distance, contemplating what he had just experienced. This battle was truly arduous. Mayor Huangjing personally lured the blood-eyed black ape to the detonation point, severely wounding it. Only then could I exploit the terrain of the nuclear blast zone to repeatedly self-destruct, finally killing it before that woman could rescue it. Though victorious, Yahi still blames himself, regretting his weakness. Even his infinite monster form couldn't defeat a overlord-class beast. This victory was only thanks to luck, timing, and location. But Yiha steeled his resolve, standing tall with determination, knowing that with enough time he would stand at the pinnacle of Sia's combat power. But this secret realm riot meant there was no more time to grow. Who knows when I'll draw the next model, or if it'll even be a gold type. Fusing with the stellar demonic lapis pillar model is the fastest way for me to become a top powerhouse, so I can only accelerate the collection of plant-type magic cores that are highly compatible with it. He considered everyone's martial arts abilities as well as the Zhuanwang martial skills. If the infinite monster model could help him cheat in the martial luck space, then he must grasp the transcendent martial artist system. Although the development time of Xuanhuang martial skills is slower than the abilities from the model, the potential is enormous. After all, this is the cultivation system of a high-level martial world. Even the heavens rejoice at the victory, and that Anthan was saved. Dawn breaks, promising a brighter tomorrow. Yihua gazes at the horizon. Perhaps his arrival in this world is to fulfill a destiny of his own. After being rebuilt, Anthan exuded a beautiful, harmonious atmosphere, as if everything was back on track after those dark days. 1 month after the calamity in Anthan, Yiho sits on a park bench, casually using his phone. He carefully reviewed the news reports about the recent battle. This time, a total of 18 cities in the Great Xia dynasty were attacked by the Beast Tide, and 12 of them have completely fallen. Among them, Guangshan City saw the emergence of an S-class mystic realm, the entire city shrouded in an impenetrable gray mist. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, the National Martial Arts Organization, dispatched 30 Xuanwu martial artists and 5 Grandmaster-level experts, led by Grandmaster Du Jingming, to investigate. This battle was deemed incredibly difficult. This beast-tide invasion was no ordinary event, and even a rank S mystic realm appeared. The strongest martial artist of Jia, Vice Hongshen of the Zhenguo level, waited at the edge of the secret realm, but after the team of martial artists failed to break through, he personally entered Kwangshan City, and it wasn't until 8 hours later that a heavily injured Fo Hongxin emerged with 2 surviving grandmasters. From that day on, Jia designated Guangshan City as the 11th Forbidden Zone, confirming the deaths of 180,000 people. Hearing of humanity's plight, Yi worried. Had the survival of humanity on Blue Star become so dire that even a Zhenguo martial artist was struggling? I can't wait any longer. Seeing this, he immediately called Qin Lan. Aunt Qin, I need a favor. Qin Lan calmly listened to Yi's call from her luxurious villa. She asked him, do you want to learn the remaining 2 Zhuanhuang martial arts of the Willow clan? Does she really see me that way? It's not about that. He asks her to help him acquire some high-quality plant-type magic cores, preferably blue or even the rare purple Lord-level cores. Plant-type magical beasts are already rare, and Lord-level magic cores are even more precious. You really have expensive tastes, wanting so many. What can you offer in return? He smirks as if holding the ultimate trump card. Hua University holds a secret realm assessment for new students every year. I can team up with Lu Qingzhu and help her win first place. Qin Lan looked at him sharply, a hint of suspicion in her eyes. You underestimate the geniuses from other provinces. I can only tell you that Qingzhu's strength in previous years at Imperial Capital University was only average, not among the top tier. Even though you overwhelmed Qingzhu in the previous competition, you're still a bit lacking compared to the real prodigies. Yao He smiled smugly. But Aunt Qin, aren't you just betting the revival of the Liu family on me now? I'll write an IOU. If I don't win first place among the freshmen, I'll work for the Liu family, taking care of you in your old age. Qin Lan smirked, amused. Work like a dog, you say? Qin Lan finally agreed, standing proudly by the window. All right, I'll help you out one last time. We now cut to Anthan Central Hospital, inpatient ward. Yi Hua came to visit someone, but unfortunately he was recognized by his fans, who excitedly surrounded him. Look, it's Yi Huo. I heard he killed a lot of magical beasts in the secret realm this time. Dalvi, can we connect on QQ? As expected of the champion, we're all injured, but he's completely unscathed. I'm a fan. Can I get your autograph, fire friend? To escape the crowd, he could only refuse. No, thank you. I didn't expect to be so popular. After escaping the fans, he went up to room 6, the shared room for Chuzhou and Luo Xuan. As soon as he entered, instead of asking after Chuzhou, Yi Huo burst out laughing. The Chuzhou in the bed was no longer the handsome man he knew. He was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, looking like a mummy. With a teasing tone, Yi Hua asks if this is the most handsome man in Anqing, and if he's finally met his match. Despite knowing he was visiting, the things in his hands were gifts he received from Fan on the way, apparently. La Huyen, in the next bed, also waved to Di Hua. This is Yi He, right? Perhaps it's been so long that he seems a little unfamiliar. Who are you? Le Juan recalls their past. I'm Luo Xuan, your first opponent in the promotion match. Have you forgotten me so quickly? Hearing this, Yi He broke out in a cold sweat and frowned, and seeing his tension, Luo Xuan teased him to lighten the mood. Don't look at me like that. My leg isn't healed yet. Why do you look at me like I'm done for? I can get limb restoration surgery, and if that doesn't work, I can get the latest combat prosthetics from Thunderstrike Bird. In contrast, Yi He grew to respect the young man, Luo Xuan. To lose a leg at such a young age while protecting Anqing, Luo Xuan was truly admirable. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone interrupted his thoughts. Yi pulled it out of his pocket and rejected the call. Too many spam calls these days, so annoying. He was startled by the loud voice coming from the phone, an angry voice demanding, "Answer the phone already!" It was the principal. His voice was so loud, Yi Hua could hear it even with the phone away from his ear, and he wearily covered one side. "De Hua, why did you block the big shot from Huadu? Unblock them now." "Got it, you headmaster." Then a woman's voice came from the phone. "Hello, Di Hua, this is Wang Tao, admissions officer from Imperial Capital University. I'm calling to inform you that Huadu University will start a month early, and a special train will pick you up in 3 days. Do you have any requests?" In Chuzhou, a man's voice came over the phone. "Hello, Chuzhou. I'm Teacher Liu from Huadu University." Both listened and accepted their missions, leaving only Luo Xuan sitting on the next bed. He felt everyone was talented and followed the organization's arrangements. "Understood. I'll be there on time." "Thank you, Mr. Liu." In a 3-person hospital room, everyone but me is talented. I guess I shouldn't be in bed. Probably under the bed. With a serious look, Yi Hua excuses himself, saying he has something to do. Back in the city, days later, at the Swan Lake nuclear explosion site, the massive mushroom cloud hurled hundreds of tons of dust into the atmosphere. The skies above Swan Lake and the surrounding area were shrouded in thick clouds, plunging the world below into perpetual darkness. Within the clouds, a blue light emanates as Yihan transforms into something else, a hulking figure with claws, his face an emotionless mask. He unleashed his power, scattering the thick clouds around him, and a spark ignited in Yihuo's eyes. His personal stats appear. Infinite Monster Type, Host Yihua, Composite Constitution 27.4, Berserker Emperor Mara Body Type, Compatibility 38.9%, Supergiant Transformation, Fusion Rate 90%. Amidst the smoky haze, Yihua stood tall, contemplating the situation. In the battle with the blood-eyed black ape, his compatibility with the Berserker demonic Mara increased by 1.5%, a significant jump. Add to that the nuclear radiation and residual energy from atomic fission here, truly a cultivation paradise. In the past 3 days of training, his compatibility has increased by more than 6 points, a remarkable improvement. He stomped the ground with his true anomalous harmony, but alas, the unexpected harmony was just a flash of light that disappeared. I must go. Meanwhile, at Ancheng Station, an announcement rings out. Attention passengers, G6E6 departing from this station to West Wadu Station will depart in 5 minutes. Passengers who have not yet passed through the ticket gate, please proceed to the gate immediately. So Chao Te stands in the station with his suitcase, when suddenly he turns, sensing something. He's here, a ray of light piercing the sky. The Esper landed quickly next to where Joe was standing, eyes wide, face sweaty and relieved, saying, "I made it just in time." The crowd is ecstatic at the sight of Dihua. It's Dihua. Oh my God, that pressure just scared me to death. I thought a high-level demonic beast had appeared. That's an incredible aura. Even high-level martial artists burning their blood essence might not have such pressure. No wonder he's the pride of our Anthan. So Chao lowered his head, understanding that he had become stronger again. Yiho felt a pang of regret at having to leave this place. Ancheng was about to be left behind. He gazes back at the city where it all began. His first stop since transmigrating to this world and the start of his journey. With that, the train departs, bidding farewell to Anthan, as Yihua happily embarks on a new journey to another city. Let's go to Huadu. The train speeds along, carrying them both to Huadu. On the train, Chu asks Yihu a question. "Yihe, can you be honest with me for a second?" Chu crossed his arms, serious. "Are all the top students from other provinces on this train?" Not only that, but even the train car is made with the most advanced structure and materials, easily withstanding impacts of up to thousands of tons. Even so, there are at least 5 Zhuanwu martial artists escorting the Hua University train, both openly and secretly, including the Grandmaster To Zhen. After all, this train carries the most outstanding geniuses of an entire class of Xia country students. Yihua smugly thinks to himself that he can sense and sniff out danger, and while there are some experts on board, no more than 5 could withstand 3 moves from him. Suddenly, a danger alarm blares through the ship, causing widespread panic. Level 1 alert, Level 1 alert. The Hua Dai is under attack by an unknown enemy. The emergency signals blare throughout the train. Level 1 alert, Level 1 alert. The Huada train is under attack by an unknown enemy. The professors are investigating, and all students must evacuate the train car immediately and avoid engaging the enemy, leaving everyone anxious and confused. No way. Who would dare attack Hua University? Is this just a drill? To test the abilities of ES new students? I doubt it. Now is when Jia is at its weakest, with the nation-protecting martial expert injured and in seclusion. One of the 3 Grandmasters protecting the nation, Grandmaster Du Jingming, has disappeared, and many Grandmasters and Huanwu martial artists have died in the Beast Tide attacks in Guanshan City and other cities. It's only natural that nations and forces once suppressed by the Jia Kingdom are now rising up. So should we get off this train, or what? Contrary to everyone's worries, Dai He leaned back, closed his eyes, and relaxed. Chuzhou asked, puzzled, "What are you thinking about?" Yihua replies, "How annoying. I was trying to rest after overtraining these past few days." Yihua gets up, his shoes hitting the floor hard, and smirks, "Let's go see what's happening." The train hurtles down the tracks at full speed, and Yihua opens the car door, only to find a bloodied figure. He anxiously asked, "Hang in there, classmate. What happened up ahead?" The freshman, Zhou Jingxian, covered in blood, said in a panic, "The enemy has taken the first 3 cars. They possess a special domain that can pull people into an independent space, preventing the aftermath of battle from affecting the outside world, and there are terrifying enemies hunting everyone down." The teachers, who were Xuanwu martial artists escorting us, have almost all sacrificed themselves. They worked together to get me out of that domain and told me to inform everyone to escape quickly. This isn't a drill. Everyone broke out in nervous sweats, but the people in the back remained skeptical. He pressed, "Where's the proof? If you say it's dangerous up ahead, you need to show us some evidence. The keepsake from the teachers, or the other injured people. Why are you the only one who made it out? I know someone in the front car, a strong contender for top freshman. I don't believe you could escape, but he couldn't, and everyone else seems to agree." That makes sense. Lionhead's got a point. Get out of my way, I want to go forward. Even as Ju Gyum-hyun tries to stop and warn him, he's still willing to risk it all. He could only stand behind them, begging them not to go, but Yan Zhengxiong ignored him and rushed forward. "Wait, I'm telling the truth. It's really dangerous up ahead. Why won't you listen to me? Don't go to your deaths." It was then that Ju Jinjian noticed him asking, "Are you Yihe?" Taken aback, Yihe sensed that this classmate was no ordinary person, then replied, "That's me. How do you know about me?" "A girl named Liu Qingzhu showed me your picture and asked me to tell you, whatever you do, don't go forward." He was surprised to hear him mention Liu Qingzhu. "She asked him to tell me? Shu Kim-hyeon owes her a debt. She took a blow for me and was gravely injured." He recounted, weeping, that he couldn't dissuade those seeking death, but he had to fulfill her dying wish, to keep him alive. Hearing this, Yihe, enraged, punched him hard on the head. "You're still alive. Don't curse yourself to death." From behind, Chuzhou asks, "You still want to go?" Yihe replies helplessly, "It's no use. I already promised their parents." But Yihua found Ju Gum-hyun stubbornly blocking his path, saying, "No, I absolutely cannot let you pass." Yihua immediately retorted, "How could someone like you even get accepted into Huado?" Dihua, enraged, calls out to Sochao, drawing his power sword to threaten Chu Kim-hyen, who still tries to stop him. "I'm trying to save you guys. Why are you being so unreasonable? You attack as soon as you hear something you don't like. How could the refined Qingzhu associate with these two losers?" Ju Jinxian crossed Yihua's line, and he delivers a punch straight to his gut. No more nonsense. Clutching his stomach in pain, Chu Kim-hyen, pale as a ghost, trembled. "You're strong. We're not in the same league." Showing a shred of decency, Dihua said, "Sorry, here's a qi and blood pill for you. We're in a hurry. Time is of the essence, and they rush forward. Chu, don't go. It's dangerous. They're already at building number 3. Before Yihua was a door with a purple vortex, likely the entrance to the independent space the new student spoke of. To test it, he grabbed a suitcase and threw it into the passage as a probe. With a mighty heave, the suitcase disappeared through the gateway. But nothing happens. He pieces things together, forming a hypothesis. There's no reaction, not even a sound, and he can't even see the energy within his own life force. Many new students entered here earlier, so it seems they've all come this way. This piqued their interest, and Yihua and Chuzhou jumped right in. But something immediately made him frown and sigh. An endless, winding path stretched before them. A real headache. What kind of trickery is this? Yihua can't find Seoju anywhere. He wonders how Seoju could suddenly disappear when they entered together. He brushed aside his thoughts and sped down the path, a light ahead. He'd figure it out later. The path led to a ruined city, leaving Yihua stunned. What is this strange place? Yihan's powers have vanished as well. He held out his hand, but the seed of life didn't react. Was this place isolated? Suddenly, he leaped forward. The old ways were still the most effective. Yihua climbs to the top of a building, clutching a large orb of light, and roars, "Stop pretending to be a ghost." Yihua raised his hand, detonating the sphere into white smoke, and yelled, "Explode for me!" The explosion reverberated through the sky, shaking the city, and drawing everyone's gaze upward. What in the world was that massive explosion? Who's responsible? Appearing with such grandeur? Sword in hand, Chuzhou raced through the city streets, witnessing the explosion of the strange fire. Leaning against a wall, a surprised Liu Qingzhu gazes into the distance, alone. Liu Qingzhu is helpless, weak, and covered in wounds. She was told not to let him come. Standing on the rooftop, Dai He looks down at Wei Feng, realizing his attack has attracted not only his classmates and teammates. He smirks, realizing he's attracted not only allies, but enemies as well, a pig-headed monster intent on killing him. With a single move, he defeats the monster, mocking its pig-like appearance. It's clear this thing is no good. It even flies for the demons. Let me tear off that fake head. Seeing him like that, the monster rushes forward, and the two clash. Dai Hua landed a blow that sent the monster's head flying, but to his surprise, it quickly regenerated. Diho didn't expect that he'd be fine after taking my nuclear punch. The monster, not giving up, used its weapon to stab straight into Diho's stomach. The monster is surprised by his abilities as Dihua smirks, his wounds already healed. His regeneration is faster than they thought. With just my muscles, I can clamp down on your goods. Your strength isn't much, but your weapon is special. It seems to pierce any defense. Just what kind of monster are you? How strange. Yihua pries open the monster's mouth, saying, "Let me take a look." He forces the monster's mouth open, and a surge of power flows directly into it. "Eat my old phlegm, no wonder you're acting strange." The monster has fallen for the trap, and Dihua seizes its head. "I'm a man of my word. If I said I'd make you fall, I'll make you fall." He notices something strange. Is there something inside this head? He pulls out a necklace with a jade pendant. It's a pendant. Could this really be a trial by the Great Flower? Is this a monster drop? The monster's weapon suddenly shattered and vanished. This masked man's weapon must have been enhanced by a master, making it incredibly sharp. Once the martial energy fades, these weapons will be ordinary again. What is this pendant for? Do I have to find more masked men and take the pendants from their dummy heads? Suddenly, an arrow is aimed at Yihua from behind. This is definitely survival mode. Yihua uses his strength to break the arrow mid-flight. Another monster appears, and Yihua remarks, "So soon for the next one?" He smirked and rushed forward. I hate anyone who attacks from behind. Suddenly, arrows blocked Yihua's path, leaving him confused and disoriented. The monster unleashes its power, and a barrage of arrows rain down on Dihua, piercing him with agonizing force. But Yihua just smiles menacingly. Is that all it takes to kill me? How naive. Yihua transforms into a towering, imposing green giant, dwarfing even the monster. He unleashes his power, leaving the monster helpless and overwhelmed. The building began to shake, and nearly half the city collapsed, causing panic and worry on this side. What on earth is happening over there? The building collapses. Enraged, Dai-He vows to see the face of the one who almost turned him into a kebab. The rabbit-headed monster with a spear leaps before him. Rabbit head? Could it be one of the 12 zodiacs? The monster lands, ready to fight, then leaps into the air, weapon in hand, charging towards Yihua. Unfortunately for the monster, Chung was still green, and he was sent flying before he could react. But the monster returned, launching a high kick that caught him off guard. Good heavens, it even knows the arcane arts. The spear nearly reaches the strange fire's eyes, just millimeters away. Unable to do anything, Yihua was suddenly saved by someone's ice wall power. After the massive shock, the city continued to crumble. The monster is surrounded by a wall of ice. It seems Chucho has arrived to fight. That was close, Dihei. Leave this rabbit to me. But as he swung his sword, the monster leaped high to counter, laughing triumphantly, unleashing an attack that shatters Chujo's ice barrier. This could be his greatest challenge yet. The monster used its spear to counter, shattering the ice barriers, but Chujo used his power to push it back. Refusing to give up, the monster unleashes its most powerful attack, bracing itself with its spear, but an unseen force causes it to falter, a power targeting the monster, filling it with dread. A larger monster seizes the other in an instant, finally catching him. Little cutie. A beam of light explodes a corner of the city. Rewind a few minutes, and voices echo within an abandoned building. Why is it so quiet over there? That loudmouth who charged in didn't actually die, did he? He's definitely dead. Those masked men were surrounded by over a dozen of us and didn't even flinch. Their weapons can penetrate any defense. We're no match for them at this stage. It turns out a woman and her companions were talking about the arrogant guy who just went in guns blazing. Probably just a student from some backwater town who got into Hua University. A frog in a well who thinks he's hot stuff. Her eyes drifted into the distance, and she frowned, saying, "To be honest, the top students in the major cities are on a completely different level than those from smaller places. I heard that Yanzhenjiang and Uyangzi in Madu, Lanyusi in Chengdu, and Xinchen in Liuli Island have all started hunting down the masked people. I really don't understand how they do it." The leaderboard appears, and the woman and her companions wonder who caused such a powerful explosion. Surely this year's freshman leader will be among them. No, the freshman leader is always from Huadu. Students from other regions of Xia simply can't compare to Huadu's prodigies, having access to vastly different cultivation resources from a young age. Just then, a massive explosion drew their attention. Both of them paled, shocked by the sheer power of that light. What was it? An electric cannon? Nonsense. There's no such thing here. Yan Zhengxiong and Ouyangze stood there, witnessing the strange explosion for the first time. Yan Zhengxiong asked him, what do you think?" Ouyangze wasn't surprised, replying calmly, "That attack style isn't like the masked group. It's likely a new recruit's move. Many monsters have fallen by my blade." In his hand he holds jade pendants, proof of the monsters he's slain. A new student? Aside from those in Huadu, who else possesses such overwhelming power? We must make a trip there, especially since we've already collected the rat, dog, monkey, and horse pendants. Lam Vu Tu in Tam Du has at least one pig pendant. Ouyangzi coldly stated, Xinchen on Liuli Island has at least the snake, and a freshman named Liu Qingzhu is said to have defeated the headhunter and obtained the ox pendant. If the masked men are truly following the 12 zodiacs, then only 5 remain: pig, rabbit, rooster, tiger, and dragon. Suddenly, his eyes turned dangerous. As for the dragon, Ouyangzi speaks of the final monster, terrifying and possessing near-invincible abilities, a monster he knows well, a touch of death being, a boss that can only be fled, not fought. He seems to understand the rules of this game well. As for the remaining pendants, the one that just emitted a blue light must be holding several. Xinchen and Lan Yusi will likely be drawn there as well. Avoid Zhang. This game is entering its final phase. His eyes lit up, but his face darkened. If we want to win, we have to take them from others. Back with Yihua, he held up the bracelet, then slumped down, explaining what had happened. Before you arrived, I took down a pig-masked man and got this pig pendant from his hood. If I'm not mistaken, this challenge requires us to collect pendants from the heads of the beasts, Xiaozhou observed. So, we have to actively hunt down these masked figures? Dehua's eyes gazed into the distance. That's right. There was a sniper on the roof earlier, probably another mask who must have fled in a panic. He shot me, so I can follow the trail to find him. We transition to a city scene where a battle has just taken place. The two have arrived at the site of the fight. Yihua discovers signs of a fight. Someone beat them to it. He smartly touches the ground, deducing the burn marks are still warm, meaning their opponent isn't far. Based on the clues, Chuzhou is nearby. Sensing something amiss, he quickly draws his weapon, creating a thick wall of ice with his blade. It turns out to be Lan Yusi. She emerged, clutching her arm in pain, her optical camouflage exposed. The high-rise building, structurally cracked, leans precariously to one side as a dark figure silently approaches, a cold glint reflecting off their blade, their ill-intentioned presence concealed. Xinchen's eyes darkened, his voice hoarse but firm. Get out of the way. Newborn, Lam Vu Tu grown technique, flame demon battle body. His hand suddenly lunged forward, spiritual energy gathering, a blazing red light erupting like fire, scorching the surrounding air. Flame-devouring palm. Xinchen raised an eyebrow, his eyes still calm. He pulls out a cigarette. They've been discovered. Lam Si Vu, your optical camouflage is so bad, do you even need to worry about it? Auntie Hua casually strolled over, hands in her pockets. So you two were ambushing us? Vu Tu asked, flustered. Little brother, you've got it all wrong. We just took care of some guy in a chicken mask. We're just hiding to lure out the others. He touched his cigarette and a spark ignited. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze darkening with menace. Is that so? Then what is the meaning of this? Yahi lunged forward, grabbing her neck and lifting her off the ground. Wusu trembled, frowning. Even my doppelganger was discovered. It seems this young man has some skill. Xinchen indifferently took a drag of his cigarette, his expression indifferent. He had hoped she could launch a successful sneak attack. Otherwise, it would be too boring. The cigarette falls to the ground, but you still have to deal with me. As he said this, his pupils turned white, and his cheeks puffed up as if gathering immense spiritual energy. In an instant, Xinchen roared, spewing out a stream of black air like poisonous bone, tearing through the air with a howling wind. Don't even think about running. Wusa brandishes her giant fan, and a dense misty wind sweeps past them, disrupting the hand-absorbing spiritual energy. It's not over yet. Let me show you my torch. Immediately after, a brilliant light erupted from his palm, tearing through the black smoke like dawn in the dead of night. He smirked. So what if you're strong? You can't beat us. But before he could finish, a voice echoed from above. What are you laughing at? As the smoke clears, Daiuhi appears, standing tall with his arm raised high, his spiritual power exploding. Xintran's eyes widened in horror. How could a simple clap dispel his fiery clouds? What kind of power was this? Before he could finish, a fist pierced the smoke, heading straight for Lushan Fist. The punch, like a falling meteor, slammed into Qinchen's face, sending blood flying as his body hurtled backward. Meanwhile, she trembled, feeling the dark shadow behind her closing in. We don't have any techniques to break through to the martial artist realm yet, only the martial apprentice level, and our physical strength is sealed by a membrane. Even with Hoa University's higher limits for martial arts trainees, a breakthrough is impossible. But this kid's physique is beyond that of a typical freshman. Suddenly, a chilling spiritual energy emanates from beneath her feet, enveloping her limbs like the winter frost. She realizes she was so focused on the young man's punch that she forgot about the other ice-cold one. Her eyes dart around, seeing the tall, silent figure. Even she and Shin-Chen together couldn't defeat them. True monsters. With a resolute look, Yusi brandishes her fan. Continuing to fight is pointless. Her heavy feet pound as she leaps into the air, desperate to escape. But a hand suddenly grabs her ankle. Wusu's face pales. She's done for. Her body was yanked down, slamming into the hard ground. "Come down here." He clenches his fist, his eyes cold. The Zhuanhuang martial art. Just as the punch was about to land, Wuxi's body blurred, splitting into dozens of afterimages that scattered in every direction. Yihua grinned hideously, her eyes gleaming with madness, wanting to escape. From the shadows behind him, a series of dark figures slowly materialize. The imprisoned flesh, the illusion of demonic realms. The specters surge forward, reaching out to ensnare each of her clones. "My body won't move. What is this sorcery?" Daihua laughs, unable to win a fight or escape, and says she's resigned to her fate as the jade pendants chime and a heavy voice echoes. I surrender. I'll give you all the pendants." Yihua raised an eyebrow and calmly said, "Wouldn't it have been easier to do this from the start?" "Tell me what you know, too," Wusu said, kneeling on the ground, eyes downcast. "To win this trial, you must collect all 12 pendants. We're now in the final stage of the trial. Even if you don't actively rob others, they will come for you. Ouyangze and Yan Zhenghong of the evil capital are martial artists among the new students, and I reckon they've already snatched quite a few pendants." She immediately looked up, her voice full of hidden meaning. "What do you mean? Should I take you to find Ouyangze and Yan Zhenghong? Since I have no hope of winning, I might as well stir up trouble and let you fight among yourselves." He clutches the necklace, his eyes darkening. "That's none of your concern, but I must say your fan isn't bad." Outside the crumbling, dilapidated buildings, Yangze swept through the air like the wind, calmly saying, "By now, I'm afraid Jin-Chen and Lan Yusi have already arrived, haven't they? No matter who wins, we'll just take the necklace from them. All they're doing is holding it for us." Suddenly, Zhuangzhong stopped, his eyes wide with shock. "Azza, look at that body." In the distance, a figure lay motionless, covered in blood. A horrified voice cries out, That's Shin-Chen." Minutes earlier, Shin-Chen was blasted away by a rogue force, staggering with his hands clutching his head in pain. "That guy is a monster. I guess Lan Yusi is finished too. It looks like that guy marked me as well. He'll definitely come for me. Looks like I need to team up with those two evil capitals, Ouyangze and Yan Zhenjiang." He suddenly sensed an approaching aura and turned around warily. From the dim light in the distance, Shenlong slowly approached, coldly brandishing his sword, his eyes bloodshot. Shin-Chen trembled, stammering, "Long." The flickering streetlights crackled, then blazed to life, illuminating a spray of blood. Shenlong snatched the necklace and vanished, leaving only a chilling aura of death. Zhan Xiong examined the scene. Why did Shin-Chen die here, and with such a precise cut? Yangze stood calmly with his hands in his pockets, saying plainly, "Shenlong made this decisive and accurate strike. A fatal blow shows the opponent completely overwhelmed Shin-Chen in strength. Only the dragon mask of the 12 zodiac masks could do this." Zhejiang was immediately confused, memories flashing in his mind. "But Dragon Mask is only supposed to operate in the underground parking lot, right? I even led over 20 men down there to find you." He saw countless figures fall before the dragon's blades. In the end, only 2 of them escaped with their lives. The crimson blood splattered everywhere. I couldn't believe he was really killing people. Wasn't this supposed to be just a test? That hot blood didn't feel fake at the time. Yangze's eyes drooped slightly, his body trembling with fear. He frowned. What should they do now? It seemed that Shin-Chen's pendant had also been taken. A calm voice echoes, suggesting the divine dragon's departure from the parking lot is likely due to our new recruits fulfilling a condition. Perhaps the elimination of all fake masks, freeing the final boss to act. Just as the zodiac masks automatically hunt the new students, the divine dragon will likely actively hunt those of us who possess the zodiac pendants. His eyes flashed, and he said sternly, "We can't face the divine dragon. We have to move first. Steal the pendants from the others and don't let them fall into his hands." With his bloodline awakened, golden-winged rock wings suddenly appear on Yangze's back. He dashes forward, eyes gone white, declaring they must take the initiative, lure out the pendant holders, and fight to the death. His wing's spiritual energy engulfs the space. Somewhere in the Purple City, a figure emerges from the shadows, his voice heavy. He came to Hua University by car, only to be inexplicably drawn into this so-called Purple City of Death. Many freshmen have already been killed by the dragon-masked man. Qingju's eyes fell. She and another survivor had met the teacher who said he could only take one person out. It couldn't be her. She couldn't leave at such a dangerous time. She stared intently at the picture on her phone, determined to warn that idiot Yi Hua not to get involved. Thuntruk dejectedly rubbed her head, her voice weary, wondering if her classmate who escaped had encountered Yi Hua. Unfortunately, I don't have the strength to look for him right now. With his power, he should be fine as long as he doesn't run into the dragon mask. She suddenly stopped, seeing a brilliant golden light fill the space. Qingju's eyes widened. Panic. Have I been discovered? A figure moved to the parking lot, she calculated silently. In her current state, escape was impossible. They'd locked onto her aura. They were definitely coming for the pendant. Even though I don't care much for it, I have a feeling that Dihua will need it. I can't confront them head-on right now. I can only lure them to that place. Yang Zu's eyes glinted. It's Liu Qingju. Sensing something, he paused. During the college entrance exams, I heard that the declining Liu family had produced someone who awakened the Dark Sparrow bloodline. Since we both possessed high-ranking demonic beast god bloodlines, I researched Liu Qingzu. In her hand, she holds a pendant, an unexpected delight, and she's moving towards a destination. Yangzi hovered in the air, smirking. She wants to lead me to Shenlong's parking lot? How adorably foolish. Shenlong has already left with his blade. That underground parking lot is now empty. He sped off like the wind, saying grimly, "Avoid him. Stay here and wait for me. I'm going to catch someone first." Inside the dilapidated building, explosions echoed, filling the air with black smoke. Yangzi floats in the air, his voice deep and hoarse. "Liu Qingzu, you can't escape." Just then, a strange sound rings out, and he freezes, his eyes wide with shock. That sound in the pitch-black night? The form of a dragon appears. It's long. How could it be? Shouldn't he be out hunting the pendant holders? An ominous aura surrounds Yangzi as his eyes dart around in confusion. Wait a minute. If Long's target is the pendant holders, and I have 4 pendants, he'll definitely prioritize the place with the most pendants. I was too arrogant. I've put myself in danger. A sinister glint flashes in the dragon god's eyes, and Yangzi's brow furrows, his expression shifting as golden light radiates from the massive wings on the dragon god's shoulders. Yangzi carefully surveys his surroundings. Is this a domain? He never expected the dragon god to wield such power, gritting his teeth as sweat poured down his brow. Just by looking into his eyes, I've been pulled into this special domain. The only way out is to defeat him. I can't believe I've been pushed this far. With lightning speed, Shenlong lunges forward. Here he comes. Yangzu immediately used his wings to protect himself from the barrage of sharp blades, while Shenlong's eyes turned bloodshot, his roar like a sound from hell. The resounding sound quickly echoed through the area. Just then, Tran Hung appeared, using all his spiritual power to wield the Yang sword and withstand the oncoming force. Yihua raised an eyebrow, his hand still smoking. Was he broadcasting his taunts to the entire server? Behind him, Suzhou tightened his grip on his sword. "Yihua, leave this one to me. I want to test my own strength." Tran Hung roared as he charged forward, sword raised. "You think you've caught me? How arrogant." The sword gleams, and Chucho's eyes are resolute as the ice veins pulse. Avoiding the powerful blow from Xiong, the sheer force of it kicks up a cloud of dust. His eyes flashed gold as he laughed. "Where do you think you're going?" The two sides clashed in a fierce battle. Sensing something amiss, Chu gazes around in bewilderment. He tightens his grip on his sword, parrying the incoming blade, his eyes darkening as he murmurs, "Sword, intent of wounded souls. Sword and man as one." A dragon with shimmering black scales soars in, radiating power, while behind Chan Hung, the white eyes of the tiger spirit glare from the mist of spiritual energy, filled with murderous intent. He stood between the two spirit beasts, his aura soaring, his killing intent churning. From afar, He simply watched, his eyes glistening, even shaking his head in disappointment. That look made Tran Hung pause for a moment. A Tui's aura. He's calling for help. An opposing blade sends him staggering back, his heels digging into the ground as Tran Hung turns, eyes blazing with fury. "If I didn't have urgent business, I would have shattered at least 8 of your bones." But a cold voice rings out. "You think you can just leave after saying something so vicious?" "Did I say you could leave?" He was stunned to see Yihua in pursuit. "What?" A terrifying fist came down like a hammer blow. Tran Hung's body was sent flying like a sandbag, tumbling through dust and rubble as he spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to believe he'd just been blown away. Dihua admits he sent him flying, raising an eyebrow. Tran Hung grits his teeth, claiming it was a cheap shot. He sighs, denying it, and insults the man's slow wit, causing Tran Hung to roar, his face turning purple with rage. "I want your life." 3 minutes later, he lay sprawled on the ground, his face swollen like a steamed bun. Don't flatter yourself. Lasting 3 minutes against me is already impressive. That Tantran guy was sent flying with just one punch. He calmly picked up the sword and examined it. Your weapon is quite heavy. I'd like to borrow it for a bit. You don't mind if I borrow it, do you? The blade flashes, spiritual light flowing along it, but it needs a little more power. Yi Huo smirked, using his power to seize the blade as Chuzhou approached, holding a glittering object, his eyes full of doubt. I didn't find the pendant in his spatial ring, Dihua, but I did find this. The jade necklace is glowing, flashing as if it's sending a signal. Within the domain, a dark place filled with lurking dangers, Ouyangze lay broken and bloodied, his face streaked with blood, his eyes vacant, never imagining it would come to this. I've used all the aura-sealing spikes I brought from the secret realm ruins. Just piercing his heart would seal his martial prowess and energy flow. Sadly, I paid the price of an arm, yet I still couldn't drive the spike into Shenlong's heart. It was still off by 3 fingers. I've lost my only chance to kill the dragon god. Ouyangze looks despondent, oblivious to the dragon god's attack. Surrounded by old buildings and a few trees below, a sword pierces through Ouyangze's chest. He claws at the wall in agony as Lu Qingzhu races up the stairs. She tells herself to hold on, the rooftop is just ahead, that Shenlong is terrifyingly strong, Ugly Bull is not even in the same league, that Ouyangze won't last long, and then the dragon god will come for me. If I want to survive, I have to find a way to get the strange fire here to take me away. This is the tallest building around. I'll fire a signal flare toward the strange fire. Lu Qingzhu then casts a spell, her eyes darken, her bloodline awakens. Netherbird. Reaching the top, she looked up at the sky, where circles of all sizes appeared. Before long, Liu Qingzhu collapsed to the floor. That hurt. I hope the strange fire receives it. Suddenly, her eyes glowed. Lu Qingzhu rushed to the balcony and looked down, recognizing the unmistakable sound. Supporting herself with her hands, she peered down to see the dragon god standing there with his sword. Frozen in fear, Lu Qingzhu trembled. How could he have found her so quickly? She must send a signal to get Dihua away from here, but a blinding light of power erupts from Shenlong's eye. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts on the building's balcony. Liu Qingzhu sits in fear, watching the dragon god slowly approach, raising his sword high with a triumphant look. Liu Qingzhu was terrified, tears welling in her eyes. It was too late. Suddenly, a wall cracked and crumbled as the strange fire burst through, kicking off the wall and diving down, eyes blazing. I made a promise to your family, and I intend to keep it. Liu Qingzhu is shocked to see Yi Huo, enraging Shenlong, who grits his teeth. The wild flames of Yi Huo's rage erupt, his eyes like thunderbolts. And what exactly are you? He swings his sword down with furious speed, leaving the dragon god in stunned disbelief. The quake splits the building in two, sending smoke billowing. Yi Huo glances worriedly at Lu Qingzhu. Chu and my new disciple are in the east alley. Go check on them, please. What about you? You said you wanted to test this guy out. With that, Yi Hua unleashed his attack, splitting the building in two. Then Yi Hua landed, plunging his sword into the ground, and strolled forward without a care. Dihua gripped his wrist, turned back with a smile, and lamented that he had discovered something suspicious about this strange place. Could it be that the dragon god can only cower within this domain to fight? He suddenly notices the stake piercing its body. This nail? Dihua's eyes widened, and realization dawned. Could this be the plan Yan Zhengsheng spoke of to deal with the dragon god? The dragon god's face is filled with anger, his body enveloped in a purple light. He smirked, gripping his sword tightly. The speed was incredible. The ground shook, dust filled the air, and a fierce battle seemed to have erupted, with Shenlong and Yi Hua's swords clashing. He was full of vigor. I'm really looking forward to this. Suddenly, the building began to shake violently. Then, powerful slashes cleaved the building into 3 pieces, and a massive quake devastated the area, filling it with smoke. There, the battle between the dragon god and the heretic was fierce, neither willing to yield. He angrily opened his mouth, revealing his fangs and forked tongue. Meanwhile, Yi Hua fiercely resists, gritting his teeth as he struggles to endure. The dragon god swings his sword, sending Yi Hua crashing down, engulfed in smoke. From above, all that could be seen was a mix of blue and purple smoke. The divine dragon watched intently when suddenly a light shone directly on him. From the depths of the earth, a whirlwind erupts, piercing through apartments and soaring into the sky. Dihua emerges in a different outfit, his eyes sharp and intense. Finally, since arriving in this world, he's found someone who resembles a worthy opponent. He watches intently, frowning with tension. So you won't be defeated so easily either, will you? Suddenly, a hand rests on a rock as someone slowly climbs up, the dragon god's face severely damaged, still clutching his sword. Yihua smiles at him with amusement. That's more like it. It wouldn't do for the invincible dragon god to be defeated so easily, would it? Then, with dark energy swirling behind him, the dragon god charged forward, sword in hand, and Dihua, observing intently, braced for the attack. He soared into the air, swinging his blade, but Dihua reacted swiftly, parrying each blow. Faced with immense power, he grits his teeth, trying to move faster. After his mask is broken, not only his speed, but his strength increases. Something dawned in Shenlong's eyes, and he swung his sword, but Yihua dodged it. She was startled, her face panicked. The sword was broken. Shenlong gripped his sword, aimed at the bewildered Yihua, and swung. But in that moment, she bit down on the blade, a triumphant glint in her eye. "I finally got you." Seizing the opportunity, he clenched his fist, and while Shenlong looked surprised and confused, Dihua punched him hard in the face before he could react. The powerful blow shatters Shenlong's face, his eyes glazed over. Then, Yihua grabs his sword hand, "Not done yet, customer," and throws another fierce punch, his eyes full of determination. Technician number 23, at your service. Shenlong's body is taking a massive beating. A terrifying smile crept across Yihua's face, his excitement palpable as he analyzed his previous attacks. The temple, throat, heart, spleen, kidneys, and groin. All fatal weaknesses. Furthermore, you were already impaled by Wu Yangze's bronze nail, which blocked your meridians and disrupted the flow of martial energy. These attacks, infused with killing intent, penetrated vital acupoints and meridians, causing deep internal damage. At this point, Shenlong seemed to have lost consciousness, his limbs limp, and he unconsciously dropped his sword. Yi grabbed his hand to pull him back, then raised his hand behind him, looking angry. "I knew you wouldn't give up." Yihua summons a massive fan. "Your only chance to kill me was when I first arrived, exploiting the information gap to trick me. That would have given you a 30% chance." Yihua's face fills with resentment. A crimson vortex suddenly erupts, devastating the surrounding area, engulfing the unconscious Shenlong. This murderous fan is far more powerful than when it was wielded by Lam Vu Tu. Daihe flies up from below, eyes resolute. "It's not over yet, Wu Lianzi." He raises his fist, gathering all his strength for a nuclear-powered punch. The first punch creates an explosion that rocks the heavens, and the unconscious dragon falls, his body smoking. Not yet, as Yihua rushes in, surrounded by immense power, the second punch lands squarely on his face. Lanzhan's black flash. Yihua relentlessly attacked Shenlong, who collapsed onto the shattered ground, his body splattered with blood. From afar, Yihua observed, "So much for a dragon. I thought he was strong, but he was just an insect." Suddenly, the dragon god opened his eyes, grabbed the sword, and said, "Kill, kill." Seeing this, he rushed forward, slashing the man's face, then quickly decapitating him. Yihua then turned his gaze to the necklace before him, deep in thought. With the dragon pendant in hand, it's time to end this game. A moment later, Yan Zhenghong stared down below, extremely tense. At the gathering, many had already arrived when suddenly, Lu Qingzhu's face froze, and she gasped. "You shouldn't have gone to fight the dragon-masked man alone." Shuzhou looked up, his expression calm. "Besides Yihua, we'd only be a hindrance." Hearing that, her eyes grew sorrowful. Chu was right. She was injured to the point of being unable to use her martial arts. "I say I'm helping Dihua, but I'm just making him protect me. If I could become stronger, I wouldn't hold him back." Suddenly, Yihua appears, waving his hand. "What are you thinking about?" Liu Qingzhu looks up in surprise, opening his palm to reveal the ox pendant. "Does he want me to just steal it?" Liu Qingzhu embarrassedly rummages through many similar necklaces, the characters placed on the floor, according to the order of the 12 zodiac animals. "Let's try arranging them from rat to pig." Nothing happened? Could it be the order is wrong? With a thoughtful look, Diwo rests his chin on his hand. Yan Zhengxiong believes this dragon pendant is special, not like a masked person who can be hunted, but a hunter created to hunt down those who possess pendants. So, under normal circumstances, there's probably no need to attach an additional dragon pendant. Then one of the strings is lifted. Liu Qingzhu turns back stunned. Did it work? Yanjing's face is filled with panic. Has something been triggered? In the sky, a golden light appears, shining down on the buildings as Yi Huang stares in stunned silence. "Look at the sky. What is that?" Suddenly, an eye surrounded by thick smoke appears in the sky. Yihe watches, utterly stunned. "What the hell is that?" Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky. It was Yi He. His face panicked. He woke with a start, his eyes wide with shock. Back in reality, the train car was noisy and bustling. Everyone had just experienced the same dream. The announcement attempts to reassure everyone, says, "Students, please don't panic. You were all just pulled into a dreamscape created by the magical artifact, the Eye of Dream Manipulation. This is this year's Imperial Capital Freshman Assessment, so please everyone, relax. Special announcement, in this new student assessment, Dai He from Anthan, along with the teams of Chuzhou and Liu Qingzhu, collected all 12 zodiac pendants and took first place. Among them, student Dai He had excellent results, and a special reward will be given after enrollment." The announcement ends. Everyone discusses who Dai He is. Did they all lose to a student from Anthunk City? Some doubt his identity, while others want to befriend him. At that moment, Yi He's face lit up. The moment had finally arrived. It seems that as long as certain conditions are met, he can draw a prize. A notification appears, congratulating him for surpassing all the freshmen in the Akhna Imperial University entrance exam and rewarding him with one monster sample draw. Dihua reads it, covered in sweat. So, Chua hands me a wet wipe. I need to clean my hands thoroughly. This time, I absolutely cannot fail. A spatial gate opens, filled with mystery, where he must face the terrifying Laku. The information panel displays Grade 3 monster, the blood-sucking Lak Cut. Its bloodline abilities include infection mimicry, blood manipulation, an immortal body, a 1% compatibility, and the Lak Cut and False Gornoda evolution forms. The high-speed train departs, carrying Yi He, whose mind races with thoughts. Though the vampire is insignificant, the monster's evolved form has a time-stopping ability. That fateful day, Yu Yangzhe suddenly appeared. "Are you Yi He? Can you defeat the divine dragon?" Yan Zhengzhong glanced at Yu Yangzhe. "Ajay, calm down. If you clash with a divergent, there's no hospital on this train." The divergent's eyes sharpened as he corrected, "Not killed, beheaded." He was stunned, repeating to himself, "Beheaded?" Immediately after, Wu Yangzhe made an offer. "I plan to start a new club at Hua University. I hope you'll join us. I'll make you the president. For years, the top freshman and student body president have always been from Hudu. Yi He, your strength shows me there's a chance to break this Wada tradition. Join us." However, Dihe wasn't interested, refusing with, "Sorry, I'm not interested in power struggles with the student council or forming organizations. I prefer my freedom." Everyone was disappointed to hear this. Then, Wu Yangzhe slowly pulled out a card with promises attached, saying, "It's all right, this is my card. We'll always be waiting for the chance to work with you." Time passes, and as the sun begins to set, Suzaku lazily informs him that they've arrived. Through the glass, Yi He gazed in awe at the towering buildings. Was this really Hua City? This is indeed a big city. The train stops and people begin to disembark. The staff is waiting to guide you. "New students of Huada University, this way, please." Ahead lies Huado University, and the students eagerly press forward. Suddenly, something unexpected happens as a massive aircraft awaits them. The stewardess's voice echoed, urging the students to follow instructions and board the plane in order. "Please find your seats according to the numbers you had on the Huadai ship. Students, please board in an orderly fashion." Suddenly, Yi Hua teases her, startling Liu Qingzhu. "Little Ju." Qinlan's words echoed in her mind. "You and Yi Hua are engaged in name only but not yet married. Don't be too intimate when you're out. Don't let that kid take advantage of you. Protect yourself." Immediately, she angrily shouts, "What are you doing? And we're in public too?" Yi Hua explains, exasperated. "What do you mean, public? I want to ask why we had to take a plane." Hearing this, Liu Qingzhu didn't even want to answer. "Why did my mother marry me off to a country bumpkin like you?" Still, she takes the time to explain, because Hua University is in the sky, a city in the sky, piquing his curiosity. Moments later, the plane approaches its destination. Huaidu University, the aerial campus, now passing through a formidable barrier. At the same time, Yi Hua wondered if this electronic network was to prevent the invasion of magical beasts. Even after entering, the search range of the life magnetic field was not narrowed. Truly, this is Huadu University. Below, staff remind everyone to keep their student IDs safe. He pulls out his own card, contemplating it. Huadu University, Yi Hua, male, freshman. The student's next stop is the train station. They'll take the suspended train to the student dorms. They've arrived and are now gazing at the massive buildings. Excited, Di Huo pointed and laughed. "We've arrived in the tallest city in the world, everyone." But those around him only felt disdain. Groups of students split up to take the elevators to their rooms. Yihua's room is A3 on the 42nd floor, and Chuzhou's is B7 on the 45th. So he has to get off first. As soon as he steps inside, Yi He throws open the door, eagerly examining the interior. Even a standard room is over 100 square meters. Why university students really live the good life. He gleefully ran to the desk, marveling at the latest model computer and the well-equipped room. In addition, Yihua explored many other rooms, including a mage bathtub. No one could resist a mage bath. He happily sprawled on the luxurious bed, praising it like a five-star hotel. Suddenly, Daihua's face hinted at a wicked plan, but he had to focus on the main task first, summoning the blood-sucking monster, Lon. With that, he jumped up, having figured out how to use his student card. He scanned the barcode and logged into the app using Hua University's cryptocurrency, credits, to pay in the private shopping area. He then withdrew all 30 million EA currency from his bank and exchanged it for credits. Reading the notification, he sees 32,243 credits have been deposited, and his face falls, filled with regret. 10,000 Hakwak Te for just one credit? What a ripoff. But the goods in the Academy's shopping district are top-notch. Many items aren't sold on the market. I'll buy all the related magic cores. This should be enough to evolve the monster. After all, the giant monster cells I invested in before cost less than 10 million, and they're already over 90% compatible. After some thought, Yihua decides to buy the goods, which are delivered in seconds. Dear student, thank you for your purchase. We wish you smooth sailing in your cultivation, and please remember to leave a 5-star review. He smiled, looking at the stones in the box, and swallowed them in one gulp. Then, Dai. He began to change, his nails growing rapidly. Eating so much at once, his body couldn't handle it, but the effects were obvious. He examines himself in the mirror as the system reveals vampire monster sample, 100% compatibility, host, Yi Hua, composite constitution of 29. Yihan bared his teeth to get a better look at his fangs, which had become sharper. There were even blood grooves, making it easier to drink an enemy's blood than a cup of tea. He held out his hand, his nails were sharper now. He was planning something, and he had a rather bold idea. He immediately plunged his clawed hand deep into his own neck. In the bathroom, Dihua stood exhausted before the mirror, hands resting on the sink. Beneath his throat, a gash opens, blood gushing forth, staining his collar and cascading down. But unexpectedly, the wound begins to heal. The bleeding subsides. He soberly reevaluated the process, which was happening slightly faster than before. The self-healing ability of a vampire is decent, but the mutations on his body are secondary. The most important thing is his newfound power. Jia Engua Rhoda Yi Hua slowly entered the room, exclaiming in surprise, as expected of a world that reveres martial arts, even a university dormitory has a training room. He stopped to practice seriously, his whole body radiating a fiery red aura. Dihua's eyes suddenly light up as he takes a deep breath. Before him, Lakut has appeared. Yihua's eyes are serious, without a trace of fear. He speaks, "Come, hit me with your best shot." Roaring, Lakut's crimson muscles surge as his power explodes, a white cloak enveloping him. He appears completely changed, his soul manifest, immediately gaining the upper hand with a devastating punch. Witnessing Lakut's power, Dihua is caught off guard, raising his hand to block the incoming punch, but the force overwhelms him. His bones shattered, and Yihuo's hand completely broke before Lan's attack. He punched Yihuo straight into a nearby wall, and the surrounding scene was chaotic. He sat up, smiled, and spoke. Very intense. Next, he tested his time-stopping ability. A faint blue energy emanated from him, freezing the surrounding space. Yihua counts softly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The space around him is on the verge of collapse. 4 seconds, 5 seconds. The cracks grow larger. Exhausted, Yihua wondered if 5 seconds was truly the limit. No, he has to keep stopping time. 5.1 seconds. Dai, his face is covered in blood, his eyes wide, but he doesn't give up, continuing to mutter, 5.2 seconds. 5.3 seconds. 5.4 seconds. Luokui still stands motionless, unable to move. At 5.5 seconds, his soul suddenly shattered into pieces. Yi declared that 5 seconds was indeed the original host's limit, but not his own. The next morning, Yihuo and Chuzhou strolled together. Yihuo raised a hand to his forehead, squinting slightly, finding the sunlight a bit too bright. Chuzhou was puzzled, as he didn't notice it, but Yihuo understood. After merging with the vampire monster, he would hate sunlight. Although he wasn't as sensitive to sunlight as a true vampire, Chuzhou asked Yihuo, "Have you seen Huadu University's academic reforms for this year?" He seemed evasive, replying curtly, "Haven't seen it. I was fighting those fake thugs all night and didn't pay attention to anything else." So Chu had to explain. This year, Yuadu University switched to a group system with faculty advisors. Basically, each academic year will follow one main instructor, and during that time, you can also seek guidance from additional instructors. Yihua asked, shielding his eyes from the sun and turning to look at So-Chu. So, we have to go and seek a master? Chu raised his phone. Not we. I have to seek a master. You don't need to. Yihua didn't understand for a moment. Chudo brought his phone closer to Yihua. Look at the announcement on the freshman forum from last night. The school announced that Yihua has collected all 12 zodiac pendants, granting him the right to directly choose his instructor. A building appears. Sports Hall A. Inside the gymnasium, many people gathered, 3 to a group, entering rooms to be assessed. Then the instructors would turn on the lights to make their selections. Yihua Min exits the gymnasium, waving to Chuju. You go in first. I'm going to wander around. I can choose any instructor I want anyway, so it doesn't matter when I go. Yihua Min walks away, sighing in boredom. Choosing an instructor is so boring. Suddenly, Yihua catches a whiff of faint red smoke. And then he recognizes it. The scent of blood. Yihua immediately raced toward the scent of blood, a scent laced with a dark, ominous aura of murderous intent that stirred the killer within him. He had to find its source. Yihua looks shocked at what she's seeing, breaking into a sweat, confused that it's a girl. Meanwhile, Ganga is about to enjoy a meal in the deserted city streets. Yihua was shocked, as if seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Could this cute girl be the source of that sinister aura? Surely I must be mistaken. With quick reflexes, Ganga glances around, probing. Casually, she reveals what she sensed. Kid, are you practicing corpse-imprisoning physique? He asked, wondering how she knew, but his mind was already racing. How could a child act so old, calling me kid? While munching on a sweet potato, Gongka reveals that she helped Liu Chenghu perfect this martial art. Immediately, Yi Hei thought of Liu Chenghu, his face showing displeasure. Little Hu, the person you're talking about isn't this arrogant show-off. Liu Chenghu was my disciple over 90 years ago, so of course you wouldn't believe it. Are you kidding me? Martial artists can indeed surpass human limits, with masters maintaining their prime into their 80s and 90s. But what about a little brat like you who still smells of milk? Yi Huang scrutinized Gongka, thinking that for martial artists who practiced special techniques, adjusting their bone structure to the size of a child wasn't impossible. But this white-haired lowly in front of him, with a demeanor that was either innocently naive or just plain idiotic, depending on your EQ, couldn't possibly be acting this well unless she deserved an Oscar. She responded with sharp eyes. What is it? You don't believe me? Yi Huang said, slipping into madness. I'd sooner believe I'm Qin Shi Huang. Suddenly, an image of his impending execution flashes before him. In an instant, her head was severed from her body and fell to the ground. Gongka approached, cruelly gazing at Dihoa's head, half dry and half submerged in water. As the images fade, his face pales as he tries to piece everything together. Was it all an illusion? Such pure malice caused me to hallucinate my own beheading. Dihoa was terrified once again. Suddenly, she shoves a lollipop in his mouth, leaving him stunned. It's his favorite strawberry-flavored soft candy. Gongsha transforms into a spoiled girl, her voice innocent as she explains, Sorry, kid. I think I went a little too far. Don't tell the school on me, okay? I only get out for an hour or two a week as it is. Poor thing. While enjoying the candy, Yi Hua investigates. Who is she? She reveals herself without hesitation, looking quite cheerful. My name is Gongke, and I'm an incredibly powerful grandmaster. You know, the headmaster of Hua University is that Shi Jingwen. I used to make him cry when he was a kid. As soon as he finished speaking, he trembled and knelt on the tiled floor, surprising Gongka. After a moment of contemplation, Yi He cupped his hands and spoke some flowery words. Having drifted for half my life without finding a leader, I, Yi He, am willing to take you, Gongke, as my master. I hope you'll accept me. Gongke is the one who perfected the Zhuanhuang martial arts, a grandmaster of slaughter, so she can definitely help you break through your barriers, a perfect match for the strange fire. She could only offer a helpless, perfunctory laugh, while elsewhere, in the gymnasium. At the head table, Xu Jingwen and 4 others sit solemnly, preparing for the day. The deans of the 5 great academies of Hua University are the freshman advisors this term. The students were sweating bullets, buzzing with anticipation, knowing that being chosen as a disciple by one of these deans would set them up for life. What are you thinking? Those are the 5 great academy directors. These deans must be here for the strange fire, unaware that the Zodiac competition is being broadcast live. The audience is the entire faculty of Hua University, who have been monitoring each student's ability to respond to sudden crises since the announcement on the ship. Through facial expression tracking, Each student's ability to react is scored, and those who were unprepared and rushed recklessly into the Zodiac City will receive low marks. And then there's the scene of them frantically completing tasks. Even if the new students don't successfully hunt down the Zodiac masked men, they'll still get high marks as long as they excel in one of the above aspects. As for Yi He, he's the only freshman who's consistently earned top marks, but that alone isn't enough to alarm the 5 deans. What astonished them was that he slew the divine dragon boss, which wasn't even a target of the trial. A teacher mentioned Yihua, and the dean heard it too. Perhaps Yihua himself doesn't know what kind of deity the dragon he killed was. That model was created by Yaguo's supercomputer, Nuwa, using data left by Fo Hong Sin, a national-level martial artist, when he enrolled at Hoa University. Even a supercomputer can't replicate the double pupil's power of the twin gods in the kidney eye illusion. But Fu Hongsheng is the strongest martial artist in the history of China, and perhaps the world, with records at Hoa University that have stood for a century. Dihua's ability to defeat the training simulation, even without replicating the original's full power, proves his unparalleled talent. If he stays out of trouble, he could become a grandmaster, or even reach the realm of a great grandmaster. What we need to do now is restrain ourselves and wait for Yihua to become a disciple. Suddenly, a staff member rushes in with urgent news. "Director, this is bad." His words stunned all 5 teachers into disbelief. Dihua is apprenticing under Kung Ka, a former professor and now a special employee. Back where Yi Hu is standing, Gongque struggles against the tight embrace. "You want to take me as your master?" Despite the pain, he answered with certainty, "Yes, I'm sure, master." This lowly is probably over 100 years old. Otherwise, kneeling before her in broad daylight would get me at least 3 years in prison. She pouts, making things difficult for Yi Hua, but it seems I've already been fired by the emperor. He hastily lays down a difficult condition. "But you said you can only go out for an hour or 2 a week. She will take me as a disciple, and within 2 years I will find a way to help her gain freedom." Hearing this, Gongka's eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed. "Really? Then I agree." Yi Hua laughed wickedly, having successfully coaxed her, but a powerful voice suddenly stopped her. "Wait! The deans are coming with different auras. She's sick of it. A bunch of busybodies are here." The tallest man spoke tactfully. "Senior Gongque, wasn't it agreed that you wouldn't interact with students while on leave? Besides, your current state of mind isn't suitable for teaching." The old black-haired man chimed in. "That's right, Senior Kung Ka. You should go home." Kung Ka repeated, then turned to ask him, "Go home? All right, what's your name?" Dihua politely replied, "Master, I am Dihua." And so, the 2 of them, one older, one younger, set off as she commanded. "Very well, Daiwo, come home with me." Early one morning at the Hua University Research Institute, Gongko happily heads back, while Yi Huo strides along, observing everything before casually entering the elevator. Inside, he wondered aloud. "Teacher, why are you in such a remote place?" Gongka then explained everything in detail. "That's right, I had a bit of a breakdown decades ago and often hurt people, so Hua University arranged for me to stay in this research institute. Having regained control in recent years, I finally have the chance to get some fresh air. Does that mean I'm your first student in decades?" She found it strange, looking up for answers. His train of thought was truly bizarre. Wasn't he afraid? His imagination runs wild, and he breaks out in a sweat. "Afraid she'll chop you up?" Strange numbers appear on the elevator's vertical bar, and Dihua becomes critical of the passageway. Why is the hallway so narrow in such a large research institute? Gongque calmly replies, "Because only I can walk through it." Next, he curiously mentions the large number, questioning if the numbers on the door are counting down. Panic sets in, and she sprints forward. "We're not going to make it. Hurry!" The brainwashed zombie froze. "Hey, what was that countdown timer?" Gongque's eyes widened as he hurriedly explained, "Every time I leave, the digital clock starts counting down. If I don't return in time, an alarm will sound in the president's office, and I'll be wanted by the entire university." Finally, the 2 made it to the end of the road, the clock hitting 0 just as they did. The iron door slams shut, and a powerful barrier is erected. Dangerous indeed. Coincidentally, he's already sensed something amiss. There seems to be a special magnetic field here, making it difficult for my martial energy to gather outside my body. In other words, the effectiveness of my martial arts is greatly reduced here. She finally relaxes in her room. Of course, because this is my temporary holding cell. To keep me from getting out, those Shu Jingwen kids built me a 3-story house. Ganga led Yi Hua deeper into the living room, tossed her coat onto a battlefield of food and drink, and settled onto the sofa, explaining, "Everything's here for entertainment and training, but there's also a high-powered magnetic field to suppress martial energy, just in case I get bored and try to break out." He took a deep breath to ponder Gongka's words. It's called a prison, but this place is really a luxury apartment, meeting every need, feeling like they're just catering to teacher Gongka here, back at the Hua University freshman's campus. All information was gathered, and the report to Hua University's president Thi Kin Van was grim. Di Hua had become Kung Ka's student. Even so, he remained calm, unconcerned with him. Remember, our current goal is not to train a group of mediocre pillars, but to cultivate a top-tier powerhouse who can shoulder the fate of Zhe and all of humanity by providing geniuses with all the resources they need. Let the geniuses develop freely and let Yi Hua learn from Gongke for now. The new students at Hua University are about to finish their special training at summer camp, so it's time to test Yi He, this whetstone, and hone these newly forged blades. The assistant complied. I understand, Headmaster. He then shifted his gaze to the computer screen. Headmaster Shai, the new divergent student has entered the cell with Gongka. Everything is stable for now, but according to the data, there's still a 5% chance that Special Forces operative Ka could lose control if he's kept in the same room with someone for too long. The chances of the new student surviving until reinforcements arrive from the capital are only 10.3%. And even if rescued, there's a 95.3% chance they won't make it. He left his seat and approached the clear glass, saying, so-called special grade combat power. 1. Powerful martial artists on death row. 2. Those who can't control their power. Normally, the nation restricts their freedom, but in times of crisis, they're deployed to the front lines as a national defense force. Faced with such a terrifying existence, I believe the hetero students are mentally prepared, for how can they walk the path of slaughter if they aren't prepared to die? The Ha country is running out of time, as the fools of the Northern Federation and the fanatical cults of the Divine Kingdom are all preparing to act. He suddenly said earnestly, young generation, grow up quickly. Meanwhile, Gongka leads Yi Hua to her territory, the third-level training area of the prison. It's been decades since I've taught anyone. Let's test your strength first, she slowly asked. Will you suppress your cultivation to the martial apprentice realm to fight me? Too lazy to face him, Ka walked ahead, saying she almost forgot to suppress her cultivation. Yi Hua cracked his knuckles, turning to see her stretching as well. He announced, Lady Gong, I'm ready. Yi He steeled himself, determined to stand firm. He really didn't want to relive that guillotine from before. Without a word, Kung Ka darts forward. As her hand nears his neck, he panics and strikes, aiming for a weak spot. Wasn't this just supposed to be a test? Yi Hua's pupils reflected Gongga's life-threatening appearance. He had simulated at least 5 different evasive maneuvers, yet each of Gongga's hand strikes predicted his movements. The only option was a head-on confrontation, and he instantly unleashed his ultimate power, the core light battlehound. Yi Hua clenched his thorny hand, preparing a fatal blow. She anticipated his every move, and with a mocking smile said, relying on awakened blood to accelerate, defending my attacks while counterattacking? Too bad for you, kid. I'm faster. Then she twisted his arm behind his back, leaving Di Hua unable to react, and he cried out in excruciating pain. After leaving Dai He bloodied, Gongque jumped back. He was covered in blood, but still managed to look up and taunt her. So merciless, teacher. Even my awakened bloodline is beaten back to its original form. Showing no remorse, she licked the blood from her face, savoring the taste she hadn't experienced in so long. Yi Hua smirked, politely declaring, Master, I am no match for you in physical combat. Next, I'll unleash some forbidden techniques, so please guide me. Immediately, a different energy erupted as he summoned it, personifying the elements. Yi Hua was grateful for yesterday's actions, his eyes still sharp. Luckily, he had infused the ultra-giant monster with energy last night. Gongka was impressed. Could a martial disciple really unleash such power? It seems he'd taken on a terrifying monster as a student. She's ecstatic, ready to unleash her ultimate technique. If that's the case, then I'll have to show off some of my skills as well. With that, Gongka unleashed a flurry of slashes across the floor, the heavenly severance blades. Both variations were about to collide. On his side, the power is stirring, reacting, instantly harmonizing with another massive form leaping from the dust cloud. An elemental split personality takes form, a personified domain. Her pupils dilate and contract violently. He then focuses his power and throws a punch at Gongga, who raises her hand and takes a deep breath. Then, Gongga unleashed a powerful one-handed strike, instantly shattering the dissonant iron components that had formed on Demo Luo's outer layer. He creates a flesh and blood armor with defensive capabilities dozens of times stronger than the supergiant form, struggling to control it from within, refusing to be easily defeated. Is he really going to be torn apart so easily? The heteromorph's mind's eye reflects tiny rays of light. So she pounced right where he was, and with a sharp voice said, "Yi Hua, are you hiding in this armor's mouth?" This sent chills down Yi Hua's spine. Her senses were truly terrifying. Even though I stopped all life activity in my main body, Ganga continues to build up her attack, shouting, "Get out here now!" Luckily, before she could strike, he quickly erected a defense: schism form, meteor personification, tactile tentacles. Ganga was forced to back away, using her hands to stop herself. From above, the strange fire taunts her, unable to resist. "Teacher, your strikes are so powerful. I wonder if they can break these chains. She wouldn't melt from the nuclear breath so easily, would she? But how will she withstand it?" Suddenly, the illusion reappears, and chains descend, binding the strange fire. He looked up in horror at the device on the stand. Was there truly no escaping the guillotine here? Inexorably, the merciless guillotine descends as Yi Huo, though terrified, roars to unlock his power, dispelling the illusion. Instantly, he transformed into his mutated form, and with his power he stopped the blade's descent, freezing everything in place. The teacher, cornered, pulls him into her murderous intent realm, not a real space, but a mental illusion born of her killing intent. To escape this illusion, he must use his mental strength to resist. With that thought, he conjured countless giant fists. Then, Yi Hua controlled the fists, smashing straight into the guillotine. Instantly, the blade shattered like glass, and escaping the illusion, he wearily opened his eyes. She casually pops a candy in her mouth, and seeing Yi Hua stir, she says, "Oh, you're awake? That turtle shell you had was pretty tough." He wearily sat up, taking in the scene and realizing that the brutally violent teacher had dragged him out of the personification's mouth. The hardened crystallization he'd created to protect himself had also been shattered by her savage strength. Something a martial artist shouldn't be capable of. Suddenly unwilling to accept it, he questioned Gonkei. "Teacher, you cheated, didn't you?" She looked up defiantly and retorted, "Cheated? What cheating?" "I beat you fair and square. Where's the cheating?" Dehoa asked, feigning innocence. Gongsha hesitates, then explains, "I just used a little too much force. You know, the teacher is strong, so it's hard to control her power precisely in just a few moves." But then, Kunka changed his tune faster than you can flip a pancake, coaxing the spirit with crocodile tears. "Hey, I won't cheat next time, okay? Please don't be mad, okay? Please don't leave. I haven't played with anyone in decades." In that vast room filled with modern equipment, Dihuo waved her hands helplessly. "Hey, don't cry." Gongkui sat on the floor, wailing incessantly. With tearful eyes, she looked up and asked, "You're not leaving?" His face brightens, a cheerful smile spreading across it. "I worked so hard to catch you, teacher. Why would I leave?" Then Gongsha gets up, hands on his hips, defiant. "I wasn't crying just now." His eyes are dull and unfocused, and they head to the vending machine. Gonka opens the door to get water. "Now I have a basic understanding of your strength. Although you're still far behind me, you're quite talented compared to others. We can begin your training. What do you want to learn?" Yihua suddenly remembered, her eyes serious. "Advanced martial arts techniques, and how she shattered lightning and pierced my humanized arm. Was that Tramkeech when she opened that can? That's difficult to teach. You'll get a feel for it by cutting things repeatedly." Suddenly, Gongxia's expression turned serious. Regardless of whether it's a human body, a magical beast, or another object, there's always an ideal cutting point. A line that can be easily sliced through. You can call it the kill line. Hearing this, Yi Huang looked up in surprise. The killing line? His master wasn't like Shenlong. He was also skilled in swordsmanship. He recalled Gong Xiao's fight. If Shenlong's strikes pursued extreme power, dominance, and sharpness, then his teacher was like Ding Jie Niu, pursuing precision and skill. They sat down. She drank her soda and looked at him. "Learning this will be very troublesome. I advise you to break through to martial artist first. If your martial cultivation doesn't improve, you won't be qualified to learn many of my martial arts." Downing her drink, Gongxia closes his eyes and asks, "Do you know the difference between a martial artist and a martial apprentice?" Yi wonders, "What is it?" She explains that it's not physical advancement, but mental. Martial artists possess an important ability that novices lack: introspection. With inner vision, martial artists can shift from macro to micro-level training, observing meridians, organs, and using martial energy to expand their physical limits, strengthening the spirit before the body. Hearing this, Dai Huang's face lit up. He hadn't expected Instructor Gongkei's teaching to be so advanced, truly worthy of being a professor at Imperial University. Even with her amnesia, her foundational knowledge hadn't regressed at all. But speaking of mental strength, after merging with the vampire monster and awakening the power of Gyeongsaro, Gongki turned to him and said that she felt her mental stats had increased significantly. This could be a great help in the martial artist stage. He wondered, how different are the techniques for advancing to martial artist? Suddenly, her face turned serious. Breakthrough cultivation methods and martial skills are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Common. Gongka then thought of newborns, students at evolution universities, and martial artists at regular universities or schools. When advancing to martial artists, the schools could only provide the lowest grade breakthrough methods. When the awakened reach adulthood, as students with unranked skills, this level of breakthrough technique has the advantage of rapid advancement, with almost no requirements. As long as enough blood and martial energy are accumulated, more than 80% clearly use unranked techniques for ordinary breakthroughs. Gongka continued, our Hua University students all start with Xuanhuang level breakthrough methods. He pondered, resting his chin on his hand. What about the Tiangang and Di Sha levels? Her eyes are filled with focus. Tiangang level techniques and martial arts are almost exclusively ancient texts recovered from secret realms. Looking at the whole world, I'm not even sure if there are 10 copies. Then, Gongkui lowered her head. Even if our emperor possesses a copy, with your current abilities and authority, you certainly can't access it. Suddenly, she looked up and smiled with delight. But you can learn the earthly fiend-level breakthrough technique. Kongka glanced at the strange fire with her crimson eyes, mentioning the Sutra of Bodhi Mind, a breakthrough technique that steals the power of the earthly fiends, which she possessed. And Little Tiger's flesh prison of demonic suppression was inspired by this very technique of mine. Hearing this, Dihua was ecstatic, her eyes shining brightly. I want to learn. Gongka then tossed her drink into the trash and agreed. Let's begin now. Carefully sense the murderous intent I've created for you. Your eyes become fixed and sweat pours down. No way, again? At that moment, the scenery around Yihua shifted, leaving him in stunned silence. Gongko licked his lips, his face excited. I love the taste of blood the most. In a city one night, amidst the rising smoke, students walked home from school when a gray-haired boy noticed someone ahead. So it's Chuzhou, his eyes full of concern. Hey Pyro, how was your first day? I heard you were accepted. Before he could finish, a blade was at Chuzhou's neck. He quickly drew his sword, his eyes sharp, ready to fight. Dihua stood silently ahead, radiating murderous intent. Then he turned back with a surprised look. Sorry, Chuzhou, I got a little agitated. Chuzhou was stunned, frowning in disbelief. The Yi he knew now seemed so cold and sinister. What exactly happened today? Yeah,